Welcome to Baelnorn and Friends. uh, this is the September 2022 edition of our monthly chat show. I'm bringing nothing fancy, just some Rainier, some classic tasteless beer water. But Ormus over there has something a little bit more special.
Oh yeah. So besides the lightly alcoholic sodas, I have this, which I haven't tried yet, the spiked lemonade. So we're gonna try that today.
Mm. I've
No-
got the classic Tito's and some Excelsior ciders.
Oh, those are good.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
That's
Those are the
Tullius
best.
down there. He's the new guy.
Yeah.
So we just had a big event called Pack War. It just happened last weekend. It was a 40 event Thursday to Sunday. It's one of the bigger LARPing events in the Northwest, at least for Amtgard. And these two won jugging. They were on the jugging team that won. Jugging is a it's a very competitive team sport that uses sword fighting, and basically it's Amtgard football, but not really. Um, it's a little bit harder to explain, but they're the winners. They did it. They got stuff for it.
Yeah. I
To be
actually go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
No, I was the stuff, the rewards. I actually just passed on all of it because those sticks were like solid. I was like,
Yeah,
I can't use those.
he was worried about hurting somebody. He's a responsible adult. Passed on him.
I didn't know there was swords for prizes. I thought it was just a belt favor.
Yeah, so we got belt favors. We got like 9 of them, and then we got a full jugging set. So we got like a two. We got four swords in total, I think, because there's 2 for slash, 1 for There's 4 in total. So we got a board that was plastic dipped. It was pretty cool. And then like a spear too. But we got like a full jugging set. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Usually they don't give out that much stuff.
Yeah, I was
Yeah, it was super
surprised.
sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be clear, I want to be upfront. I was the coach on the team, so
That's true.
I was not directly involved necessarily.
You are very vocal, though. I could hear you from across the field.
That's not surprising. I was very excited.
Well, your boys were playing. No, they weren't all boys, but it's just a term. But
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a couple of Golden Lions as our to fill out our roster, which was kind of cool.
yeah, I think it
Kind of
was
been
Heron and
Again.
Gen.
Yeah.
yep. Yeah, I feel like we get along pretty well with the Lions here in the Northern Lights. So
Yes.
Yeah, most of them are pretty good people.
yeah.
Yeah, they're good. They're good. I can't think of any of them that I don't like.
Yeah.
I get along with all of them that I am aware of, anyways.
Yeah. There's quite a few of them now. There was another company that switched from being a company to a household, and I think a few of their members joined up and became Cubs and the Golden Lions. So they're going to be pretty big.
Was it
Yeah.
Aegis?
Yeah.
Yes.
I was surprised to hear that Mezek and Gen had joined.
Yeah.
I was a
'Cause-
little surprised at Medzik, but I kind of figured that Gen was going to end up there when I heard about them disbanding.
I think with Medzek's focus on battle gaming, I think it sort of made sense because like that's kind of what the Golden Lions are like
That's a good
sort of
point.
known for right now, I guess. Like so it's kind of right in their wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I'm gonna
So-
try this
Do it.
strawberry lemonade.
Got to hear about how it tastes.
Yeah,
Huh.
I think. Is it good?
It's good. Yeah, I thought it was like a seltzer. It's not. It's just
Oh,
lemonade, but it's like
lemonade.
got a little tiny bit of carbonation. It's like lightly carbonated. It's kind of nice.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Oh,
I can drink all of them.
speaking of Mezek, he just subscribed to the channel. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. 7 months. 7 glorious months.
Glorious months. Medzek's my guy.
He is. Actually, I was talking with Locke, and I haven't talked to Mezek about this yet, but we're thinking about forming a wizard household, specifically for wizard staff. So we'll have like the actual rules. We'll have printouts, and there's like levels, so everyone's on the same page, And we'll just garb ourselves as wizards, and we'll just fuck around and roleplay being wizards drunk.
I'm down.
Y'all gotta form a
So-
committee for the unified rules of wizard staff.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, we were thinking at least Locke, myself, and Count Mezek would be on the first council, but we'd probably open up to others. We just need an odd number, we think. So we might do up to 5.
Yeah.
But we were talking about that the other night, and I was pretty excited for it. Because I don't know if you know about Chaos Wars. They actually have a council of Belgarth. They have a council of wizards, and they have a actual like tournament every Chaos Wars for wizard staff. And
Well,
I've always wanted to go because of that. Yes, the Wizard Council log is in chat now too. But we get wise instead of drunk. It's true. One of the roleplay rules is you never say that you're drunk. You say you're getting wise or something like that. Like I'm getting So to keep it
there you go.
roleplay,
Increase your wisdom.
increase our wisdom. Yep. But I've we looked at the rules. There's a wiki for the rules on the drinking game I never looked at, and then Belgarth also has their own rules that we looked at. Locke is saying you have to drink a beer, no add to staff if you say drunk, inebriated. That's right. So you have to drink a beer and it doesn't count towards your staff if you accidentally say that you're drunk or intoxicated or something like that. So there's penalties.
Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the reason I wanted to go to Chaos Wars for 2 reasons: 1, they have a chili cook-off, and 2, wizard staff. So, yeah.
I want to go.
I've heard good things about Chaos Wars for sure.
Where is that one at?
That's the one over in Idaho, isn't it?
Yeah, close to the Washington border, like 50 miles away.
Yeah.
Yeah, what modern Amtgard is missing, according to Locke, is a half RP, half drinking household. And it's true. We haven't had one of those around for quite a while. It's not around here.
You have drinking.
So I look forward to doing that in the future.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
I got my wizard hat. I just need to get my wizard robe. And we have wizard names. Wizard hats are cool.
We got different wizard names.
Yeah, I'll probably just be Baelnorn the Purple because I have a purple hat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But you can be, whatever name you want. You can choose a different name.
Yeah,
but there has to be
the Dust.
Yeah, and you get to choose your magic type too. You could be, I don't know. There's lots of different magic types on the wiki for Chaos Wars, or the Belgarth
Locke
wiki.
would have to have death magic for sure.
Drunkules the Crimson. That's their name. That's a great name.
That's a good name.
That reminds me of if either of you have watched How I Met Your Mother, there's this part where one of the characters plays Edward Forty Hands, and he runs around screaming, calling himself. He's like, "I am Beer Cules."
Yeah, that was a good episode. I like that episode.
Yeah. He ends up running around naked.
How can we? Well, you have to wear a wizard robe. You can't be naked. Well, I guess there's naked wizards. Why not?
I meant the TV show. I don't want to see y'all running around naked.
Don't lie.
All right, fair enough. You got me. Talius, why weren't you at the tournament today?
I can't fight.
Why? What happened? You're cord in the hand.
Yeah. So I fought through Imogen Squire trial, and just kind of sucked it up. But then the next day, like if I hold and swing, I can just feel it like all the way through my arm. It's not good.
Rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, but who won the tournament?
I haven't totaled all of it up yet, but unofficially, Rap definitely won
Okay.
by a lot.
Yeah, Matrix was talking. He's like, oh, I want to like go out and like do the tournament and stuff. I was like, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna make it out. I'm gonna see how my hand's feeling. This was like on Thursday. And then when I was pretty sure that I wasn't gonna make it out, I messaged Raph. I was like, hey, you're gonna be at the tournament, right? So that Matrix didn't have a shot. Crushed his ego.
Good.
So
Justinius was there.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
really?
Mm-hmm.
Haven't seen
Yeah.
him in a minute.
Yeah.
Locke has announced that they are getting a Hybris Legion thong for campout nights.
Wrong
Give me,
move. I approve of it.
give me one too. No, actually, I want a speedo.
Be
Dude,
the thong
hybrid
squad.
speedos. Yeah. I
Yeah.
think I would wear a speedo. I don't know if I could pull off I don't think I'm at a place physically where I should be pulling off a thong. Like maybe speedo because I think
Maybe
I don't know,
speedo.
but
Speedos and
I'll
crop
take
tops.
the crop top for
Deal.
sure. Yeah.
Deal. Deal. Bye.
Yep.
Dude,
Locke's on
we're
board
getting
with the speedos and crop
COC'd for
top.
sure.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
You
that.
gotta have a griffin right in like the right where the flap is. Oh no, there's no flap in speedos, but you know where I'm talking about, like
Yeah.
right in the middle. That's
Yeah.
where the griffin goes.
Oh damn.
It's a full member.
Quit staring at my griffin. My eyes are up here.
Oh man.
Poor
If there
guy.
wasn't one reason to join, there's another.
Dude, we got so many reasons.
Yeah. Speedos, Monkey Man's antics.
Yep.
You become super strong when you join our company.
Oh
You
gee.
know? Yeah.
Stop it.
Monkey Man, Monkey Man.
And
Yep.
Monkey Man. Those are the three reasons according to Locke. All Monkey Man.
I remember when I was talking to Unum about it, because Unum was still in the Templars, and I was trying to be kind of like, hey, like, I don't want to pull you away. Well, no, like I don't know. And I was like, okay, yeah, no problem. And like, I was like, yeah, we made up. I told him like we had made like mock-ups of what our garb would look like, and he's like, can I see it? I was like, yeah, sure. So I sent him the photos, and he's like, no, all right, I'm in.
Yeah. Yeah. Our colors are good.
Mm-hmm. Do you have the sign-up sheet that everyone signed their names onto?
I don't.
Aha.
Oh man. That sucked for a train of thought.
I was talking about the tournament.
Oh, that's right. And Talia wasn't there because he was too swole.
Too
He's a
swole.
bitch. You said it's in here. Oh, here it is. Ooh. Okay, so yeah, Raph definitely won with 72 points or kills, I guess.
Oh, it was
Looks
a
like
bear fit?
Story. Yeah, it was
Okay.
5 bear fits, and they just did total kills for the whole results.
Okay. Interesting.
Scory actually got second with 46 kills.
Wow, not even close.
No, but Justinius got third with 41 kills. It was pretty close there.
That's closer, yeah.
Good
Yeah.
job, Corey.
Yeah, those were our major players.
If Talius was there, he would have won everything.
That's right. Especially because Raph didn't fight in the great category.
Oh. Yeah. That's like a huge hindrance. People not fighting in great because you rack up so many kills there.
So get this. So Scory finished 5 points above Justinius, right?
Yeah.
Justinius didn't fight in the great weapon category, Gory fought in Great Weapon and got 25 kills. So he was 20 behind Justinius until Justinius sat out the last bracket and
Oh,
got
wow.
imposed.
Yeah, fighting's great.
Dude, no doubt. Yeah, because Raph and Justinius both sat out.
Yeah.
That's what you get for sitting out, I guess.
Sword brackets.
What's that?
Great sword brackets.
Oh, Great Sword brackets, yeah.
Yeah, instead of just like pull. It's just cooler.
Yeah, it's more fun.
It is more fun.
I'm going through my beer faster than I expected, which is fine. I only brought 3 out because I didn't think I was going to go through that many, but I have an 18 pack, so
Oh, okay.
I'm fine.
A casual 18 pack.
You can't find a Rainier smaller very often. 18 is like their go-to size.
So they have to take beer and then distill it with water or dilute it with water. So then that's how you get them. So they don't make them that small, you know.
That's true. That makes sense. So, Ormus, did you try to even play Wizard Staff on at Pack War? I think you put a couple together, but then disappeared.
I had 4, I think. But then I started feeling sick. So
Oh,
I went and laid down. I actually gave mine to Veronica and she added it to
oh,
her staff. Ratting her
cheaters,
out.
cheaters.
Yeah, it was just like I was literally like I was about to go to bed. She's like, "Can I have your cans?" Like, I don't care here.
Oh no.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
woke up like I had forgotten to take some of my insulin. I think that was kind of making me not feel so hot. Because the next morning I felt really crappy, and then uh, after I had taken some insulin and had some food, it was much better.
Oh, well, I'm glad that
But
got right or righted it itself. Oh
If
my
you're gonna
god.
I got
lose your
hydrated.
right,
I know.
It's okay, Gwen. You weren't the
Feet are
only cheater.
overrated.
Dagon was cheating too.
feet are overrated.
Dude, we were talking at Pack where we can get those springboard feet.
Oh
Dude,
wow,
I could run in the Olympics.
that's what you want.
Yeah.
Oh my
My
god.
my feet are definitely the only thing holding me back. It's not because I'm fat and out of shape.
No, I mean you're not fat. You might be out of shape.
Okay. I'm out of shape for sure. Mostly I like to blame it on my back, but it was headed that way before my back started hurting.
Yeah, well,
You had your spurts coming, working out and then not working out, but we all do.
my spurt is many years long of not working out.
I'm
It's terrible.
Yeah,
gonna
I
have to
don't know.
I'm gonna be in physical therapy coming up, so definitely gonna be at least getting that for exercise.
No, that's good.
I feel like physical therapy is just way worse than actually working out too. At
Way
least,
worse.
yeah, it's like for when I was going through it, it was like way harder because I was
Mm.
like rehabilitating. And I'm like lifting like a 5 pound weight or something. I'm like, oh my god, so heavy.
Yeah. When I tore my shoulder, I was doing rehab for that. They had this machine. It was like a rope, and you just had to pull it down, sitting like you sit in a seat and pull this
Yeah.
rope down for like 15 minutes. I was like 5 minutes in. I was like, I'm gonna die. Like this is gonna be so bad. And they'd be like, Hey, like, how do you feel about it? Is it getting easy? I'd be like, I don't even want to come here. Like, don't ask me about it getting easy. Like, this is awful.
Damn. Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you
but
ever
it
get your
worked.
Did you ever get your MRI?
I did, yeah. I got the MRI results. I haven't talked them over with a doctor, so all I have is the results in pure doctor speak. So I
Oh,
don't really know too. But it's I definitely have one herniated disc, and then it seems like there's another spot where there's like my sciatic nerves being pinched in two spots in my spine. So I had to call my doctor on Monday and be like, hey, what now? Now that we have the info.
Hopefully that
Yeah.
doesn't mean surgery.
Yeah. When I went in for the MRI, the doctor was predicting about 60% chance of surgery. But I don't know. Depends on how accurate Google is, because I did some Googling of my results and seemed to say most of it was like mostly rehab and possibly like minor surgery. So no
Mhm.
fusing discs or anything like that. So that's good.
Yeah, that's good. Well, hopefully you'll get back to
Yeah.
fighting form. Might be a while.
Yes. I would like to actually be a warlord. That'd be great.
Yeah,
Yeah. Because it was the event. The event that I got my warlord was when I hurt my back at. So I haven't been able to fight really since then.
that's terrible timing.
Yeah, dude, you're telling me.
Like half of actually, I think like all of our warlords in NL are like currently injured. Like
DeVry's still doing good.
No, I mean, he's like he can fight, but he has like a thing going on in his foot that's like,
Oh, that's right.
That's just a
yeah,
wart.
yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, is it a
Oh,
wart?
Yeah.
I
Okay.
thought he had something else too. I thought he had something he had to get surgery on or something like that, or he was putting it off till after the events or something like that. I thought he had
Oh.
something.
Yeah.
I could be wrong though.
Well, he didn't tell me about that. Just a wart.
Yeah,
No, I
right.
think it was like he said that he might have like plantar's fasciitis, but then he just had like plantar's wart or something like that. But
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor. All of those things could just be made up. I don't know.
Those might not even be real words. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know that Raph is recovering. I know he hurt his what was it, his wrist or something like that. He hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
It's
but he
funny
was
because
fighting pretty well.
he when I was over at his like house, we were like talking about like stuff because I was like, watching his dog. And
Mm.
so I like went over there ahead of time, and I seen like the paper that he had, and it was like all of the same rehab exercises that they made me go through when I like my wrist was messed up last time.
Mm.
Mhm.
So it's like I was like, ah, that sucks.
It's super shitty because he just got surgery on his other wrist.
Yeah,
Then he hurt this one.
yeah, bad news.
Yep.
Minerva the Mousy, I also hope Critias is not next. He should keep fighting.
Yeah,
Luckily, I
I
think
go ahead.
I was going to say it was just Northern Lights, but then Vaughn also got broken, so it's just going around the Northwest for all the warlords.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of like this one second, this like band work. I bought this like pack for like $30, and I do like these like mobility exercises and stuff for my shoulders and like some for my like wrists and stuff. But like prevention is better than rehabilitation. So anybody listening,
You're
Yeah.
look
right.
out. Yeah.
Yeah,
Gwen,
I've had back issues for a long time, but like when I was working out on a regular basis, like I would say like from 25 to maybe like 28, I had no problems at all. And I was working
Yeah,
out like every day.
yeah, because when you build a muscle around like your tendons and your bones, it becomes like a support structure. And when you don't have muscle, when you like go to do things, because our bodies can do like a lot of stuff that like we shouldn't be able to do, but we just crutch on other parts of our bodies, and that's when you like hurt
Mm.
yourself. So, but yeah, I've been doing that band stuff for like almost a month now, and at the start of it I couldn't do any push-ups because my shoulder was just like hurting too much to do it, and it was like all wobbly, but now I can do it. But just gonna keep doing it to try to get some more flexibility and stuff going on.
nice. Glad that's working.
Yeah.
We got Mr. Texie up here.
Taxi.
I was letting Scory know how he did in the tournament 'cause he had texted me earlier. And I'm sending him a message that says, "Congrats! You showed why people shouldn't cash it in during the Great Weapon bracket."
You should tell him to like just hop into the stream and then tell him there. Nah, that's fine.
I'll put her away. Sorry, Teach.
I would have known, except that it was like the video. You had it in the video screen, so I could
Yeah,
see
just
it.
it's the damn iPad. I can get away with it when I was on my computer.
Yeah.
How's how the parks down there doing?
Doing all right. As you had Pack War was Dragon's Ford was raised to a duchy, which was really nice. That's the Oregon City group. We
Right.
just had our coronation at my local group today, but I didn't go. It's just I had other things I had to do. But I watched court, and that was kind of cool. Indra got some awards for his songwriting and songsmithing.
Nice.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
yeah. He's got
That's
his
cool.
second and third dragon, I think. He won best in show at Dragon Master.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, for his song.
I did not know.
They called him Andrada, or they used his real name instead of his Amtgard name. So I didn't realize it was him until someone was talking later during court that he had won. Oh, it was him talking about it, but whatever. But groups are doing all right down here. I don't travel as much as I used to, so I don't get that big of a breadth of how they're all doing.
Right. You excited for the new monarchy that came in?
It should be an interesting change to see how they do it.
Yeah.
At our local level, Falcon is being a holder, and that's her first time. And our monarch, Cat, is also the first time being a queen. So
Yeah.
they're coming with a lot of new energy, which is nice. So we'll see how they're able to focus that and see if they're able to maintain that over 6 months, because that's the hard part. It's being able to maintain that enthusiasm. I had trouble.
Yeah, it's all well and fun at the beginning.
Yeah. So, I mean, everyone I've talked to pretty much about it has always had problems keeping up that enthusiasm for 6 months. It's at least at the monarchy, at the head, or in the kingdom level. But
Yeah, you can see like a stark difference when a lot of monarchs run for a second term. Like they'll come into their second term and just right off the bat, it's just not the same as their first term as far as energy levels and engagement and all that stuff that takes a lot of like emotional energy to put into it is always a little bit decreased.
yeah, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think I will ever be a kingdom monarch again. I'll do other kingdom level offices like regent. I enjoy regent.
Yeah.
And it's fun, and there's less expectations, but it allows you a lot of freedom to do things within the purview of being regent. So that's why I kind of like it. Monarch is just a lot of stress. Maybe I'll do it again, but I just don't see that happening in the near future.
But no, like the offices that don't have a ton of responsibilities, like defined responsibilities, it's cool to see. It gives people the opportunity to really shine with them because they can take them and do creative things, or they can do nothing, and it's kind of like a good indicator of what kind of monarch they are. You know what I mean? When it's you get a lot of room to play, and if you choose to do nothing with it, then it's like, okay, well, you didn't do anything. That's all right. Like, just I'm not going to vote for you next time. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. Have you done any offices, Talius?
I've done local offices like semi frequently. Most of the time I stay out of them unless we need them. But yeah, I don't know. I like being like champion. That's fun. Running battle games and stuff is cool. I haven't been a regent. No, actually, I have been a regent before. Never mind. The first when I moved down here, I was like pro tem regent for a G walk. I did not do much though. I have to say that. I just mostly was like looking for like other people to like give awards to. I was like, you craft. I don't really craft, so. But no,
Cool.
in office is cool because you gotta like plan stuff and kind of like help engage more people into the thing that we do, which is cool. But it is a lot of work, and there's a lot of people who are in office too much, I think, and at the expense of themselves, you know. So just people need to take some breaks sometimes. That's all I'm saying. It's like be
That
more like
isn't.
me.
Breaks are important. Don't want to burn out.
Yep.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who are in office for like basically like 6 years in a row. I'm like just take a rain off. It's fine. It's fine.
But then you won't
I know
get
you're
crown
talking to
built.
the audience, but I feel like you're talking to me right now, but you're talking to the
I
audience.
am talking specifically to you and Gwen and the audience. Yeah,
Yep. Everything you said is very factual.
yeah. It's just
Are
I also I feel like because even if you really want to like run over and over again, it you can't constantly give like the level of energy that you want, and then it like is like you're performing not at your best, which is like not helpful for you or your park or the kingdom or whatever, because there's potentially somebody that could be full of energy. But I mean,
Yeah.
that's also in like the circumstances there's going to be multiple people running for offices, which is rarely the case in my opinion. Mostly like people just kind of fill in as they're needed, but
yeah.
Yeah. Baelnorn, what's it like down there? Like I know that up here, I can't remember. I want to say the last contested election, at least for kingdom level office, had to have been like 2 years ago. And
Oh,
even then, it was just one. Like we don't normally have people. It's
yeah.
normally like just one person running for each office. Is it the same down there, or is there multiple?
it hasn't been for the last couple elections. This last election was actually a four-way run. We
Wow.
had four
Wow.
contestants. It was interesting. There is an obvious winner, but it's nice to see people wanting to do the office.
Yeah,
Um,
that's awesome.
before that, I think there was it was contested for the last two reigns before that.
Hmm.
But not like four ways or anything like that. Just two people. So,
Yeah.
for Monarch, it's been all right. Region's been uncontested, I think, usually.
Hmm.
PM is always hard to find someone to fill that.
Nobody
Um,
wants to do that one.
no, it's a lot of work.
That job sucks.
Yeah.
I tried to be prime minister for IO one time, and like I was also going to college, and college got real rough at the same time. I was like, this is way too much. I
Yeah, I
was like,
bet.
I'm just gonna try to enter credits every week, and that will be like, you know, bare minimum. But
It's the only office I've never done.
yeah,
I've never done it at the kingdom level. I've definitely done it at the local level a few times.
I have never done anything at the kingdom level.
It's a
No.
commitment.
Yeah.
If you want to do a good job, anyways.
Well, strangely, I think some of the offices, like kingdom level champion, definitely doesn't do as much work as local level champion.
That
Because
depends
local
on.
level champions. Oh, sorry.
No, I was interrupting you. Continue.
Oh no, it's just like because it's like for us at least, we have KLEs about once a month, so you have responsibilities once a month, and you're not involved in any like the behind the scenes stuff for the most part. So yeah.
I guess in that respect, is there's less practices, therefore there's less work. But
Hmm.
it really depends on the monarch, I think, because the monarch
Hmm.
is supposed to do the day, and the champion is supposed to, in theory, just fill in the gaps where the monarch hasn't done anything.
Hmm.
So there seems to be a trend of the monarch's not planning too much, so the champion is always the one running all the games. So
Yeah.
it's just a trend that I've seen over the last 10 plus years. So
I think
and
the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
so depending on the monarch in charge, but then there's the local level, and you have to worry about it every weekend. So I think it's a lot less pressure at the local level than the
Mhm.
kingdom level. But
True. I think now that we've leaned into at least here locally, like culturally, we've leaned more towards the emphasis being on a lot of battle games. It's not as much, it's not as bad for the job to be left to the champion quite a bit because they're doing what the game is sort of geared towards now.
Yeah.
that's fair.
But
Like my
when that,
last, oh,
go ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you. I've talked a bunch. You.
I know. I was just gonna ask when our reign was starting again. I'm so bad with dates. I've
uh,
been
te- technically, we come into office the week before NLCC.
It's September 24th
Mm-hmm.
because I'm missing coordination by a week
How do you know
Yep.
that?
because I'm traveling. It's my sister park. Why wouldn't I know that?
He knows
Oh
IO,
my
dude.
god, yeah. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I don't know, I think our like setup for next reign is gonna be real solid, so I'm
Mhm.
actually excited about that. But
Yeah, we have kind of an all hybris monarchy coming in
Oh
where it's
no,
yeah, I'm gonna be monarch, Matrix is regent, Talius is champion, and then we still have Cole, who's our one of our plebes as prime minister still. So
corruption. That's all I gotta say. It's pure and simple
yeah,
corruption.
yeah, it'll
yeah,
be cool.
So it's Gryffindor's park now.
that's right. Have you hit the Tito's and Dr. Pepper yet?
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say before. This cup, this I got it at like it was a Halloween party that like Brittany and Huckleberry were running. I don't really remember. I was wasted when they gave it to me. I just remember walking it out to my car. But it's this Tito's cup, and it fits like a double shot of Tito's and a full can of soda like perfectly.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's great. It's like a little
So,
like clay cup. It's cool.
so how does it taste?
Um, Not bad. I feel
Hmm.
like everything kind of neutralized each other. Like it also could be just because I'm a super lightweight and I already drank a cider, but it's just like kind of like it tastes like uncarbonated Dr. Pepper. It's like
Hmm.
fine.
Yeah.
It's weird, but it's fine.
Dr. Pepper if it was a juice.
Yeah, yeah, exactly that.
Dr. Juice. Okay.
Dr.
Dr.
Juice.
Juice. oh, oh no. Mm.
So
So
you're
how
gonna
did
be.
oh sorry, go ahead.
I
Go
was
ahead.
going to talk about drinking. You talk about whatever you want to talk about.
No, you go ahead. Let's talk about drinking.
I was just going to like. Is that going to be the new drink that you carry around? It's like you're just going to juice everyone up.
No. I don't normally drink soda. So but like it's like the only thing we had in it was either this or like this like it's called gamer subs. It's like one of those like energy drinks like you like put powder and water kind of mix it up stuff.
Hmm.
But caffeine, if I drink like a tiny amount of caffeine, I will be awake for an entire day. So I didn't want to mix it. I didn't want to mix it with that.
That's fair.
But,
Start walking around campus. You gotta get juiced up. Doctor's orders.
I think it's fucking ingenious. You should do it.
I'm gonna get like those the syringes that are just like the plastic tips though. Like, I'm like, all right, doctor's orders. Like it's a shot for people.
Syringe shots.
Yeah,
That could be your thing.
that would be so funny.
Dude. Then you'll definitely get COC'd.
Mm. Dude, who knows? Who
Who
knows?
knows?
I think I'll be fine.
Yeah, no. There's been worse. So much worse.
Oh, I've heard the stories.
Yeah. I got to meet who was it? It was Critias's Paige, Miri. She seemed pretty
Mm.
cool.
Yeah, she's
Oh, wait.
nice.
Okay. I was
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
figure out. I was trying to figure out. I remember them talking about like what like their relationship was, and I couldn't remember what it was. And people kept like asking, like Matrix asked me. It might be his girlfriend. I don't
It
know.
is definitely not.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know.
I don't
But
know, Minerva.
Oof.
So yeah, I just remember that. I remember specifically that she was his page because she had a red belt on. And I was making fun of her for being a squire.
oh my
Not,
god.
not a weird thing to taunt somebody about that. Like, haha, you got promoted. Like,
It's terrible.
I have to hit Imogen with that the next time I see her. Haha, you're a squire now.
There you go. Do it.
yeah.
It's
God.
appreciated, I think.
Yeah.
So I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom. You may talk
Okay.
amongst yourselves.
All right. Yeah, I'll say this is a trap. He keeps his headphones in so he can hear us. So this is the best time to talk a bunch of shit.
That's so funny. I was like, okay, this is how we overtake Baelnorn's stream.
This
We
string
remember
belongs to
that.
us now.
That's funny.
Yeah. Do you are you doing anything for your hand? Like
I've been trying to let it rest right now
mm,
because it's like doing stuff like hurts and not in like the good like stretchy like way.
mm,
It's just like it's like actually painful. So I've just been like letting it rest a little bit. I try to do like all like my normal wrist exercises and stuff though. But
do like an
yeah,
ice bath or something?
I don't ice stuff
You
because
know, ice stuff, dude. Icing stuff is awesome.
no. Listen. So there was I because so when I was like in high school and like doing a bunch of sports and stuff, I hurt myself like quite a bit. And there was like that old like I think it was called nice or like ice. It's like
Mm,
how you take care of stuff. You're supposed to like ice compression elevation. Yeah, it's ice. Yeah, yeah.
hmm
Um, and that's what I did a lot of the time. But I actually learned that when you ice stuff, it makes the healing process take longer. So it
mm.
because it reduces inflammation and stuff, which is cool. So if you're like out in like the middle of a game or something, or like in the middle of a tournament, like icing something will help you go through the tournament, but it's not going to help you heal faster because
Mm,
you're like making less blood flow and stuff go to where the blood needs to be. Um,
right.
yeah.
So it, like makes you feel better, but doesn't necessarily heal it faster.
Yeah, exactly. Which is like
Yeah.
if you're like super swollen up to like a point where you can't use your hand and you need to use your hand, like obviously ice it up and stuff. But if you don't need to, like skip it.
Ice is for when you're too swole.
Yeah.
I want to say I'll say Ormus, are you going to keep going with the quest day? So Medzek, yes, one will be this next coming Saturday. I have to post about that. We have one final bookend to the quest, and the quest will be over.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been fun. Completion, so I'm excited to only have one left and be able to actually finish one.
Yeah.
I've had like probably 3 times where I tried to do it and it just always fell off at some point. So
I
um,
yeah.
yeah.
I think our culture in like Iowa has shifted to be more open to that kind of stuff. Like the people
Mm.
who don't really want to quest are just gonna be like, oh, I'll just be like the monster, or whatever, And then the people who actually want to quest, because we have like a lot of newer people, and questing is fun for newer people. So,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, you got 3 more. I didn't
Yeah, dude.
realize you already finished 3. Jesus.
Baelnorn goes hard.
Yeah,
I
I
still have
guess.
half one left.
Oh, okay. Half of one. My bad.
Well, the one thing is too is like I feel like the way we've been doing sort of instead of like a typical quest, it's been like the sort of quest themed like scenario battle games. I think it's been a little bit easier for people to digest too.
Yeah, I think as we go forward to like getting people more used to stuff like that, it will be easier to run like a more full scale kind of quest.
Mhm.
The I my problem with questing has always been that it just requires like a lot of people is
Yeah.
for it to be fun because you can't like
Mhm.
have like five people go out and have five monsters. It's just kind of like a battle game at that point. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, and like you either need when it's a small day, you either end up with like two questers and like five monsters, and it's goddamn impossible. Or you end up with like one poor bastard who's the monster against everyone at the park.
yeah,
There's like no real good way to balance it out. So like with a lot of people, you can have whatever monsters you already planned on, scale them up as necessary in power, kind of like running a D&D campaign. But
yeah,
yeah,
exactly. I think another thing that's been really helpful too for our quest is that you haven't been like trying to specifically like use like door monsters like because the door monsters are theoretically like balanced around battle games, but you can just be like, oh, like these monsters just do the thing that I want them to do
yeah,
instead of
yeah,
like because it's like a lot of people's downfall. They're like, oh, we have to use all these like mechanics that exist in the door that people don't know, and it's going to make it more confusing when we can just do like this thing instead. But
yeah. Yeah, I know. I've
uh,
made up a few of my own mechanics, and then um, the the biggest thing was it's important to me that everyone looks like the monster they're supposed to be playing, but
yeah,
we don't have a lot of monster garbs. So it was always like, you guys are, I don't know, bandits. Yeah, we'll do bandits because then you look
yeah,
like you. That'll be fine. And then
yeah.
I've been building the story kind of around what we have the utility to do.
I think in the future, if we like tried to do it again, if we came up with some sort of scheme for like in the beginning, we're like, well, we're gonna use like for sure like these like six different monsters and like like tell like the crafters ahead of time and stuff. We can get some stuff made.
Yeah,
Um, and then like because I mean like if you're gonna do something, look cool while doing it.
100%.
That's like so. But
I gave up on making monsters look like monsters. It's
yeah,
expensive,
it
especially.
de- no,
Yeah.
it definitely is. That's like another thing. I think that people like if because some people like to play monsters. So if you're like, oh, like we need monsters, and you get people who want to play monsters and want to fill that role, like they'll make their own stuff that looks good, and that's like how you really get the quality out of it. But
It helps.
yeah,
That was like the first week when we just had the goblins, dude. The people we had tapped, like
yeah,
they came loaded for bear. It was crazy. Like they all
yeah,
had their faces painted. They had Scory had like the spike with the skulls piled up on it and the feathers. They all went just
yeah. That's what.
everyone who normally they all were leather armor. Like it was all
Yeah,
dope.
yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good time.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I actually had Shattered Kingdoms Day. We had about 20 NPCs, like 9 questers at the most.
Oh no.
Yeah, usually it's the opposite way around where I have to try to get questers to be NPCs. But no, we had all our NPCs for the first time in a long time. Just no players.
Oh.
It,
Oh man.
it was also like 105 degrees out, so
Ooh,
Ooh.
yeah. Damn.
No thanks.
that's, that's what
Uh,
everyone else said. So I
Yeah,
had
no.
30 people out that day, so
have you already
I
looked at sites for the camp out?
no, I'm trying to bring someone else on board to help with that.
Mm.
Um, it's just really hard to find the sites within our budget that has the amenities that we need
yeah.
because, like, we
Yeah.
need a trail system because we Shattered Kingdoms would not be the same as just a big field.
Yeah,
Uh,
no.
No. Can we not use that site that we used previously?
the Oregon Forage Center,
Yeah.
probably, but honestly, it's just not worth the cost. The
Oh.
amenities they charge us. Last time I looked, it was $13 per person per night.
Mm.
And so, like, I would have to charge $45 for that event, and they don't upkeep their stuff. like they should.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'll pay $45 for tent camping. Paying $70 for tent camping was a little bit crazy. Honestly, I don't know. Like I'm not trying to talk
Yeah.
shit. I don't know the details of the financials, but there was some sticker shock. You know what I mean? Like,
some of it has to do with how they did food, but the site is just really expensive because they're all really expensive now.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
It's just how it is, sadly.
I like personally would really like if events like going forward had the option to like opt out of food because most of the time in my experience when I go like the food isn't made at the time that I need to eat or it's like sometimes it's like not even stuff that I can eat so it's like I'm gonna end up paying to bring my own food anyways so I'd rather just not pay like the whatever amount that they're adding to for the food, but
Yeah.
With this pack war, Annex is running it, and they're out of state. They're a transplant from another area,
yeah,
so they do things differently. So there was a trend of let's just do meal plans, but then they like let's do all the feasts.
yeah,
And that made it really difficult for the feastocrat. Um, there's just some learning and growing pains for Annex. But I think going in the future, like meal plans will be the way to go, where you just prepay for what you want to eat because it's easier to budget for, it's easier to plan for, and it's more cost effective.
Yeah.
yeah,
I definitely applaud the effort. Like trying to put together what would that have been like 7, 8 meals?
Yeah.
That's not easy to do. Well, I mean, and obviously like it didn't go perfectly for sure, but like it's like it definitely like applaud the effort, but it's that's a tough one.
It's a lot of work for a volunteer.
yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Like I was trying to decide this week what has been harder for me to do, be a feastocrat or be an autocrat, because I've done both roles multiple times, and I can't really settle on one or the other. But it's a little easier that you don't have to manage as many people when you're doing the feast, but when you're actually on site, the amount of work you do is more intense in my experience. Because if you do the autocrat right, you're just managing people, you're walking from team to team to make sure everyone's on board. And if something's not working, and hopefully you have other people to step in. But if you have to step in, you should be the first person to step in, fill the gaps. You should be like the second person to fill in gaps if you're able to plan accordingly. So
Yeah.
if it's everything's working right, there's not as much to do for autocrat on the actual event. There's a lot of work before the event, and there's
Yeah.
less work for the feastocrat before the event. So it's like a give and take.
hmm
Gwen says hands down they would rather be autocrat. That's fair.
Yeah.
But for
Gwen's
Shadow,
also a big fan of Gate.
oh yeah,
Autocrat. Yeah, that's her thing. She loves
That
numbers and shit though.
nerd.
we need nerds. We're all nerds.
Yeah.
Not me, dude. I'm cool. Swear.
You're wearing garb in your room.
All right, I gotta go, guys.
You can be cool and a nerd. It's okay now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was cool. I think my favorite part about Pack War, I feel like I have like over my years of playing, I have a complicated relationship with Pack War, but uh, I do always get to meet new people, which is cool, and that's always fun. Like there was a lot of cool new people that we got to be introduced to and stuff like that at Pack, which was great. It's been a while since we've been able to do that, so
Yeah. So Gwen likes to run gate, but they don't actually like to sit down that much. That's fair. Running gate and being on gate are two different things.
yeah.
yeah.
Uh, for me, like sometimes I'm willing to like volunteer for Gate for like an hour, maybe 2 hours. But sometimes like the way they block stuff out for a Gate, it's like oh, if you sign up for like one block, you're there for like 4 hours, and I'm like,
4 hours is a bit much.
I was like, I'm good.
Yeah.
You want like I'll
Yeah, I think
I'll even sign up for 2 blocks at like an hour at like different times, but like not I don't want to sit there for that long, you know.
yeah. My guess is with Veronica or Gwen, she's not crazy social, like except for like the nightlife she cuts loose, but
Yeah.
uh I think the idea of sitting at a table and having just like a litany of strangers just walking up one by one to say hi, I don't think that's her bag.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Running Shattered Kingdoms, I'm going back to Feast because I have another thing I was thinking about. I had a chance to do like different tests. I get to test things out at Shattered Kingdoms, right? That I don't get to do at like a Pack War, which is a bid event, so you don't know if you're going to get the next year and stuff like that. So you don't get to test things
Mhm.
out very much. So I've tried different methods for doing the feast. For right now, I've settled on Saturday feast and Thursday night feast. Um,
Hmm.
I tried not doing the Thursday night feast, and it didn't work out because the Camille aspect wasn't there. So we didn't have a
Hmm.
bunch of people going to the main area where all the games are happening and stuff like that. And so I decided to keep Thursday night feast going forward because it brought a lot of like community to the aspect. And it's a cheaper meal. There's less people, so it's not a huge impact. But we settled on doing meal plans effectively for every other meal except for main feast.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, it's
that's
fun to get to
cool.
experiment.
I was a big fan of the meal plans at NLCC that you would put on, mostly because there was like options, because like you had different levels. So for Leon, we had gotten like the option where it was just like hot dogs or like some like really simple things. And like so being like Leon, he doesn't, I mean he eats plenty of things, but like just having just a hot dog and a bag of chips is baller for him. So
Yeah,
like being able to just go get that real quick and easy was perfect, and saved a little bit of money on 3 full meal plans. And
Yeah.
yeah,
it
that
was
worked out super
also
well.
easier for me to do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it works out for everybody. Yeah.
Yeah. I think another thing like meal plan wise that is like becoming a thing is like a lot of people when they like go to prep meals and stuff, they'll make stuff that's like really complicated or has like a lot of ingredients or like a lot of cook time because they want to make like food that's good. Because like sometimes like food that's made at Amtgard is bad. Like it's like frankly it just tastes bad.
Yeah, that's true.
And so they try to go they overcorrect and they're like trying to make like these like really extravagant stuff instead of just making simple food that you can make quickly in high quantity um, that's going to be like filling because when people are out at events fighting all day in the hot sun and stuff, you're burning a lot of calories and people want to eat a lot of food, not necessarily like gourmet kind of stuff, but
Yeah. I always have like a pretty standard policy of like, if the main meal is chicken, I normally skip it because like we have like a pretty long standing like a lot of people who tried doing chicken for feast and it was always like undercooked or
yeah.
whatever. It became like a meme. It happened so much, and it's
I
just like they're like, oh, the chicken's cooking. I'm like, cool. I'm headed to town. Like, yes, I'll be back.
when I first like moved down here, I went to an LLCC kind of where like I met like you guys when you were selling like the Templars and stuff. But we had
Mm.
the breaded chicken that night, and when I took a bite of mine, I had a fucking it had a chopstick in it, or not a chop, toothpick. So I literally
What? No.
I bit into a toothpick just like into my mouth. I was like, oh, okay. Would have liked to know about that beforehand, but I guess there's toothpicks in the chicken, so that's cool. Uh,
I forgot about that.
yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
Yeah.
I remember when I was up in Northreach, one of the feasts that we did, we actually just ordered a bunch of full chickens, like roasted chickens from like I think
Yeah.
Safeway. And we had like I think we had like 300 of them. I want to say, like
Hmm.
Wow.
there's Dutch rice so easy, it's super cheap, so it's like you know, and it you can kind of just mix it with like anything too.
Yeah.
Rice is actually kind of difficult to make without a rice cooker for a large amount of people.
Huh.
What?
I usually stick clear of rice because it's really hard. It's temperamental. When you're doing a 10-gallon batch, it's hard to get the. I've had problems trying to upscale it from 20, 30 people to 100 people. And so
Yeah.
I just gave up on trying.
Well, there's like a bunch of different techniques to cooking rice too. So there's like the like really traditional way of just like putting rice in water and then boiling it, and when you have the right mixture of rice to water, it cooks properly, and then there's no more water left.
Yeah.
Um, there's like a more recent thing, which is like blasphemy to a lot of people, where you like soak your rice and then you boil it with too much water, and then you like strain it out. And it like makes sure that and like I feel like that might work better, but I don't know. I
Sounds
don't
like
have
you'll
problems
have.
cooking rice.
It
Yeah.
sounds like it'd be waterlogged rice. Doesn't taste
It
good.
I
Uncle
have
Roger
had
would be ashamed.
I he would be. But it I mean it functionally it works actually really well, but it's definitely like blasphemous to some people. But we
I
just need
might give
to.
it a try.
I'll just bring all my rice cookers,
Yeah, there you
line
go.
them up, just start popping out rice.
Like the one time I cooked rice, I actually cooked chicken too.
Yeah,
I made risotto for 375 people,
Oh.
yeah,
and that was intense because there's a method to do it in an oven, right? So it all cooks and you don't have to stir it the whole entire time. But the
yeah,
device I was going to use at the site didn't work. It was this giant, big oven bowl thing. So I ended
yeah.
up having to do it all by hand. So I ended up having to cook like I was using 4 stock pots, 3 of them cooking, one of them simmering, and I had to rotate them out, and someone had to do the dishes, and I did that for like an hour stirring. My arm was fucking in pain after that for weeks, but um, that's the only time I've cooked rice at a large camp out. Chicken turned out all right, despite it being chicken.
Yeah. I think if you were cooking it, I would trust the chicken. Like there's a few people. I let Morgan did a feast that was chicken. She she killed it, but
I miss when Morgan used to cook for us.
I know we got to go over to Morgan's more often.
I was actually there like 2 days ago. Yeah,
Dude, I live 9 minutes from their house and I haven't been there in like a month.
yeah.
Got to get
No,
over there.
I was because I was supposed to watch their dogs this weekend,
Hmm.
and their plane ticket got canceled, so I was like they ended up not needing to move. Like I went over there, and Morgan finally got some measurements for like my tunic and stuff. So,
Mhm.
Nice.
but yeah, she whenever I watch dogs for her, she makes me like this like gallon-sized bag, like Ziploc bag of like cookie dough. So you can like it's like all in these little balls, so you can like place it out and just throw it in the oven real quick and make some cookies. But I normally just eat them frozen. Um, but she made it beforehand, so I still got it.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, gotta bring
I've been
that
there
home.
before when he's gonna be dog sitting, and she'll have these like these like foil tins of like food with like cooking instructions. So she'll leave him meals and like put this in the oven for this much time.
It's the greatest. It's
Wow.
Yeah,
the best part of watching the dogs is that I get to eat Morgan's cooking. Like,
yeah. When she's not even there.
yeah, so good.
Yeah,
That's really
And she always
impressive.
Morgan's the best.
it's so funny because she always makes me I'll be there for like 2 or 3 days, and she'll make me like 5 meals, and I'm like, it's so good. I love it.
Yeah. Are you excited to dog sit again now that they're getting a new dog?
Oh, did you see the pictures?
Of course, I saw the pictures.
Oh my god! It was so when he sent it to me, I was like, I it wasn't like loading like the big picture on my phone. So I was only seeing like the little picture, and I asked him, I was like, oh, what's the dog's name? And then I finally was like able to open it up, and it had like Luther on it. And I was like, oh, I see the name now. He's like, no, that's the trainer, the name that the breeder gave to it. I was like, that makes sense because I wouldn't imagine Matt naming a dog like Luther.
No,
Like,
Baelnorn, I'm going to send you a photo of his new dog coming
All right.
NLCC weekend.
yeah, it's so cute, so cute.
little boxer puppy.
Let's see if I can bring that up on screen.
Yeah, I'm excited because we're gonna bring. I want to bring Echo over to play with the puppy.
Dude, your dog is the destroyer of nuts.
Yeah. So
Like,
if you're sitting on the couch, your nuts are at risk.
if I'm anywhere, my nuts are at risk. I like every time, like I'll like walk through the door or something, and like I don't knock because I know like the dog like freaks out.
Yeah.
So I'll like walk through, and then she'll just like be like super excited, and she'll jump up, and both paws just like right to the nuts every time. It's like,
Yeah, because she doesn't like jump up because she wants to be on you. She like jumps up and pushes off.
yeah,
It's like just square in the nuts every time. She's the perfect height for it, and she's stopped growing.
yeah,
So unfortunately, this is my life.
yeah.
Yeah.
I need to get a cup specifically for hanging out at your house.
What are you putting a cup on for? Like, oh, I'm going to Oramis's house.
There's a dog there, and they're really abusive to me.
She's actually chilling out on the couch with me right now. Oh, knock that down.
Oh, Echo.
Oh,
Dude, that's like her spot, dude. She'll sit there anytime that's available. She needs a pillow to sit on, and she puts her paws over the edge of the couch a lot of the times and just like chills out.
all right. I brought up the picture finally. There it
There you
is.
go. Yeah.
That is a cutest little puppy.
So cute, dude. It's tiny.
Yeah.
I love baby animals so much.
Of course you do. You're a human being.
Exactly.
Uh,
All right. That took way more time than it should have taken to put that up there. Worth it.
It's okay. We filled the time. It's all right.
Yeah. Can't wait to see that. Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
How old is that puppy in the picture?
3 weeks, I think.
Oh,
it
wow.
might be 5 weeks. Somewhere around there, though. Yeah, like right around
I thought
3
it
to
was
5 weeks.
3 weeks, and they were getting it in 5 weeks.
Oh, you're right. That it says 3 weeks old.
I'm getting wiser,
Yeah. Is that your brother?
Yeah, my brother just got home from work. So I was
I didn't know
telling
you
this.
had a
Nice.
brother.
Yeah, he's 14 years younger than I am.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Wait, how old are you?
39.
I literally for a second did my math wrong and thought he was 15. Like I was off by 10 years.
There's my brother.
What up, dude?
What up, dude?
They're all saying what
Your
up.
brother's the same age as me.
He's out. Is he the same age as you? I thought you were a little older. I think Billy's 24 now.
I'm 24.
No way.
Yeah.
24 too? Shit.
Yeah.
You just look old.
Yeah.
That explains your
24.
rambunctious
Oh my
streak.
god.
Shit. That's funny.
Yeah, I remember being 14, 15, changing his diapers, watching him.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I was.
Dude.
No, go ahead.
No, you do yours. You do yours first.
I was gonna say like so I grew up with my my brother and sister on my mom's side, and they're like three or 4 years difference. But then I found out that I have a sister that my dad had when he was like 13, and my dad's like 68 now, I think.
Damn.
And so my oldest sister is older than my mother.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Which
Wait. That's a lot. That's a lot to process.
Yeah. Yeah, I was the first time I met her because she lives in Chicago. I like flew down there with my family, and she was like talking about her age, and I was like, "Oh, like you're older than my mother," and she really didn't like that, so I continued to bring it up as much as possible.
It's your sister. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when I went
I'm
down,
making up for lost time.
yeah, I was like 15. I was like 15, and like she's like, oh, you have something like on your shirt, like a string or something. And so I go to look for it, and she's like, oh, it's just your arm. She just kept making fun of how small my muscles were the entire time. I was like, what? I'm 15.
Damn.
Damn.
Yeah, so it was
Yeah.
a lot of sibling, love to catch up on.
There's been this running theme for a while, for a little while now, of everyone calling Gwen mom. It's super funny, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's hilarious, blah blah blah, because she is sort of like she's 5 years younger than me, but she's still sort of like she does sort of act as like the company like responsible adult and stuff like that. I thought it was hilarious until everyone started calling me dad, and I was like, oh, I don't like this as much anymore. This isn't as fun for me anymore.
No.
But yeah, like now, like I'll say something and Matrix will be like, "Thanks, Dad." I'm like,
Oof.
Yeah, I've been on like this kick of like trying to make myself look like blend in with the dads. Like after we went on a camping trip and right before Thompson, Imogen's husband gave me a hat, and I was like, oh, I'm not really like a hat guy. But then I'm like, we went on this camping trip, and I seen all these like dads walking around with their family. They're wearing like these hats and the sunglasses, and they're wearing like shorts and just like really like the specific types of like shirts. And so I just started like dressing. I bought myself some like sunglasses like that, and I'm just like I'm blending in. I'm going undercover.
It's gonna be like one of those things where like you start saying a phrase that you hate, but you're saying it ironically, and then it works its way into your regular lexicon. It's gonna be like you dressing like a dad.
I fear that. Well, I went to hang out with Matrix and Nora, and one of the people that we met at the fair, and so she has a kid, and I was just wearing some, I just like grabbed some stuff, and we get there, and Matrix just looks at me dead in the eyes, and he goes, did you guys plan the mom and dad outfits, or was that accidental? And I was like, do I look like a dad right now? I'm just wearing like shorts and or like pants and a shirt, like, but
Oh no. This internet's
Oh, we
terrible.
we got to see Grumpiest Gus at Packwood. That was cool getting to kick it with him a little bit.
oh
He's a regular on the stream. Like as far as in
oh
in the chat and stuff like that, you always see Grumpiest Gus pop up, and
oh that's
that's
Yeah,
his tag. Gotcha.
yeah.
yeah.
Man, my internet's going crazy tonight.
Is it just your location, or is your like provider just ass?
Provider.
Classic.
Yeah. Like, if I'm trying to upload something, it disconnects me all the time. I'm not uploading anything right now, but they
Yeah.
just... Sometimes they'll just disconnect me. I mean, I'm
That's
uploading... not YouTube, my Twitch stream's obviously being uploaded to stream.
Yeah.
So,
annoying.
but usually that doesn't trigger it. But we just need to get a new provider. It's hard.
Yeah. Yeah. No, when like my cousins like moved in with me like last year around December, and our internet for some reason like around like 12 at night it would just die randomly for like a couple hours, and like we couldn't figure out like why it was going on. Eventually it just stopped, but like every like midnight, like on the dot, it would just stop working for like 30 minutes to an hour. It's really annoying.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying.
Yeah.
But luckily, it's only dropped once or twice tonight, and we're going all right, I guess.
Yeah.
The VOD is going to be
Baelnorn, I
terrible
have
to
a,
edit. Yeah?
sorry, I just have a question for you. Do you think that so at Pack War we saw 3 knightings in the same weekend. Do you think that's going to become the norm, or is that an aberration where they're trying to sort of catch up on a backlog?
I think that it's not going to be a norm long term. I think it's going to be a short term norm over the next year or two as we try to get through our backlog of people that are supposed to be knights.
Okay, I was just curious. Yeah, because we've got kind of the same thing where we're working through. We had quite a few people get their masterhoods right all around the same time, and yeah, it's our next vote's going to be huge.
Yeah, you're saying like 10 people or something like that.
It's at least that. I haven't counted, but
Wait, there's
a
there
lot.
10 people getting their masterhood?
No, so it's 10 people, at least 10 people being voted on for their belts. Some of them are second belts.
Yeah.
Um, I think quite a few of them might be second belts, actually, but there's a bunch of new ones too. Because we used to have a limitation where, um, sorry, we used to have a limitation where after your masterhood, you couldn't be voted on for your belt for 6 months. But the first vote we're doing at our next meeting is to eliminate that rule. So everyone who got their masterhoods in less than 6 months are going to be kind of worked in to the coming vote. So there's going to be just a bunch. If theoretically, if all these people got approved, we would have to do like 3 knightings per event for like 3 years to try to get them all knighted.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people have been getting knighted recently. Like, I don't know. I don't know if that's like ever been like the norm for like anywhere, but I don't know. Like, because we got like how many? We've had you, Gwen, Una. Was Unum this reign or last reign?
Same as
This
Gwen.
reign,
Is this reign?
yeah. It's just
Somebody,
the 3 so far.
yeah, but there was going to be a fourth. What was his name?
Yeah, at
Drake?
IO.
Yeah.
Oh no, at IO Coronation, Steel's going to get knighted.
No, but
Oh,
there was somebody I thought his name was Drake. I don't know, but that was
oh,
like gonna get.
Mythius.
Oh,
Mythius was supposed to
Mitheus?
get knighted. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah, so
yeah.
he was supposed to get knighted, but then he like so that would have been like 5 in like one reign, which is like once a
There's
month almost.
there's going to be, I want to say 1 or 2 at NLCC as well. Can't remember. So yeah, it'll end up being 5 or 6 for this reign.
Yeah, that's I don't know. That's a lot to me at least. My career started the first like 4 years that I played Amtgard. I seen one person get knighted.
Yeah, I wonder
So
if it comes in waves. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if it's one of those things that like can happen that way.
yeah, it might be because like it's very dependent on like how the kingdom does knightings and also like who's the monarch is. And we've talked about this a little bit before, but like it's kind of like the seal of approval when a monarch actually knights somebody. It's like, oh, like you believe
Mm.
that person. So it's like when you have a monarch that is like trying to kind of like process through all that stuff. We've also had, like a lot of masterhoods too, because which some of them are just like backlogged, and so like the monarch comes around, they're just trying to catch up on all of that, so it just comes in like that
Yeah,
kind of thing. But
that
Well,
was
we
another thing I noticed at Pack Wars that Black Spire doesn't award 10th orders of things; they just go straight from 9 to master.
that is something that just happened, and it's not something that is normal.
Okay,
yeah,
because
I don't know why
we
that
started
happened.
doing. Oh, gotcha. We started doing awarding a lot of times 10th and master at the same time, not exclusively, but a lot of the times. But it was weird to hear like this person gets their 9th order and then they get their master. Like it happened. Like there's probably 3 or 4 people at Pack where that I feel like that happened with.
Yep.
Yeah, it was weird.
It was not unnoticed by everyone else.
Mm. Fair
in
enough.
in
All
in
right.
my opinion, like when you get 10th, the masterhood is like the same thing. I don't believe in like this secret 7th award kind of stuff. or 11th,
Mhm.
not 7th.
Yeah.
I am good with numbers.
Oh, there's a
Yeah, it's
delineation, I
interesting.
think, between 10th and master that is important. Because 10th is like you did a project, like, depending on the belt path or the path, whatever, um, is you did a thing, and you got your 10th. But masterhood is master over a large breadth of things, and you can get your 10th and not necessarily be a master in that path. Usually you are. I don't believe in like master projects or you have to do a capstone or event or something like that.
Yeah, but none of them are super high alcohol content. It's essentially like the same as a beer, like all
Oh, okay.
5%.
Well, I
This
Yeah.
mean,
is 8. This is 8.5.
yeah,
Dude, yeah, the Excelsiors are fucking baller, dude.
they are. All right, we're back. Thank for everyone
Hey.
pulling through the disconnection issues.
Guinness is only 80.
That's vodka.
It's just vodka.
I thought it was
Yeah.
like way more than that for some reason.
It's
No.
because you have to listen to Takara and Imogen talk it up.
Oh god.
So I
But
guess
you were
back.
saying that.
I was
Hey, sorry.
saying that I think there is a delineation between 10 and masterhood, but it's not always necessarily there. Um, there is some people that like they've done basically 10 projects. So like
Mm,
for their out path, they've only basically made 10 things, but they're really good. But that doesn't take in the breadth of work that a lot of people have to get their masterhood. So I think
mhm.
there's sometimes they need to prove themselves a little bit more to prove that they are masterhood in that path. That's not every time. I mean, 10th to masterhood is appropriate sometimes, but I think
Yeah.
there should be a delineation.
I think that the issue with like what you're talking about is like if somebody makes 10 projects and get 10 orders, it's not that they need to prove their masterhood, it's that like in my opinion, like 9, 10 is more about consistency than like a singular good project. So if you get up to like 8 making like 8 really nice things, and then after that it's about like showing the consistency that you can always do this instead of just like every once in a while. And so it's an issue with like how they were awarded, not with the difference between like masterhood and the 10th.
I can understand that. It just hasn't gone out that way.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think another thing too is that we've talked a lot about, or at least some of us have talked a lot about trying to put more of an emphasis on masterhood being the award that you're trying to get, like the achievement that you want, as opposed to it just being a small stepping stone to knighthood, like putting more importance on it and stuff like that. I can't decide if awarding a 10th and master together sort of, I don't know, going from 9 to master, if it sort of cheapens it or not. Or like I said, I don't have an opinion one way or the other. I'm not sure if it, like, how that would really affect like how it's viewed. Um, because I do think we need to have like a lot of importance and like emphasis put on the masterhood itself, as opposed to it just being viewed as like another step, like an 11th order.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's hard to do. It's hard to figure out how to do it.
Yeah.
I
And then,
I think I think that that issue arises not because of like going from like 9 to masterhood or like whatever. I think it's because there's a step higher than masterhood, or like a perceived step, because realistically when you look at knighthood it's not about um you being better than a master at the craft, it's about character at that point. So people who don't understand that perceive knighthood in a different way. They think that it's a step above, so that devalues what masterhood is. Um,
Sure.
but
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's
true.
true. I wish, like, and we've talked about this a ton. Like, this, especially me and Talia. It's like this is, he could tell you what I'm about to say right now, probably. So like, if I was like Emperor of Amtgard, there would only be one knighthood, and then we could celebrate all the different masterhoods you achieve, as opposed to the different belts. And then the knighthood is just about the character and the
Yeah,
leadership qualities and stuff like that.
that'd be a good way to solve the problem.
yeah,
Never happened.
That's
It won't
No,
ever
no
happen.
way.
But
Yeah,
in
never ever.
the perfect dreamland that we all inhabit, that's what we want. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know exactly how like the SCA does it, but I know that they have like different like prestigious like titles for like different things because like their knights are only for
Mhm.
their fighting and they call like their like leadership something else, which I think is cool because in Amtgard we have like this order of precedence and like technically like stuff like Archduke, Duke, like stuff like that is supposed to be like better than knighthood, but when people are like, oh, this person is an archduke, they don't think that that's more important than like a knight because of how we kind
Yeah.
of like, view knighthood in Amtgard.
No one's ever been like, yeah, knighthood's cool, but I want to be an archduke. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like,
Like
yeah,
being that they're like, oh, like I care about leadership, so I want to be a crown knight instead of like I want to be an archduke. It's just kind of weird in my opinion, but
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's easier to get our titles in as a good knighthood. That's probably
yeah,
that is why that is how it is. But
no, yeah, I agree.
Mhm.
I actually think that like we could do a lot of things with our awards because like uh like Orders of the Warrior, you get like the allowance to wear certain different like favors and stuff as you
Mhm.
go up. I think like because we created this like new order for like the Order of the Crown for like Crown Knights and stuff, and I think that like at least it makes sense in my mind that it's like if every order gave you a different title, it would be more
Mm.
like important. It's like oh, you get your first order, you get your first title because that's like what Crown is about. It's about leadership, and that's how you kind of get your titles too. So I don't know.
Yeah. You can almost like eliminate the actual nobility structure and just have it be like requisite, not requisite, like yeah, like each order of like has its own title that accompanies it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And because I feel like because there's no really like requirements for nobility. There's no
Just suggested, yeah.
yeah. So it's like if you just add it on to the crown, which is more defined. You know, it's not perfectly defined, but it's more defined as like what those levels are. Then it would mean more because people can reference the book and then see like oh like if they have this means theoretically that they should have done this thing and so
well,
that's
Yeah.
where they have it. But
that has the problem of making the knight even more important than the titles.
no, yeah, for sure. I just
That's
feel
true,
like
because then the titles would just be a step up, yeah.
yeah, I just feel like if we ended each different award, well not each different award, but like each like group into like a different thing. So it's like Serpent becomes like some other title, right? Instead of like knighthood, it just becomes like the
Mm,
artisan or something like that, you know. Um,
yeah.
but like and then like you know crown goes up and you're not a knight at the end of crown, you're an archduke at the end of crown, and you know for like battle or like warrior or whatever you become like a knight instead of it being like all kind of under knight of X thing.
Right.
But
That kind of makes sense because theoretically, historically, knighthood was more combat related. So, like, knight of battle, knight of sword would just end up being knight,
yeah,
and like serpent could be like artificer or something cool
yeah,
like that.
like
Some like badass
I
title.
yeah I just feel like Knight of the Serpent is much less cool than like if we awarded them their own you know path. And I mean getting into it from like any of like the three you know ladder awards, but just ending
Hmm.
up in their own kind of thing. So when you say oh that person's a knight, you know that it means like this, you know this person is an artificer or an archduke or you know whatever. It could all mean their own thing instead of it all just being knight. But
Yeah.
It's a lot of theory crafting.
yeah,
Yeah.
I will talk about stuff like this forever. So feel free to cut me
we've
off at any
we've
point.
we've had many a drunken conversation about our perfect Amtgard world.
Yeah.
And we have like over an hour left, so we can talk whatever we want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gwen says, in their ideal world, titles a thank you, Order of the Crown as proof of good work. Yeah. I mean, you can get titles for doing non-office stuff. The higher level
Yeah.
titles are reserved for office stuff generally, but lower level titles are not.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of in my opinion, I feel like we have too many award ladders like that are covering very similar things with like a very small difference, like
Talking
especially
about
when, like,
roses and Smiths.
roses, smiths, lions, and crowns are all like relatively close together, and like so we could probably break it down into like two separate things, like service in office, service outside of office, rather than like,
Well, you can
oh,
definitely,
you
yeah.
did like an event, you did like a little bit of like helping, but then the higher levels are like you did an event. I don't know.
You can definitely combine them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the difference between Al or Dragons and Garber. I mean, come on, Garb is just Dragon,
Yeah.
but we have such a
Yeah.
big emphasis on Garb that it just got made into its own path back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I also feel like that it's kind of weird because just like depending, like if you just going back to like the crafting path, if you're like, oh, I'm like achieving for the Knight of the Serpent, right? It's like you could make like 8 really nice pieces of garb, and then create some really cool like swords or shields or something, do like some really nice plastic work stuff, and then like because you haven't been doing that stuff before, you're getting lower level awards for like high quality work, because there's some transferableness in like crafting, and like for everything really, but it's
Yeah,
just weird to
That
me.
you see that with that sort of dichotomy comes in with the sword path, because like I've all the time, like I've seen in discussion where they're like, oh, he's a really good fighter, but he only fights sword and shield. Like that's what he's really good at. He's not very good at singles, so he's not well rounded. That'd be like if Unum was coming up making leather, and they're like, yeah, he makes leather, but what's his garb look like? You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah,
kind of a
exactly.
weird, yeah. So I mean,
Yeah.
like if it's like if you were to take the sword path and be like, we have 5 different paths to the sword. And it's like single short has its own award, Florentine has its own award, like that whole ladder is kind of like that.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
like I mean like the skill translates a lot. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say like if anyone's like if someone's like your top notch fighter in your kingdom sword and board, I bet they could mess you up in most of the rest of them because it's pretty transferable. But like so it's not like apples to apples, but it's a kind of a similar idea where
Yeah.
it's like it's a different aspect of the same path, so they made its own award.
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
sure. At
I'm
least with
only
the
saying
sword,
that because I oh sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
but I was going to say, at least for the sword path, there's you kind of have to win some tournaments, and they're not usually just sword and
Mm-hmm.
board tournaments. They're usually more well rounded, so they don't have to be the best in the other categories, but they have to do all right to be able to succeed in their one main path. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
they're a little bit more well rounded than say the arts like garb compared to shield making or something like that.
Right.
I kind of, and me myself, I kind of disagree with like how we rate like tournament wins and stuff like that, or like streaks, stuff like that. Because if you did like a tournament, and you can run this tournament into account. Just if I was like the kingdom champion, it was like we're gonna do a Florentine only tournament, bear pit into like 8, top 8, and then run that. That's still a tournament, and so people would qualify based on the prerequisites for an award without being
Mm-hmm.
well rounded. So I think like the way that we like do tournaments with like these 5 brackets is like weird. Like I feel like if we separate each bracket into their own tournament to like kind of because if you're destroying everybody in your tournament at like Florentine, right? But you're not as good at Sword and Board, and it's like somebody's beating you in Sword and Board. It's like it's weird that they wouldn't be considered, like a warlord if you just beat everybody in your kingdom consistently in that style.
Yeah.
But yeah. It's kind of weird to me because the way we separate everything else, but not warlord. You know, a little stretching there. Your back starting to hurt.
No, I was. I just got a notification that my ear pods are at like 20%. So I was like, oh, I have headphones. And I was like,
Oh,
wait,
yeah.
do I have a jack for the headphones? And I was like looking because it's an iPad, so it's got like the one
Oh,
jack instead of the headphone jack, which is super annoying. I
Yeah,
definitely
yeah.
have headphones.
yeah.
I
You gotta get an
just have to track them
adapter.
down.
You should probably find them.
Yeah,
Talias can
I have
talk.
this.
We can
I
do
have
that
this
while you're doing
crazy.
it.
My couch like lifts up.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I've been on that couch like 20 times and never known that it does that. So
You
news
Yeah,
to
got
the
me.
chase portion.
you got a new couch compared to the last time I spent the night. No, the time before that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Time before, yeah,
they
for
used to
sure.
have this like leather couch, and I'm a very like picky person. Like I like if I feel like weird bumps or something, I'll like start like ripping at it. And anytime I would sit on their couch, it'd have like a little like crick, and I would just start peeling their fucking couch up as I
Oof.
was sitting there, like subconsciously.
I
And
did that too.
well, I know because eventually your couch was just basically bare of all the leather. Like, oh man,
Like I think I like this couch better because it doesn't have the like when you're laying down to go to bed, it doesn't have the little dividers underneath in between the cushions that just
yeah.
kind of eat in your back. So I had to use um the cloth that they had there the first time I spent the night.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
The
yeah,
best part about sitting on the couch though is echo, because they will just
Oh
beal up on you and snuggle you. It's the best part of the
yeah.
yeah.
couch.
She absolutely needs to be with whoever's on the couch.
Yeah, I end up spending like the night there every once in a while, and every time Echo is always somewhere on the couch with me for
Hmm.
most of the night at least. But when I'm like sleeping in like the morning though, she'll be like running around and stuff. That's when it's dangerous. It's crazy.
I'm gonna pop off to go to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah,
All right. So, Talius, you're a battle master now, aren't you?
I am a battle master now.
How do you feel about that path? That's new.
Um, I think that currently in the Northern Lights we have kind of like an over, like the bar is too high, because the only people that are battle mastered right now are me and Dagar, who are like pretty recognizably the best two battle gamers in our kingdom, but uh, I feel like there's a lot of people that could make the bar of like what I see as a battle master, and there is not they're not getting recognized for it because there's kind of like this idea that like they want like Dagar to be like the first battle knight and like me to be the second battle knight, and so people are not getting recognized because of that, which is kind of an issue.
Yeah, that sounds like an issue.
Yeah, so but I don't know, it's cool. It's cool to be recognized for something that previously wasn't really like a thing. Like nobody, like people would understand that you were good at battle games, but there wasn't any like standardization for it, which was kind of weird considering how battle games are kind of like the core part of our game. But
Yeah, there's no award for playing the game.
yeah, which was just like weird. Like it's like, oh, like you're really good at the game in these very specific aspects, but over like the main thing that the game is, their whole rule book is like you're good at that.
It
Whatever.
doesn't
Nobody
matter.
cares.
No one
Yeah.
cares.
So it's kind of cool, but yeah. it's interesting because the way that me and Gar went about getting our battle master is he got like it through paragons for like excellency as being like a single player, and I got mine through kind of like getting people to work together as a team, and like organizing people who didn't have experience in a way that like they could succeed like together. And so we have like these two kind of branches of what it could mean to be a battle master, which is I think really healthy for a kingdom. But
So you didn't get it through Paragons?
no,
Good.
no, I got it through just basically organizing people to work together. We had this this event where it was basically we had four instructors, and then it was like these everybody got broken up into little cores, and so it'd be like two instructors would work together against two instructors, and their cores would be added together to like kind of like fight and like battle against stuff. And that event, like I ended up my group, I led them all the way to victory of like every single round, which was really cool. It's like half the team was like completely new, like had only been playing for a couple months, which was really fun. But
That's great. Welcome back.
Thanks. I found 0 headphones, but I can still use the speaker on the iPad. It should be fine.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually also gonna use the bathroom real quick, so now that you're back, you can take over.
Swap out. It's like a relay.
Don't worry, I'm next.
Nice.
Gwen says they're going to be a battle master. We were talking about
She's
battle
saying that-
mastery.
Yeah, so Talius was messing with her. Like she had said, "I'm going to be a battle master," and Talius was like, "I don't think so." He told her she wouldn't be. So now she likes to bring it up to him all the time.
I think Gwen can do it. They're young enough. They have time.
Yeah,
And they have drive.
Yeah. I think that's the big thing. Is I think if she really wants it bad enough, I think she can get there. I'd like to get it one day. It's not a primary goal, but I want to get. I want to get eventually want to get Battle Master. I'd like to get like a Master Rose or Smith or something Flame Path related. Probably a Master Rose. All that good stuff. I don't think I'll ever be a Serpent Knight. That'll never happen.
You never know.
Unless I get really, really creative with these woven belts.
You'd have to do them first.
That's true.
I believe in you. You can do it.
Yeah. I'm working on another company belt. Holy shit. Making one for my guy Magni from Philadelphia. Yeah.
Didn't I meet him? Was he at? He was at an
He was
event.
at NLCC.
Yeah.
NLCC.
What's his real name? Because I remembered his real name, but I don't remember.
Brandon.
That was last time. Vance, yeah. I always called him Vance the entire time. I like shocked. I like shook him. I'm like, "Hey, how you doing, Vance?" Like before I'd actually ever met him, because someone we were talking about over the food stalls or whatever, and this new guy, I go like, "Hey, well, how you doing, Vance?" And he's like, he was just confused. Like, how the fuck do you know my last real name?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's because he ordered the food. That's what it was. So my first experience was, I knew his name from the meal plan. So. Yeah, surprised him. He was a nice guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy. We at that NLCC was the first time any of us had interacted with him at all. Like he doesn't say much online and stuff like that. Monkey Man had picked him up in the company in Philadelphia, and he flew out to meet us all, and we were all kind of like, man, like you get a little nervous. You're like, man, like what if he sucks? You know what I mean? Like, what if this is, you know what I mean? But like, we trust Monkey Man, but at the same time, like we've never met him, but dude, he fit right in. Like it was really cool getting to meet him. He's coming out for NLCC at the end of the month too. So,
oh, cool.
Yeah, he'll be there for that.
Another reason I regret missing it.
Yeah, well, you'll be missed for sure. Mm.
So Count Mezek says, I want Scout and Druid Paragons so I can get all the bow-using Paragons. That's a fun goal.
Dude, Medzek's a G with his bow. he was tearing it up at Pack War from what I heard. I think it was Pack War people were talking about it. He was tearing it up in the 10v10, I think.
Yeah, he didn't play much other than maybe that.
Yeah.
Because he was gassed out from life.
Dude, yeah. It's weird because I do feel like in general, like, and this might be a more northern thing where it's like even just getting down to Pack War generally like wears you out a little bit, and then all the fighting and stuff, it's easy to gas out pretty quick. But I was just there hanging. It's the first year I was ever at Pack War and couldn't fight or do really anything, so it was definitely like a very different experience.
Welcome to my event life.
Yeah.
Where I just sit around, hang out, and drink.
Yeah, the biggest problem for me was like I'm super social, and I love wandering around all night, like getting drinks, wandering from place to place to place, and I just couldn't do it. Like I couldn't do that much walking. So that was the biggest bummer, I think, where I was like, oh man, I can't. I gotta go sit down somewhere.
Well, at least we had the Kilted Dwarf as a good social spot.
That was
to
nice.
sit down.
That was a pretty sweet setup they have there.
It was, and it sounds like we might be able to use the site again, so we might be back there.
You guys talking about the Pack War site?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
not a bad site.
Yeah. I did not like all of the rails personally.
Oh no, that was stupid.
Yeah, I think if we use that site again, putting some sort of like kind of like what do you call that? The stuff that shines. Yeah, high vis, like something that like shines when you see it, because like even with a flashlight at night, that stuff's kind of hard to see, and I actually like witnessed quite a few people just flashed right into it.
Oh really?
Yeah. Yeah.
My problem was it was just the right height for me to not be able to easily get over it or under it. Like if I was taller or shorter, it would be easier. But
yeah, I've seen a lot of people trying to like kind of like bolt over it, like jump over it. But it's like all like super weak aluminum or something, and so it was just like I just seen people like bend it when they were trying to jump over it. So every time I seen like a bend part, I was just like walk over and like bend it back into place, and then like
good.
Like Indra, that happened with Indra. We were talking to him, and he just hopped over it. Like he didn't do anything like crazy, and it just bent. And I was just like, oh, and just grabs it and bends it back up, like, oh, good as new.
It's fine.
Yeah.
My turn. I had to go kick my brother out of the bathroom. I'll be right back.
All right, we're taking over. I love it. I can still hear your ass.
I got you.
But you watch it, yeah. So
dude, I was talking to I can't remember who I was talking to. Someone at it was during the Morrigan tournament, one of the girls, and they were talking about the face they make when they fight. And I was like, I don't, because they made it sound like it was like a problem like they have specifically. And I was like, I don't think you understand. Like a lot of us make those dumbass faces all the time. Like I make like this weird like face. I can't even like replicate it. You make the pouty lip face.
No,
and, like,
I don't think you replicate the face because you do this. Well, not even that. There's no chin to it. It's just like a flat like you're trying to bring your like lips in, and it's funny because like you bring your lips in, so it's like all very flat, and I push mine out. Like I'm like
I could have gone my whole life without seeing you replicate my fighting face. Like that was the worst. I'm gonna just go hang my swords up forever now.
Yeah, no, I'm here to hurt your feelings.
Oh man.
No, some people manage to just like be like very like I don't know, photogenic when they're fighting. They just like look they're like, oh yeah, I'm just fighting, and they're just like some of us that are just like super derpy, and I hate it. I want to
get like a camera with like a super high shutter speed, just like take and like find every fighter. Like I'm gonna find the one photo where you look like shit, and I'm gonna find it out of these 100 photos so that we have one of everybody.
So I got this like this camera, like a video camera a couple of years ago, and I've been meaning to bring it out to Amtgard to like record and stuff because I want to like record people who normally have really bad fighting photos and like find like the ones like through like frame by frame where they actually look like good. So,
Right.
like, and then also, because of who I am, I want to find the ones that normally look good and be like, okay, we're fucking putting you on blast. Like,
Yeah. Someone's got to bring Dagon down a peg.
fuck that guy. I'm messaging him right now. I'm watching you. I'm waiting for the bad picture.
Yeah, dude, I've always had like I always have my I always want to add content to my YouTube channel, but when I'm at the park, I never think to fucking record anything.
Yeah,
So it's like
yeah,
my YouTube, I'm never gonna have anything on it because I never record anything.
yeah. I don't know.
I, I,
Oh, go ahead.
oh, I was just saying, I hate the battle game shots. They're just like super far back. Those are like the least engaging like videos I've ever watched.
Yeah, yeah, for
But I
sure.
like the one-on-one fighting and stuff like that. But like the ones that's like, oh, there's a battle game from way back here. Like, like cool. Like I don't know.
What I really want to do is like bring out my camera and like choose specific people to kind of like follow around and like get a bunch of video like content for them. And then I want to like edit videos to like kind of be like you've watched like 90s like skateboarding videos, right?
Yeah,
Like
and
so I
everyone had
want
their own like hype videos.
yeah, so I want to do like hype videos like that, but I want it to be like kind of like also implement like who that person is like into it. So if they're like very like oh like yeah I'm like a like heavy metal kind of guy, I want to use like
Doing them.
metal yeah like metal soundtracks and like that kind of like very like goth rock like feel to it to like make it so it's like it's their promotional video, but it's also like totally like what they would do too.
We've
Um,
had this. I feel like you and I have been concocting this same idea like
just separately.
unilaterally because I literally wanted to like spend. I was like, I'm going to take 6 months off from being Monarch, but I'm just going to come out with my camera and I'm going to pick one person each month and get a bunch of footage and
Yeah.
make a hype video for them. But yeah, that's so funny. We can do this together.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Which
stealing that.
yeah, no, because it's
Yeah.
I think for one it's just it would just be fun to like make to like mess around
Yeah.
with. And then like we could also use them as like kind of like recruitment things because if you make a bunch of
Mhm.
videos that is like it's like yes this is LARP but it's also like oh you like Smash we're gonna make like a bunch of like Smash references and like stuff into like this thing so like oh like you like this thing and you're interested in this thing you can kind of like bridge like people over and we can use this as like recruitment videos which I think would be cool. But
Yeah.
It worked really well for those Facebook ads that we want to do.
yeah I've been so have you seen the videos that Pyro made?
No.
Okay, so him and his wife made some like TikTok videos, and they're like cool. They're like super like flirby role play and stuff. It's like one of them is like him kind of like donning his armor, and there's like a monologue going on as he's doing it, and it's all like it's like mood lighting. There's like flame torches kind of like lighting it instead of like yeah, and so it's like a very just like in theme like heavy and stuff. It's like those kind of things would be so good for like short Facebook like ads to just advertise to people around our park. I think it would be good.
Yeah. Can you still hear me okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. I'm
I
just
can
on
actually
the
I can hear you better now.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, balls. All right. That's funny. Perfect. I don't have to worry about it then. Cool.
There you go.
I
Yeah.
actually did one video, like my video blogs, where I just followed Cormac around during a quest day and
Yeah.
edited that into a video. Not exactly the same thing because I didn't edit it for Cormac specifically, but I found that following around someone around for a quest day is an interesting way to piece together a video.
Yeah.
I like the idea of the footage of like the preparing for the battle game type thing because
Yeah.
we're at a point now. Like I feel like we're at a point right now where we have quite a bit of like armor and equipment on the field, and I think like now would be the perfect time to get that sort of footage.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think also if we kind of like pulled people aside and like we're like, hey, we're gonna like record you while you do this like very normal thing, right? And we get like the right like angles and kind of like get around. You can make it look very like theatric, even though it's just like putting on gear,
Yeah.
which will be cool. But
Yeah.
just need to bring out the camera, you know, just everything figured out.
Yeah.
Which part of it?
The hardest part of doing it is doing it.
Pretty much. Yeah. Lots of stuff is. I always find this like I call it like I don't have a specific name for it, but like it's always like it's this thing I experience after events where like I'll be driving home from an event and I'll have the biggest, grandest ideas for what I want to do in Amtgard because I'm so jacked up. Like you get hyped at events, like all like it's
Yes.
like different thing, and so like I'll be driving home, like dude, I'm gonna get this armor. I'm gonna make like fucking like 5 tunics. They're all gonna like, and it's like it almost never happens.
Yeah.
It's just like it's just like it's almost an entertainment for the drive home.
Yeah, I feel
Yeah.
like something that's helped me is because I get like that too, which you know you've experienced being on the ride home with me. But it's like I because you get all these things you're like oh I want like this kind of garb and this kind of garb but I want to make like this for this class and all this stuff and it's like it's too broad and so like I've been like narrowing into like very specific things like to like make sure that I actually start doing stuff instead of being like kind of like overpowered by like the thought of like all the things I could be and just like committing to you know like a fewer amount of things and actually getting some like cool stuff done.
Yeah.
But, I brought down that shield that I made
Yeah.
and the greatsword and I didn't get to use it the entire event.
Oh no.
It was so sad.
I want to borrow that so I can trace it because I want to make one like it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I can the cover that I made for it was like it's almost perfect. In like a me kind of sense, you know, I'm not like fucking great or anything, but like there's like one part that's like very noticeably like out of tune with the rest of it, but if we like make some time I can like bring up like my serger and stuff and we can just blast out like the cover. Cuz like the cover like after just like I like put the foam down and because I was doing like 2 colors I put like the cover here the cover or the color here and I like taped them together and then I just like put the foam down and like cut out around it and like the serger makes it makes it so easy, dude. It's so stupid how good sergers are. It's so stupid.
Yeah, I guess it's like he has like his dad or his uncle or something that has a serger they're not using, so me and Veronica might be buying it.
Really? Yeah. It's probably his uncle. I'm borrowing his uncle's sewing machine right now because my dad used mine. My dad was like, he's like, hey, can you fix these shorts? And I was like, yeah, I can do it on like this day because I'm not doing anything. And he's like, no, I need them before that. And so he just used my sewing machine and he broke my sewing machine. I do not know what's wrong with it. Can't get it to work. And so I haven't been crafting because of it. So I was like, I don't know. And then Matrix like, yeah, here's this like super old Italian sewing machine. It only stitches in straight lines, but that thing is a workhorse. Like because it can only do one thing, it just does that one thing super well. It's like I don't know. It's like the smoothest thing. It's like ASMR but for sewing. It's like so nice. You touching your belt?
What's that?
So you touching
the belt
your
I'm wearing?
Yeah. Is that like a night or not? Alliance?
Yeah, that's my old Alliance belt. Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't do belts as any sort of symbol of anything, but me and Dogboy both had belts made.
Yeah. You mean Matthew Ward?
Oh yeah, Athos.
Athos.
His Royal Highness
Oh my
Shadows.
god, yeah.
Yeah.
So funny.
Did you hear about that, Baelnorn?
Vaguely, you can tell the story again if you want to.
Oh yeah, just while we were at Pack War, Dogboy went to they call it September Crown for SCA, and he won the Crown tournament, so he's going to be king.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah,
I
it
didn't
is.
realize how they did it, but they actually do like so there's a crown tournament and then you're prince for like I think it's like 3 months.
Yeah,
And then you're like actually crowned the king. I was like, oh, okay.
you spend 3 months. It's your 3 months is the last 3 months of the previous king's reign, so you sort of shadow them and learn what they do, and then you get 6 months after that, and the last 3 months of that you're mentoring the new princes before they come in.
I don't think that's a bad idea. I kind of wish that I almost put so much in that. I kind of wish that in Amtgard we kind of had stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like if like you're like, oh, I'm gonna be like the regent, so like it's kind of staggered like that. So it's like you go from this position into this position, so there's more shadowing opportunities for people to like learn because our structure currently just seems very like I don't even know the word for it, but it's like unless you specifically want to do something, you're probably not going to learn how to do that.
Yeah.
You're gonna go in completely inexperienced without knowing anything, and just kind of have to wing it, which is I think an issue for a lot of people who don't want to be in a position where they need to do stuff for everybody and then not know how to do it.
Yeah, when I came in as king for the Northern Lights, like I had talked to the previous king, and I was like, hey, like any information you can send me would be great. Like there's like people who they were like suspensions being investigated. There was things going on in the Circle of Monarchs that was like ongoing things and all that stuff. I was like, if you could just make me like a list, some sort of like summary of what I'm walking into. Got none of it. I didn't get anything. I came in completely like I have no idea what's been going on behind closed, a bit behind like the scenes. I have no idea like all this stuff. I got given there was a person that they were trying to suspend, and they reached out to me and told me it was like hey, like we want you to handle this. I was like, I'm not king for another 3 weeks, so go fuck yourself. Like you guys handle your own shit. I'm not gonna deal with this before I even step into office. It was like so
Yeah.
when like people ask me like, oh, like when was the first time you had to deal with a suspension? I'm like -3 weeks. Like it was I had just been elected and we were waiting for coronation. I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Like you
Rough.
guys need
It's
to deal with it.
yeah, it's definitely is the transference of power in Amtgard is very abrupt,
Yeah.
which I think is like it's weird because like theoretically like you could be king, right? And then like I like someone who's never been king before has no experience in kingdom office could just run, and then all of a sudden you're no longer king. I'm king. I have no experience. I have no idea what's going on unless me and you communicated like prior. And it's like
Yeah. Yeah.
it's kind of goofy to me.
It makes for interesting times.
That's fair.
Not great times.
Not great times, but definitely interesting.
Definitely interesting.
Baylor, how's your high trek bot podcast going? I heard you're getting back to it, right?
Yeah, I've been pretty regular in doing it. Coming up on the 14th episode, but I'll be honest, it's been hard to edit the last one because normally we have like 40-minute segment. Like it's supposed to be 20-30 minutes, but we usually record 40 or 50 minutes. Currently I have an hour and a half recording I have to edit just for the 20 or 30 minute segment.
Oh.
So it's like a ton of work, and so I've been putting it off.
Can you break it up in like a special 2-part episode or something like that to just like not have to edit down so much?
No.
No.
No. It's mainly me going through it that's taking the time. It's just I just need to sit down and do it.
Yeah,
But it's
that's
going all
you
right.
and you and it's not Heidi anymore, right?
No,
It's
it's Riley.
Riley. Thank you. Sorry,
Yeah.
I knew it had changed. I couldn't remember if it had changed to Heidi or from Heidi.
Uh,
Riley.
to to Riley. Yeah.
Riley. Okay.
Who is this?
Canary with a C.
There's a chance you've never met her. Them.
It's definitely possible. I don't meet a lot of people.
I hate to use their ex boyfriend, but it was Hawk's ex partner. No, they dated for years.
No, I don't know.
They did things in your kingdom for many years. No.
Basically, so when I moved down here, I ran for office, and I was like reading for a little while. Then I was monarch, and things that happened when I was monarch made me like not wanting to be in office. So I just started ignoring anything political
Oh,
in
that's
the
fair.
Northern Lights. Completely, just I was like, not what I'm here for. I'm gonna go play some battle games.
That's fair.
Morgan's husband would be proud.
True. But
Did you get your squares built yet?
oh yeah, it's right here.
Oh, you got it? Oh my god. Oh yeah, there. It
It's
looks. It
fucking
looks
amazing.
It
Yeah,
looks the same.
it's great. Yeah, it fits perfectly actually.
He's nothing if not consistent.
Yeah,
You want to be a
no.
knight before you get your belt.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yes. um, I was actually. It was surprising because I was over there on Thursday night, and he did not say anything about like the belt line or anything. I was like, okay, interesting.
Did
But
you bring it up though?
no, I didn't.
See, you gotta, you
Uh,
gotta, you gotta be the, you gotta be the
Dane,
one in charge.
Dane and Nora were there too, so I wasn't trying to be
Uh,
like roping them into like our drama kind of thing. So, but I don't know, dude. Who cares? It's literally just dyed leather.
yeah.
It's
Belt
dyed
stuff is
leather.
lame.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's goofy stuff.
So when am I gonna get my FOH patch?
Uh, when the council, the oracle, what do we call?
You should know this. That's all right. It's really weird and vague. Uh, so
Is
we
it?
don't have FOH. We have auxiliary.
Yeah,
Hmm.
which is, but we don't have a set design though.
Mhm.
So that's when we have a set design or parameters for our design, I will make you one.
We'll
All
have to
right,
talk.
thank you.
Yeah.
We got a meeting coming up at Keep
Yeah.
that none of us will be at. We'll all be calling into a meeting that none of us are at.
It's gonna be Matrix and Magni, and then the rest of us on the internet.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
We can talk about favors for the auxiliary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Now
I
I'm
want that.
thinking
I don't
about
want to join the group, but I just want to be part of it.
no.
Yeah.
Which is totally fine. You know?
We could just do like half maroon, half gray with like a gold stripe in the middle or something like that. Something simple.
Yeah, that could be. Now I'm thinking about it. I gotta get on MS Paint real quick.
Dude, that's how Veronica did all the designs for our tunics was MS
That-
Paint.
So, when I was talking to Morgan about my tunic, and she's like, oh, like what do you have an idea? So I literally went onto MS Paint, and then I was so lazy. I looked at our tunic designs, ripped one off of there, posted on MS Paint, and then edited it from there. I was like, I'm not even gonna draw the shape.
That's what they're for, man. That's what they're
Yeah,
for.
yeah.
Yeah.
Have I shown you like the kind of idea that I'm getting?
No.
Okay, let me see if I can find it real quick. I'll send it to you.
Okay.
No idea where it's at though.
Good luck on your hunt.
I'm already lost. Maybe in here. Open. Oh man, crisp. I spelled shirt wrong when I saved the file.
Oh my goodness, that makes it harder to find.
Copy that. Jesus.
As a side note, Scory today used in open. He used a shield, a down spear in the shield hand, and a flail. I was like, I've never been more disappointed in you in my
No,
life.
you know what? Honestly, like the mentality of like anti flail, anti like downstick, it's what creates downstick players, man. If everybody was like okay with downstick, okay with flail, nobody would use it because it's not fun to play. You know, it's not actually good. It's like oh, nobody knows how to fight against this, so we're just gonna use it. You know, the
Right.
more people that use it, the less people that will use it in the future. You know, so it's a long con.
You might
Damned if
have the
you do.
most simplistic design for your tunic. You got to work in at least one griffin, though.
I want the entire back to be a griffin.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah,
Never. I take back my statement about
That's-
yours being simplistic. Then.
that's what I'm saying. So I want that base because I'm a big fan of back print because you know nobody's ever looking at the front of me. They're always behind me. You know, so I want like a big like print griffin. So that you know so they know who smoked them. You know.
Jesus Christ!
I love the humility. The humility is a fucking on
That's what he's
point.
known for.
That's in you know our company hybris. You know the hybris means humility. You know that's what it means.
It definitely doesn't mean hubris.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't mean hubris.
Oh my god.
So I wanted to try like every different flavor of the spiked lemonade. So I just grabbed the middle can out of every row as I dug back in the box. So there's just like a straight row of empty all the way back to the back of the box.
I'm glad you have an approach.
Yeah, I have a system.
That's still pretty good.
I gotta be honest, the Dr. Pepper Tito's is kind of good.
Well,
I had a
Dr.
feeling you'd come around to it.
I initially so I'm not a huge fan of Dr. Pepper in general, but like my cousins kind of drink like Mountain Dew or Dr. Pepper, and so it's like they mostly drink Mountain Dew, so there's a lot of Dr. Pepper left over. And so like when I want something sweet, I'm like, Dr. Pepper, you know, whatever. But I don't know, it kind of like it neutralizes everything out, so it just kind of tastes like cherry juice.
Dr. Juice, man.
It's weird, but try it.
I will. I got some vodka here, I think. I don't have any Dr. Pepper, though. I'll have to wait till the next stream. I'll come on
Next-
with vodka and Dr. Pepper.
Vodka and Dr.
Juice.
Pepper.
Dr. Juice.
Dr. Tito, dude.
Yeah. Get juiced. Doctor's orders.
Doctor. Oh, that's the shot. That's the drink name. It's Doctor's Orders.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. That's jotted down in the old memory now.
Yeah, you definitely have to make that your thing.
I'm kind of curious what this game is on.
Are you looking up the
I want to see.
syringes?
I want to see if I can get like plastic syringes.
I bet you can find some that are geared towards like shots, because like I know that I used to go to a club that they would have like parties, like different like themed parties, and I remember going to one that all the shots were in like they had like the big fat syringes that they would put shots in.
Yeah, I've seen that for Jello shots.
Yeah, I think it was Jello shots when I did that. Yeah, I think Veronica had a friend who like runs a coffee stand, like she owns a coffee stand out on the peninsula, and I want to say during Halloween she does like flavored Red Bull, like Red Bull Italian sodas, but like in like the blood bags. So like it'll be like red, and you can drink it out of the bag.
Okay. So from just doing a little bit of quick research, a little bit of quick Googling, quick Amazoning, so I can get a 20 pack of 10 milliliter shots for $11, or 4 20 milliliter shots for $7. And they describe, according to Google, the only place that has a standard shot for, or a standard like measurement for shots is Utah, and they standardize it as 44 milliliters.
It's a standard shot.
Yeah. So
Really?
yeah, I feel milliliters are pretty small.
Yeah.
So I need something big. I think they gotta put the Dr. Pepper in. It needs to be like comically large.
Like Bugs Bunny style, this big
Oh, damn.
fat syringe.
Exactly that. Like
Baelnorn, how's that Rainier treating you?
Just like water. It's so much like water. I haven't actually had any drinks in my actual water.
Oh, okay. I found it. Okay, 2 syringes, $6.99, 150 milliliters.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
That's good. It's just doctor's orders.
Have you ever done an upside down margarita?
No.
Dude, okay, so next party we're at, we'll do them. You need 2 people that you can trust.
Listen.
You sit in a chair, and you have to lean backwards. You got one person with the tequila and one person with the margarita, and they just pour it into your mouth.
That sounds fucking awful, dude.
No.
You sit up and you shake it, and then you drink it.
You know,
I would throw up.
You know how bad I react to tequila. It was I drank like, not even that much. It was like three margaritas and like 1 shot.
1 or 2, yeah.
Yeah, like 1 or 2 shots. I was on their floor all day the next day, dead.
You have to call into work.
I called into work. It's like I can't come in. I'm too sick. And like the entire day, I was trying to make myself throw up to like make myself feel. I was like chugging water and all this stuff. Wasn't until like 9 p.m. I think. Like Gwen got home and made dinner. I took like a couple bites of her food and then was finally able to like throw up into the bathroom and feel better. But before that, dead to the world, awful. Tequila,
You can't tell her that you tried everything to throw up, but all it took was her cooking to make it work. I'm glad she's sleeping right now.
It was funny because when she like gave me the food, I like ate a little bit and then like it was hard to eat. And then when I went, I was like, I immediately threw up. I was like, oh, I didn't know my cooking was that bad. Like she was roasting me.
Yeah, we were. I remember what we were doing that day. We were driving from park to park because we were trying to find. We were trying to find a wedding venue where we were going to have the ceremony at. So we were originally going to have it at a park.
Yeah. Wait, did I go to your wedding?
What's that?
Did I go to your wedding?
No, because it was. We had it during the shutdown. We had it in Morgan's yoga studio.
Yeah.
So all we had there was Unum, who officiated the wedding. Dogboy was the best man, so Dogboy and Morgan were there, and then her best friend was there, and then Heather, because she was there with Unum. That was it.
What's your best friend? The best friend that has the same birthday as me?
Or different? Her best friend?
Yeah, was it? Because I only know 2 of Gwen's friends, and one of them was like the one who was like literally the same birthday as me, and then one of them was like Twit. So I don't know.
Twit was the one that was there.
Twit? Okay.
Yeah.
What's the other one's name?
Are you talking about No, I don't. I swear to God, I know the name.
She was
but
blonde.
We gotta wake up Veronica.
Age, crazy a little bit.
Oh, you're talking about. I know who you're talking about. It was not her.
I can't remember her name now, though.
She's even my friend on Facebook. I don't know what her name is.
You're
I would have known
people.
if I wasn't like trying to think of it. You know what I mean? It's one of those things.
Wake Gwen up. It's fine. She won't mind.
Just wake her up.
It's very important. Very important.
Wait, I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, she's my friend on Facebook.
Crazy blonde. That's her name.
She's not crazy. She's just.
Yeah, she is.
Okay.
Don't backpedal now. Yes, she is. I'm not saying it as a bad thing, but it's a fact.
Yeah,
It's not always a bad thing.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We got along, maybe it was that we were born on the same day, but we got along.
No, you're just black hair crazy.
I'm not blonde crazy, I'm black haired crazy. Okay. I'm gonna get that tatted on my neck. Black haired crazy.
Exactly, you're black hair crazy. Of course you would.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hmm.
Do you have any tattoos
Yeah, I do.
on your neck?
No.
Oh, okay.
I've got this one, which I got as like a flash. I'm trying to show it. It's
I
like
see
a
it.
skull with some flowers, yeah. And then the first tattoo that I got, I don't know how much of that. It was a stick and poke. It's the Eye of Horus. It's on my calf. It's like the first tattoo I got. But I only have 2 right now. But that will change. I
Oh.
intend to be inked from probably not maybe on my face. I don't know. Face tattoos are kind of nice, but
All right, Post Malone.
yeah, Post Malone. Yeah,
They're kind of
But
in
boy,
right now. I feel like it's a thing.
no, they are for
They're
sure.
totally in if you don't have a job.
No, because like the thing is like most real like companies and stuff, they don't really care about that anymore because it's just like a cultural difference now. It's like if you want to hire somebody for their work quality rather than like their presentation, like if you're going to be some sort of like communication or like salesperson or something like that, like if you're like do like a district salesperson or something, like it's probably better if you don't have tattoos. But if you're just like an engineer or some shit, nobody cares. You're not seeing any of the customers, you're just doing math.
Yeah.
Nobody cares if you have tattoos as long as you can do math, basically.
That's how it should be.
Yeah, for sure.
I remember having an interview for a company when I was I want to say I had to have been like 19 or something like that. I was pretty young. Uh
Long
I
time
couldn't
ago.
I couldn't grow a beard, but I did have some facial hair. I don't know what to qualify it as. It was garbage, but but the it was long enough ago compared to now that they were literally just coming around to the idea that it's okay to hire someone with a beard. Like it was, she said like, yeah, like nowadays, like if you don't want to hire anyone with a beard, you're not going to be able to hire anyone, and that was like a kind of a new idea at the time.
Yeah.
Because like, I was always told to like shave before, like if you're gonna go get a job, you gotta shave your face, stuff
So
like that.
weird.
And now beards are just normal, like it's super common.
Yeah.
Like no one's ever been like, oh, that guy's got a beard, he won't get a job. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's funny that now that like we've hit like a next level where like we've already gone past. I feel like the normal tattoos, like oh he's got tattoos on his arms, like that's okay,
Yeah.
because that was definitely a deal breaker for a while, and then now it's like there's a chance you could be like go to a company like, yeah, I got face tattoos, but I mean I'm not gonna see anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, or are you afraid of me looking bad to our other coworkers? It's like nobody,
Yeah.
none of my coworkers are gonna care. Yeah.
So I don't remember what her name used to be, but I looked up the girl you're talking about. Her name on Facebook is Lillian.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember now.
It used to be
Yep.
something else. I can't remember what her old name was.
I've only known her as Lily or Lillian.
Okay, cool. That works then.
Yeah. So that's circling back so far. That's so funny. Do you have tattoos, Baelnorn?
I don't. I mean, I got a little prick right here where a pencil went into me, and that just kind of stays.
Oh.
So no.
Get some
Not-
tattoos.
Yeah, dude. It's the
I don't
weirdest
know.
thing too, like, cause it's anyone who tells you that tattoos don't hurt are just straight up lying to you. Like they literally do hurt. But like, I've never gotten a tattoo and like without it feeling like a week later being like, oh, I want another one. You know what I mean? Like it's definitely like an interesting thing.
So for me, the two tattoos that I've gotten, the stick and poke, it didn't like hurt. It wasn't like painful as in like if you like got like a cut or something, you like fell down like scrape your knee kind of shit. But it was it was kind of like uncomfortable. It was like a lot of pressure in like kind of a weird way. It was like very focused, but it wasn't like, oh, this makes me like want to cry kind of thing. And then the back of my arm, which also has a lot of meat on it, was like I didn't even fucking notice this one.
Yeah.
And I was just talking with the dude the entire time, so I don't know.
I think the one on my wrist, I feel like that one, it felt kind of like it felt kind of like a sunburn, like somebody was like, I don't know, like flicking or slapping a sunburn type of thing. Like that's the kind of pain. It wasn't like horribly painful. It was just like there's a level of pain.
I
But
don't know. I want to get a rib tattoo next.
dude,
Or
I
that.
got mine. It sucked. It was
I
awful.
believe it. Yeah, but you're a baby though, so
That's also true. I mean, I'm not even gonna call you a liar. That's a fact.
yeah.
Yeah, like I got through the outline on because I have a dragon on my side. I got through the outline, and the artist was like, "It looks like you're not doing so hot. Do you want to come back?" I was like, "I will never come back here. Like, we need to finish this because I'm in so much pain. I don't ever want to see you again." Like,
Yeah.
it
For
was
me,
horrible.
yeah, for me, when I was getting my arm done, I was talking to because I got like a flash. I was like, and it was in Seattle, so it was like super overpriced already. I paid like $130 for like this thing here, which is like it's not like terribly overpriced. Cause like the minimum for most places is like $80, so it's like a little more than that. But I was just talking with the guy the entire time, so he just kept adding details to it, and so he was like add more like shading and more like structure to it. Because I was just talking with him because like fucking I'm like laying face down while somebody's like stabbing my body. I was like, I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna chat, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just kept doing a bunch of more stuff as we were going, but I don't know. I want a back tat, like a full back tat.
I want a sleeve.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want anything.
Baelnorn, get a tattoo.
You don't want a Star Trek or anything like that.
No, I guess the one thing I thought about getting at one point was a Scrooge McDuck. To this, my all-time favorite, like DuckTales and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
Don't know if I'd actually ever do it, but I do
Do it.
like Scrooge McDuck.
My dad has like a Mickey Mouse head tattoo on his arm. Like he's got a bunch of random ones. Like he's got like a blue oyster cult tattoo like here on his hand.
yeah.
And like, but yeah, he's got just a random Mickey Mouse just right here on his bicep.
I'm trying to get a Little Caesars tattoo somewhere. I'm not sure where yet. It's just I don't know. It's so funny. Like my generation's culture is just like so bad with tattoos. It's
I
like,
guess,
oh,
damn.
we'll piss off old people. Okay, we're gonna get that. But
Yeah.
I try to convince people to get matching tattoos with me all the time.
Dude, so me and Veronica have talked for like 4 years about getting a matching tattoo. Every time we come up with an idea, the way it tends to go is like, hey, like, oh, this is a cool idea. And I'm like, bam, I found one. Let's use this design. She'll be like, yeah, but what about this other idea? So like, fuck. So like, I find something for that design. Like, okay, there, like this matches that idea. She's like, yeah, that's really cool. And then like a week later, she's like, oh, but what about this other idea? I'm like, I'm never getting a matching tattoo with
Wow.
you. It's never gonna happen. Not for lack of trying. Like, it's
This is like it's kind of like some people they view tattoos. They're like, oh, it's permanent, so it needs to be like this perfect concept. It needs to have meaning. It needs to like be artistic and all this stuff. And some people are like, fuck it, let's just do it. And like for a while before I got my first tattoo, I was like, oh, it's gonna be my first tattoo, so it needs to be perfect. It needs to be like like exactly what like I believe in. It needs to be like artistic. It needs to look good. It needs to last forever. And then eventually I got to a point where I just let somebody I let a lowlander just stick and poke me after a hike. I was like, fuck it, whatever. I was like, the horse is cool. I like the lore. Egypt is cool. Do it. And that's what it brought me to. But
I'm always jealous of people like I'm a really big fan of like Matrix's ink, where you like the Polynesian
yeah.
sort of like artistic stuff. Because I'm jealous and this is gonna sound ridiculous. I'm jealous because like I don't feel like I don't have a connection to my heritage much. So like I could do stuff based on my heritage, but it's not gonna have much more meaning than just doing random stuff. And then on top of that, there's enough like as a white person, there's enough symbolism that's been like misused or come to realize is like a bad like look that you can't just do it. You can't just get whatever you want from it. Because like, I got a bunch of on my dad's side. There's a ton of like Iceland, like Icelandic people, and like I don't just want to go like with just like a Viking. Because there's a ton of Viking like stuff that's been like sort of co-opted by like hate groups and stuff like that.
Yeah, which is super unfortunate. I don't know. I think like culturally, because like culture, especially in America, is like what you kind of identify with. Because like most people are gonna be mixed with like some sort of stuff. So it's like if you're like, oh, like I'm this thing and this thing, but like I was raised culturally as only this thing. If you like identify more with that thing, just lean into it. But
Yeah.
if you're just like, it's like, oh, like I was kind of just culturally raised as like an American.
That's it. Yeah, it was American.
Yeah, I mean, just like, do whatever you want. Just create your own culture. Find things that have meaning to you, and just ink them up.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah, ink them up.
Ink them up. Then I don't know.
Baelnorn, you could probably get face tattoos and just hide them under your beard, bro.
That's
No.
true.
Yeah.
Right here.
When I first met Baelnorn, I just expected him when he took off his like shirt that he was just gonna be inked out in like the back, like he was just like some like sort of like X like triad. Like I was like, this guy gives the vibes that like he's seen some shit. You know, I was like,
I have.
Yeah.
I just didn't make it permanent on my back. I apologize.
That's okay. I'll forgive you.
I appreciate that.
There's still time. Yeah.
Yeah, you're still young.
Me and Ormus, I seen this Facebook post like fucking this is like 4 years ago I think at this point, and I was like, it's like, oh, tag your first person and get matching tattoos, and I was like, I seen Ormus with that first tag. I was like, you want the sun or the moon? And he's like, sun, and I'm like, perfect, because I want the moon. Let's get it done.
Dude, I'm still down.
I'm still down too. I just need to financially stabilize, and then we're game. I'm good for it.
I just gotta find a cool looking moon that doesn't make people think I'm a Godsmack fan.
Good luck. So Count Mezex is said, I keep thinking about getting an ice bear on my shoulder. So
his heraldry is one of my favorites in the whole game because it's the white polar bear with the axe. And it's got a new thing now. I can't remember what it was. I think it's a shield. I think it's the Aegis shield. But yeah, dude, his bear is dope as shit.
Wait, Medzik, send me your shit.
Send me your shit.
Dude. Sorry, decipher my idiocracy and send me,
the image.
Yeah, the image.
Yeah, it's really cool. Though. It's really cool. Like it's really cool for the same reason. I think that I've always been a fan of the golden lion symbol. Because it's sort of classic, but it's also really stark and really simple.
Yeah.
It's just a lion's head with the tongue sticking out. They diversify it by each having their own eye color for the lion, which is cool.
Oh.
And then, but it's also a very sort of traditional color. And so with his, it's like it's a bear, and the design is really nice. And then it's a bear with an axe, like that's dope.
Yeah. Wait,
that does sound pretty dope.
Why is it an ice bear? What does that come from? I'm curious.
It's not a polar bear; it's an ice bear.
Yeah, it's not it's an ice bear. What was
I don't know.
It was like a TV show or something like that called like We Bear Bears or something like that. There was like a
yeah. I know that one.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for him. He'll comment, but I'm pretty sure he got it from that.
Oh.
It was like Ice Bear Don't Care or something like that. I can't remember what it was.
Don't care. That's funny. Correct. Yeah.
Correct.
Oh, I nailed it. Yeah.
Oh shit, dude. Ormus just knows things.
Dude,
the one
I
who
think a lot
knows.
of people like Ormus knows things.
Yeah.
Hey,
that's
Count
cool.
Mezdek, if you send that to me, I could put it up on screen so people that are watching knows what it looks like.
Yeah.
You don't have to though.
Yeah, I recently went through a rebranding and like kind of made my own heraldry and shit. But thirdly, I think I want to go back and make like the like white beige more brown, but I don't know. I've already made
Yeah.
a tunic, so I'm not sure.
You can make another tunic. That's all right.
It really wasn't that hard. I think
Yeah.
after I like get through the coding boot camp and stuff, when like I figure out like I'll probably change it and like just give the fucking tunic to somebody who's new.
Yeah. I want to say like I've probably been through like 4 or 5 different heraldries and themes and stuff like that. It's never as I've gotten older, but I mean I've been playing for like almost 20 years, so it's like my tastes have changed a lot. So like it's
Yeah,
just sort of
totally,
evolved
totally
with
valid.
me. Yeah.
Yeah, like when I was because I don't know like history and like mythos I'm like really I think is like really cool and so I want to like incorporate like real world mythos into Amtgard and so like my whole thing was like uh like we're in like a Roman like fighting company or like Roman Greek and like my name is even kind of like Roman Greek with like
Got
the
the feel.
yeah,
Yeah.
and so it's like I was like, oh, like I kind of want to like, like hone in more on that and like refine it, and so like I like use like the Greek sun art, and I started like researching like the mythos of like the Greek and Roman, like the sun gods and stuff like that, and it's like I was like, this is this
I'll
is
be
a
right
Dude,
lot of
back.
information.
dude, you want to hear like the nerdiest shit? So I wrote myself a background story, and I didn't want to, because I like a lot of different styles. Like I like the Roman and the Greek, but like the Viking garb is super dope.
So
All that stuff. So
cool.
I wanted to be able to do all that. So I wrote a background, like a backstory, and it was like it had to have been like 10 pages long or something like that. And it was literally stories of like what my character did, but like he was like cursed, so he was immortal and stuff like that. But I researched like actual battles and stuff, and I put him into those battles, and dude, it was ridiculous. So it was like famous battles that he was like I was like, oh, like this happened here and here, and he was involved, and this is how he got there, and all that stuff. Like, and it was all over the world. So I was like, oh, it makes sense if I wear whatever garb I want.
Yeah, so I was kind of like a very a similar way. I started just writing like a kind of like a short story, uh, about like my backstory, and like I was influenced like a bunch of different shit at the same time. And so for me, I was like an Irish because like the first person I was built to, they were like very like Irish persona, and so my character was somebody. So my parents had like died, and I met up with this knight, Roland, who was the reason I chose that name is because so like Sir Roland was. In Mythos, the person who wielded Durandal, which is like a legendary sword, it was like Excalibur and like that kind of stuff. So
Yeah,
Durandal was a blade that would cut through anything,
yeah,
and so like that was like it was like oh like I wield like this blade because like I met up with a knight who eventually like died and like I inherited like that sword and then I started like traveling because I just like cultural like stuff I like mixing all of it like taking different pieces and inspiration so it's like I traveled after I meeting this knight I traveled for like a long time through cultures and then it's like kind of gave me the excuse to like wear whatever I wanted to basically uh
yeah.
but yeah, so it's like I have like a lot of like so I wrote like a short story um about like my character when I like about a year after I started playing I wrote like 90 pages of like
Yeah,
backstory
yeah.
for my character that nobody else ever read but I
No,
was like oh this is what you do with like LARPs.
yeah. I did the
Nerds. You're both nerds.
yeah.
Mm.
I did
That's
the exact same
awesome.
thing because I wanted to explain why I die and then come back to life. Because when I was playing, it was the rule book defined death as a 5 minute death, so it was defined by the rule book instead of being a nebulous thing made up by the game. but
Yeah.
So what I did was like my character, and I was also at the time I was in the Church of the Apocalypse. I was a saint of arrogance, but I made a second persona, so I had a different name in the church. So what I did, what my story was like he was a Roman soldier, and then while he was traveling, like traveling throughout Rome, he like he was super arrogant because I was a saint of arrogance, and so he offended like a druid, and she like cursed him, and it like ripped him in half. Where there was like the two different people, and
Yeah.
so one was like the embodiment of his arrogance, and one was not. And so like, but he was also cursed to like learn humility through like he would die and then come back 5 minutes later to explain like battle games, like why he kept coming back. And then yeah, and then I had stories about him like traveling around, and then when I left the church, I wrote a really short like little thing because because Oramus was always trying to find Edwin was the other one who was the evil persona, tried to find him and kill him. And so when I left the church, I wrote a little short thing about Oramus killing Edwin, and it's funny because I posted it on the church page as like my way of leaving, and I realized that no one in the church had any idea that I had this story. So like it just seemed super out of context, and then I had to go back and comment on the post like this means I'm leaving. So yeah, so it's the same thing, dude. I did the same thing as you did.
It's so funny.
Why is it on your guys' wikis?
Oh man,
Well,
I'd have to dig it up.
for one, I didn't know that AmpWiki was a thing until I moved down here. Nobody in
Oh,
Alaska
wow.
uses that. Yeah, nobody cares about that.
I'm sure Gorin has one, and Goldcrest probably has one.
They might not have made it themselves, though.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I mean, they're also kind of like very like old guard. Well, not like old guard in like the sense of like old guard here, but like Goran played before. Oh, and he totally does have a thing.
I'm sure.
Oh man.
He was big time up there. Like around the time they were pushing, like I think it was when pushing for kingdom status. I think was around the same time the wiki was getting big.
Yeah.
They probably would have utilized it.
Wow. He has some. Oh wow. This is so funny. The Belt family. The Belt family motto. One sec. I have to grab something.
What is he grabbing? It is a belt.
Yeah, grab a belt.
Oh shit! My mouse.
Oh shit, your mouse.
Yeah, I just fucking knocked it off. So the Bell family motto is on his amp wiki, which I kind of like forgot, but I have this belt that I made when I was under his line that has like the Belt family motto and then like my name, which was misspoken a lot as Tigilius or something like Tigalius or something like that because the A is like very disconnected. It looks like a G.
It does look like a G.
That's a legit.
Yeah, and so it's but it's funny because like it was the belt mod, it was like in Latin, but it translated to like I lead by example and action, not by title and position, which was like really cool for like a crown belt like line and stuff. And then I was just like, you know what, office isn't for me. I'm just gonna fight people, but I still have it.
Still got
Nora.
a motto.
Yeah, Nora wants that belt now though, because she thinks it would be really funny and she just wear my name on her belt.
You're gonna
Of
have
course.
to belt.
No, I'm not belting anybody, dude.
Your line ends with
Never.
you.
Huh?
Your line ends with you.
My line ends with me. My line starts and ends with me, dude. Dog
Yeah,
boy's kicking me out.
Yeah, if you take that Battle Master knighthood,
Yeah.
you gotta leave the family.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so funny.
Rough.
I don't know. I in my mind, like currently, I just don't see myself as like the type of person that would have a squire at this point, or like there's nobody that I would think about like squiring. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's fair. I don't see you having a belted line either. I don't think I like that idea.
It's
I think it's better for Amtgard if Talis doesn't have a belted line.
yeah. I yeah. Definitely.
We don't want the lessons he learned to be transferred on.
Yeah, we don't want that much power just walking around,
It's
Just,
too much.
no. I don't know.
I didn't think Unum would ever take a squire.
Did he?
Did he?
So he took Monkey Man.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
Monkey
not quite.
Man.
Yeah.
That tracks though, because like their relationship in the Templars and stuff, and like all that, and then Monkey Man just kind of changed career paths, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, he said it was weird wearing a squire's belt for a knight that he knew wasn't playing anymore.
See, here's the thing, right? Just don't wear a belt. If you don't have a belt, you don't have to wear one, and then it doesn't feel weird.
Other knights give people their belts, Talius. I'm just saying.
You know, I have personally never experienced it, so I can't say that that's specifically true.
I even have my woman at arms. I got them a belt for being woman at arms.
Yeah, you guys are the best of us. Giving your squires actual belts.
Yeah, let's say Imogen was a squire for exactly 0 minutes before having a belt.
Yeah.
I did. It took me a little bit to get her a man at arms belt, so I don't want to come in here like I'm fucking up on Mount Pius or whatever. But
I have like 3. Fuck.
I'm interrupting you. Sorry, I'm showing the picture of the bear.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Showing that off. All right, that axe is cool. The bear is cool.
Sick. I love that.
No, that's his heraldry is like really good because it's like when I first started playing, one of the pieces of advice that I got was like, oh, make your heraldry something simple enough because one day somebody's gonna have to applicate it.
And it's not wrong.
Yeah, and so like it was funny because I made my initial heraldry was like a lot. It was like the tree of life, but in like a circular format. So it was like the roots and the branches eventually like circled around, and then there's like a sun and the moon. It was so much. And I had all this meaning and like lore and like RP to it. And then I looked at it and I was like, I can't make this. And the first piece of garb that I made was like a tunic, but we got an iron-on sheet, printed it out, and like ironed it on. I was like, that's as much as I could do with that, and then just never changed it until like recently. But
yeah.
I
always thought Northreach had one of the best kingdom heraldries with the mammoth on top of the mountain. Like
it's
when
so good.
I remember when they like applied for kingdom status. I was like, dude, that logo's dope.
Yeah, it's funny too because when we were a principality and like working towards kingdom, we actually had like a vote. So like there was like 28 entries I think for what like the heraldry would be, and like that's what people voted for was that there was an alternate version which I'm really happy did not pass, but it was orange and gray instead of maroon and gray, but it was like the same mammoth, and I was like, oh no orange.
Yes,
no orange. But yeah, the maroon and gray mammoth one, and then it was like after we got our kingdom, we got this stuffed animal called Reggie, because that's the name of the mammoth is Reginald, but we call him Reggie. And so we got like a stuffed mammal that the kingdom would like give to people who are traveling. So like people went down to like keep or clan or something like that, and they would bring the mammal and they would like take a bunch of pictures with the mammoth like doing different things, which was really cool. But
nice.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah. I think another underrated one is Baelnorn. Your first of all, your noble house with the axe and the stars is sick.
Yeah, thank you. That is my personal heraldry too.
Yeah. The Harbingers, though, I think their logo is pretty underrated. I think it's pretty cool.
It gets made fun of a lot.
Does it? What is it? What do they make?
Golden butthole.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
KGB.
Choopy.
All right. Yeah. That's hard to get around.
It is.
Yeah. For sure.
But there are versions of the heraldry that do not look like that.
That's a fortunate thing that we avoided with having a griffin is it doesn't look like a butthole.
Yeah.
It just looks like Gryffindor. Yeah.
We just look like a bunch of Harry Potter fans. Which is fun. I feel like half of our company doesn't even like Harry Potter, but we still do the chant.
I don't think there's any. I can't think of anyone in the company who's like a major fan. I think there's plenty of people who are I'll use me as an example. Like, I think Harry Potter's cool. Like, I've watched a couple of the movies, I've read the books, but I'm not like a major fan of it. Like,
Potterhead is what they're called.
what's that?
A Potterhead is what they're called.
Yeah, definitely not a Potterhead. So I think there's plenty of people who are like, like they think it's cool enough, but there's no like major like stands or whatever.
I think Kai is like pretty into Harry Potter. I think she might be a
Is she?
Potterhead. I think so.
Oh, I have
Maybe
no.
mistaken, but pretty sure she was pretty into it.
Yeah,
But yeah, I don't know. It's funny.
yeah.
The meme is funny, for sure.
I'm gonna try off my heraldry for a second.
Oh yeah.
Do it.
Apparently, I can't.
Oh,
I tried.
Well, everyone's gonna have to take our word for it. It's dope.
it's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trust us.
All right, I tried. Oh well. Yeah, I like it. But
I
yeah,
love that Unum's in your noble house.
I do too. He's cool.
Yeah.
I
He's
need more
always
people.
rocking the favor. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Sploop made those. He did a really good job.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He said never again.
Yeah.
They're hard.
So I'm gonna
Man.
send you.
You guys send me what?
My heraldry.
All right.
I don't know if you've seen it or not, but it's what I made.
I haven't.
Okay. Yeah, I went through like 10 renditions of it, like messing around with it, and this is like what I kind of ended up on. But
I sent it through Facebook.
I sent it through Discord.
Oh, okay.
Midzik sent me.
All right. I seen full screen
Wait.
mode.
That's
What?
so funny. I tried to react to Medzik's thing, and the only react that I ever use is thumbs down. So the only one that's
Oh, no.
available is- I think it's like other reacts to thumbs up stuff. There you go.
Okay, so yours is on screen now. That's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah, so like initially it started out more brown because like in this like clip art of it, the like little yellow ring doesn't show up super well, but it's supposed to be like a sun and then like gray streaks coming off of it because my last name in Amtgard is Grayson.
Oh,
Very clever.
Very clever.
But yeah, that's what mine is right now.
All right, I'm sending you mine now too.
Okay, yeah, you send it. I'll show it.
I sent it through Facebook.
That's good. Let me get back to the. There we go. There's our faces.
Here's our faces.
All right. There we go. It's up. It's two ram's heads and a
It's scales, yeah.
scale. That looks like a pain in the ass to make.
Yeah, I haven't I've never made it, honestly. People have made it for me. Most of the people who make me anything with my heraldry, they focus on the scales.
Mm.
So like my knight's belt has a scales on the back. My surcoat that Cole made me has scales on the back and stuff like that, but it's got two rams in the front. But yeah, so that seems to be the major focus though, is the scales when people have made anything like for gifts and whatnot.
It's still pretty cool.
I think if I was ever going to do it, I would use an embroidery machine. I don't think I would be able to.
For sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
Yeah.
How many of you gone through their Ormus?
Let's see. All right. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Damn, you're beating me.
Jesus, guys, Jesus! I've had like 4 drinks. Okay.
I've had 7.
If you count the ones I had before the stream too, I think it's probably about 10.
Jesus. Okay. I gotta use
Busy
the
night?
restroom. We'll be back.
Busy. Well, yeah, it's just like I had a couple of drinks with dinner, and then I think I got done with dinner about 7 o'clock, and we hopped on the sound check about 7:30. So
Oh, nice.
yeah, I always pregame before our streams a little bit.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I want to give you the best content possible.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right, so I figured a way to bring up my heraldry, so I'll show people now.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
There we go.
I love the color combination. Like I never really thought about yellow and purple together.
It's
But like,
it's complementary colors. I didn't
yeah,
know that before school, but
yeah.
they're actually made to go together. I mean, I don't know, made's the right word, but
No, I know what you mean though. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I just really, I've had them since like early 2000s. Those been my colors.
Nice.
House Gravy started in early 2000s, and
Oh
that's where the
yeah.
colors come from.
I got to get like a house gravy belt favor or something.
Yeah,
I can wear it at events.
like I've made, well, Effie has made a lot of the tabards for House Gravy, and I still have one extra to give to someone. I'm not sure who to give it to, but it it's important. Like the belt favor is nice to say that hey, you're a part of House Gravy, but House Gravy, the tabard is like it's when you're on duty, you know, when
Yeah, it's
you're
when you're ready to accept a job.
yeah, or if you just want to be talked to, or you're. It's kind of I wanted to be a signifier that I'm ready to volunteer, even if I'm not volunteering right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I kind of.
but COVID killed that.
Oh,
All the
I kind of.
momentum we had.
Oh, I kind of borrowed that idea when we did Hybris Legion because, like, in Hybris Legion, if you uh our belt favors that we have, you wear one. If you're a full member and you're wearing one, that means you have an open slot to take a plebe. And so, like, when you take someone on, you take off your belt favor and give it to them.
Hmm.
So if a full member is not wearing the belt, that means they already have somebody under them. So I kind of borrowed the idea from you of like the tabard that's like this signifies that I'm ready to work. The belt favor represents that you're ready, you're available to take someone on.
That's pretty cool. That's a
Yeah,
good way to do it.
yeah.
Is Tally as a full member? He's a full member, isn't he?
Oh
Yeah.
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 He's number 6,
5.
5.
5.
Okay,
V.
V baby,
V.
flying V.
I kind of wish that I was 6 because like VI is Vi, and I think that's like cool. It's like a nickname. But then also I'd be lower than Moses, and you know I gotta put him in his place. You know.
Yeah. Keep it respectable. Keep it respectable.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah,
guys,
yeah.
do you guys get to pick your number?
No, so it's assigned. Literally, it's the order of when you're brought into the company.
All right. How many people are in the company now?
I think as full members, I think we're up to maybe 14, 15.
Um,
Well, you're past X, so I don't want to join anymore.
Yeah, Kai is Praetorian X. Yeah,
I'm gonna be upset with her.
yeah. You gotta wait to join till we're about to hit 30, so you can be triple X.
XXX, yeah.
Agreed. That's the next company I'll join when you're at 30. 29.
Yeah, we'll let you know. We'll let you know.
Yeah.
All right. Just keep a note.
Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Are you looking at the wiki?
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We have 17 full members.
Oh,
Halfway
geez.
there.
I was a little
Yeah.
bit off. Yeah,
A little bit off.
we have like about 3 plebes, I think, maybe 4.
I'm glad you call them plebes and not plebs.
Is there a difference? I don't honestly know what the difference would
I
be.
don't know what a plebe is, but I know what a pleb is, and it's insulting.
Oh wait, Orvis,
Not
how
really,
Many, how
but-
many plebes do you think we have?
3 or 4?
We have 7.
There's 7. Oh my god.
Your company's big, bro.
Yeah, I guess
we're
like
definitely growing. Yeah.
it might be insulting, but it was supposed to be just a playoff of plebeian from
Yeah.
Oh, it
like
is.
Greek times or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, and
it's
that's
not
half
meant
the
to.
insult, so.
Yeah.
You're
Oh, that's
commoners. It's just like
oh
saying you're
yeah,
common.
exactly. Yeah. They're not full members yet. They're plebes. They say plebes, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. So we have Praetorians are the full members, and then plebes, and then there's a council of 3. It's the there's no like system right now for how we decide who the council is, so it's just been me, Veronica, or me, Gwyn, and Monkey Man for a while, or since the start because we're the 3 original founders. But there's not a ton of power or anything like that in the council. It's mostly just like they're there to sort of keep the company going in the right direction.
If I didn't
Uh,
call it the Senate.
oh, that'd be a good one too. Maybe we should call it the Senate. And then we have the
No.
Oracle who lays down the rules, but the Oracle is actually just like a fictional thing that doesn't actually exist.
No,
we
no.
just we just
the-
we just reference it all the time because we think it's funny.
I thought we called our bylaws the Oracle.
The bylaws are the Oracle's edict. The Oracle's
Oh,
edict.
the Oracle's edict. That's right. Yeah.
I gotta read those one of these days.
I thought you were part of them.
I did. I wrote a ton of it. Like honestly, like it was, the Veronica or Gwen put them together based on like decisions that we all sort of like came up with and ideas that we all had.
Yeah,
So there's like
put me on the council. I want to write rules too.
no, we can't do
Nobody-
that anymore though.
Nah, dude, we gotta make laws. Crop tops only. Speedos only.
Dude, our
That
next
should just
jugging
be your
team
drinking
should just be
attire.
crop top speedos.
Dude, we already get into enough trouble. I don't know.
I mean, that's fair. That was a wild culture shock, honestly, for me. Like, I just think back to every pack where I've ever been to, and they were like, "You guys are being too rough," and I was like, "Whoa." Like, wait, what? Like, I've never heard anyone told that before in a pack war.
It's drugging. It's terrible.
Yeah, it was wild times.
The
Dude.
Bell Boys at one pack were said that they were being too rough. Colin and when they did a whole drugging team.
That's true. Yeah, there was one year it was the God Squad, and the other
God
year is
Squad,
just
yeah.
they won 2 years in a row. I think it was different people. I think, but it wasn't. It was a lot of the same people. But it was like a little bit different.
Hmm.
I don't think they won 2 years in a row.
I thought
No.
it was only the one.
No,
Was it
I
just-
think because it was us 1 year, and then God Squad, and then us again as Templars.
Was it okay? Yeah.
But it was like for like back to back for like 4 years in a row. I think it was just God Squad or Templars winning first.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I have a lot of belt favors. That's all I'm saying.
They gave us like
Bracelets.
what was it? They gave us like the jelly wristbands at one point.
Bracelets,
Like
yeah.
the bracelets. That's what it was. Yeah.
I got mine were different colors because I was the quick. So mine were like white and pink, I think.
Yeah.
I lost that shit like 2 weeks after.
Mine was too small. It snapped off my wrist at one point. Like, dude, I was just too swole for it.
Yeah,
Victory power.
it was a cool idea. I really like when they give stuff out that's like more useful, I guess. Like when they gave like the whole jugging set that was like super cool because it was like
Yeah.
it's like oh, this is like something that I'm actually gonna use, not something that's gonna be on my belt for a little while and then like in a box of all the junk that I have for the next 9 years, you know. But it's cool.
That used to be sort of the standard. Like I remember, like for there was at least a few years in a row when I first started, where every like tournament winner, like Dragon Master winner, Jogging winner, all those like major event winners all got favors. Because I remember I had a collection of belt favors. They weren't mine. I didn't win these events, but I would go like get people to give them to me. So I had like a belt full of belt favors. It was like, oh, like Pack War, like 2009 Dragon Master or something like that. I'm like, I definitely did not win that Dragon Master. But I'm wearing this shit.
Yeah. So because the first belt favor that I got was back when I was in Frozen Coast in Northreach. Was I won like a tournament. I was like playing for like 3 months, and I won a tournament. They gave me like this belt favor, and I was like, oh, this is like really cool. And then for like a while after that, I won like every tournament for like almost 3 years for like local things. So I had a bunch of belt favors, and I was like, oh, I want to make like a cape. I want to get all these belt favors and sew together like a cape of just all of my achievements. I've
Yeah.
lost. I just keep losing shit though, because I'm like, yeah, whatever, throw it over here. But I think it would be really cool to like have like just like a cape of like all your achievements, so that people can just like look at it and be like, oh shit, like you've been around.
Yeah,
I
that'd be
wanted to
pretty
make
cool.
a quilt with all of mine, all the belt favors and stuff. Just have
Yeah,
like this big ass blanket.
that would be cool. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've gone to 3 hours. We can keep going if you want to.
I mean, I'm fine with it. I don't have anything else to drink left except for straight Tito's, and I don't know if I'm
Dude,
there yet.
that'll end the stream real quick.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm not really tired or anything. So like, if you want to keep going, we can keep hanging out.
Sure, why not? We'll go a little bit longer.
Yeah, I need to.
What do you need to do?
Oh, I was sorry. I was thinking to myself and talking out loud. It was like,
That won't mess with your like metrics because of the extra long video length or anything like that for YouTube.
I don't care about my metrics anymore.
yeah,
Oh.
fuck the metrics, dude.
Fuck
It's
metrics.
I'm on Twitch once a month. It don't fucking matter.
Yeah.
You should do more of your writing streams.
I should write more.
Yeah.
I don't write enough to do writing streams.
I've been getting into like writing a little bit myself. Like I'm a very artsy person, like but like low key. I kind of keep it under like the
He's just
radar.
wanting anyone to know about it.
Yeah, like but I've been writing because I've been like writing this like so I found out what the word novella meant. I was like, that's a cool ass word. This is basically just like a short novel. And so I've been like
Yeah.
writing one. I made what I did is I made a book I made like an actual book, like physical. And I wanted
I'm familiar with what a book is.
I mean, like, when you say you like made a book, people think like you wrote a book, but I mean like I made like a physical book. And I've been like writing, and I want it's like a story about like it's like fantasy, so it's like a story about like an orc who was like exiled from their tribe, and so as I've been like working on the book, I've been doing things to the book. So it's like when they fought like this like monster that had like fire attacks, they like scorched parts of the book itself, so that it's like kind of like a journal, but like it's like a short story also as like it kind of goes along. And so I'm trying to create like a piece of art that's also like a story at the same time. But it's
That's
fun.
dummy artistic.
Yeah, it's
I always
fun.
knew you were a huge dork.
I for sure am. I for sure am. I hide it really well though.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I don't know. With all the awards and stuff going out, I guess like we've been taxing like a few people making all like the scrolls and stuff. I was like, oh, maybe I should get back into calligraphy. I used to do like a ton of calligraphy, so
I don't know who's been doing our scrolls lately, but I bet they would thank you.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like we're because they're coming from like two people, I think. maybe like a occasional third people. I think it's only like 2 people who are making like all of our scrolls.
We've had some people in Blackspire helping out, I think.
Oh, have we?
I think so. I know that my Warlord scroll was made by Asa.
Yeah, I think yours and DeVry's were like the exception. I feel like what is her name? Oh, forgive me, I feel bad. It was like one of the SM members, I think. But she was like she made like most of our
Yeah,
scrolls, and then
Bug.
yeah, Bug. So and then Medzik made a couple, and I think Murphy made like a couple too. But it's just like, but it's largely from a really small selection of people who are putting a lot of time into it. Like, and
That's
it'd be cool to help.
sadly common.
Yeah.
Oh, Count Mezic says your book is a cool concept. I'm assuming that's what he meant by cool concept.
Oh, thank you, Medzik.
He's also asking about do we have any ideas for V8 changes?
Oh man, I have so many ideas for V8 changes. You do. This will keep you up all night.
My big change, I think, would be if we got rid of all verbals and made them spell balls.
No, there's not enough colors. We'd have like 8 spells in total.
That's
we can
fine.
we can get by with 8 spells.
No,
Yeah.
you stop it. You stop that right now.
It would
No,
solve a lot. Making them spell balls would solve a lot of problems.
I think there is something to be said about reducing the amount of verbals that are targeted at enemies, because currently what happens is a lot of people, if you have like a big game like wars or something, like pack war, if you have any sort of like choke point or something, basically all sort of like understanding goes out the window. Like you can't ever hear anybody casting on you because everybody's casting at the same time. So if we reduce the frequency, it adds to clarity of our game, but it's we would have to rework the entire system. I think we could do some things like enchantments that are single use. So if you had like say like a barbarian put an enchantment on themselves that makes their next melee strike shield crushing. So it's like, oh, I have this enchantment, this is shield crushing. I put it on myself beforehand when nobody needed to really hear me. I just need to announce it now that we're fighting. Like stuff like that could be beneficial, but for magic classes, it's hard for sure to work around all of it. But
Back shields.
yeah, for sure. Back shields,
Jesus.
better armor. I think this is, so I've been talking with actually like quite a few people. Armor breaking, a lot of people like think that it should just be 2 points of damage, but the reason that they don't want to do that is because it opens up for like the kind of like sharpness meta. Like it's like, oh, like this now does 3 points, this does 4 points, stuff like that, and we don't want that. So we'd have to like write it into the rulebook very specifically that there's no way to modify the amount of damage that you do. It can be only 2 points, only to armor. So even if you have like 1 point, it doesn't like break through, stuff like that. Because like it's just armor breaking right now is like a weird thing.
Yeah. If I were Grand Emperor of Amtgard, there would be 3 types of armor. There'd be light, medium, and heavy.
Yeah,
There'd be 1, 2, or 3 points, and there'd be no armor breaking.
that's
There would be armor. There'd be armor destroying still through like special abilities and stuff like that,
yeah.
where you can just blow through it. But there would be a maximum of 3 points of armor. But you'd have to find a way to make those 3 points more powerful to kind of account for the fact that you don't have like the possibility of like 6.
Yeah, I see. Like the idea of that is fun because it makes it easier to track and stuff like that, and then it's less of this like, oh, we're just gonna drum roll you until you call dead kind of thing, which happens a lot. But we would have to significantly change the balance of like magic, for that, because like in the current rules of play, there's one class that gets 6, which is like their entire kit is based around armor, and then like other than that, there's no classes with 5 points. It doesn't exist. There's a few classes with 4 points, a few classes with 3 points. Oh no, oh fuck, I forgot about archers. There's 2 classes with 2 points. And so it's like there's like these weird like breakpoints into it. But the way that our spells like affect things in if we reduced the maximum amount of armor, nobody would play melee classes anymore. There'd be no point,
That's
which is
fair.
a problem. Yeah.
Is there a
Um,
point?
there has been so one of like the big changes that a lot of people have wanted for a long time is melee archetypes, and I think the balance point of that because like, this would also reduce like max points in armor is if you have for like example warriors they have 6 points of armor if you made an archetype that reduced their max armor to like 4 or 3 or something but gave them more spells or like abilities stuff like that it would create a better play environment for people who want to play like martial classes.
All right, different idea. Same idea of like 3 different kinds of armor, light, medium, heavy, 2, 4, or 6 points, and eliminate Gambeson as a standalone armor.
So here's my only thing about that. Gamisons are really cheap.
Sure,
And
it's a way of gatekeeping. I get that.
yeah, it's so it's not so much like gatekeeping like oh like we don't want people to have this, but it
But
is
like it
like
makes it more accessible if you
yeah.
have it.
So Gamison is like so I think personally that 2 points should be like cloth or like super light leather, you know. 4 points should be chain or heavy leather, and then six
Yeah,
points should be specifically reserved for armor that is plate or something akin to that. That's like very makes you like less mobile, so you're trading off offense for defense kind of thing. Um, which I think would be fine. It'd be way simpler.
where would you put something like Lamellar?
So Lamellar, if it's made under the current constructions, I think I would rate that as 6 points
Okay,
because it also depends. So I've actually gotten some foresight on like how they're doing and stuff in the V9, which is cool. But um, because we have these like modifiers to everything, right? Which I think is like adds a lot of complication to it. So if we move to like what their plan is for like the V9 is they're getting rid of all the modifiers, so there's no more heavy gauge, dense weave, like all this crap. It's
good.
there's four modifiers: superior appearance, superior
See, I
construction,
don't want that.
so inferior appearance, inferior construction, and it's only modified by 1 point though.
Right.
So
Subjective though.
there's no more
That,
like
that's the problem I have.
yeah, there's no more like you have aluminum plate, so it's negative 2 points. But then you have dense aluminum or like heavy gauge aluminum, so it's like +1. It's like it's no more of that. It's just
Yeah,
this looks really cool, so we're gonna give you the 1 point because it's a base of 3. So we're gonna give you the 1 point, so it's either 3 or 4 points. Or this looks really bad, so we're gonna like make it go like one less, or it's like because they're making it more accessible because like steel is heavy for one. Not everybody can even fight in steel, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't allow people to be able to play like warrior or something like that. So they're making different like requirements because in the current rules of play the gauge is the same even though it's different metals, and a lot of people think that gauge is relevant to like the thickness of the metal, but 20 gauge aluminum and 20 gauge steel actually have different thicknesses because it's based on density, not thickness.
Mm.
So what they're doing is they're making base points, and then so like it would be like you can have 20 gauge steel or 16 gauge aluminum. Right. So it's not like the same kind of thing where you can kind of like game all these points out of having like really light aluminum that looks cool and then like stuff like that, and it's like this complicated like math problem. It's just like, oh, it's either 3 or 4 points, either 5 or 6 points instead of being all these
right.
things. Yeah.
I need to go get more beer.
Okay.
I think getting away from armor, I think my biggest thing would be things like, and we've talked about this just a god awful amount of times, is finding a way to bring down the effectiveness of like ice ball and frozen states and stuff like that, because it's just
Yeah,
definitely too much of it is too powerful
yeah.
with the combination of like the other things you can do. Like if you want to give wizards like the icy blast shatter combination, like that's fine, but maybe like I don't know, it feels like that it's able to, I'm not really familiar with the rules. I feel like it's able to be done a lot, like, or it's
Yeah.
rechargeable or something. I don't know if it's rechargeable or not, but
So okay, I will say the balance of the game is based around this idea of like per life versus per refresh stuff, and the length of games that we play here is it's really short. It's most of the time it's like 30 minutes like max.
yeah, not and 30 minutes is probably a long game.
Yeah, like that's like max. It's like mostly
Yeah,
it's like 15, 20 minutes. Sometimes we do like 10-minute rounds. And so per when you have really short games, per refresh abilities become really powerful because you
mm,
only need to use them X amount of times in a game. And so you can kind of like invest so much into those kind of things. So like if you play a warlock wizard, you can get 8 fingers of death, which is just I kill you. You're just dead.
yeah, yeah,
So in a 10-minute game, if I did that, I could kill somebody 8 times. I could kill them every time they respawn 8 times, right?
yeah. That's wild.
With yeah, which is not fun for one, and it's like wildly overpowered. But if you break that into a 30-minute game, right, and you have a bigger team sizes, all of a sudden that wizard who invested 8 minutes is only going to be able, if they focus specifically one person, they could take them out 1/3 of the time,
Yeah,
which is still rough, but it's not nearly as bad as being out 80% of the time.
yeah.
So like the how we play games really affects how the balance of classes is, um, which is like I don't have an answer necessarily for how we could affect like game times versus like refresh abilities, other than like an ability that is like instead of doing like refresh, it's just X amount of time. You can use this once per 5 minutes instead of once per refresh. So that
Mm,
even if you take
that's hard.
um yeah, but that's the problem. It's like in a world where you could track all of that, you can have all these timers for all your spells, that'd be fine, but um it's not realistic to be able to do that.
No, yeah.
And that's the
I
problem.
mean, just make them all spell balls, and then you don't have to worry about it.
You're not going to be able to have enough spell balls for that. It won't work.
You have to have multicolored spell balls, is what it would end up being.
Yeah, there's only a finite amount of things you could do. I think the best course if we did all spell balls would be like um basically you would have to remove everything that's not a spell ball, uh, or sorry, you'd have to take everything that's not a spell ball, make it into a spell ball, and you'd have to remove a good portion of stuff, which is fine. Some of the stuff is like not even used, and then some stuff beyond that you could turn into enchantments that have like limited usages. So it's like do enchantment, then you can do this thing in this sort of way, instead of like just being able to cast it like free form.
Sounds like you got it figured out. Could do it.
In theory,
Okay,
I
This is all
how about
theory.
this? So like not necessarily like looking at everything being a spell ball. Would it? I think it'd be cool if like healers had some sort of like healing spell ball,
It would be.
or like a some sort of like refresh ball, so like they where they can like either like amend or like a something like random, like something they had to have like accuracy for.
So I don't know. I think that offensive magic should largely be spell balls because it creates counterplay to it. Or the other route you could do is give martial classes, because like largely the martial classes are the victims of like spell casts. If a spellcaster has priority to like start casting spells on you when you can't approach them, you're gonna become the victim of that a lot, and that's the case a lot of the time. So I think if we gave martial classes more ways to interact with spellcasters, like more like break cons or like temporary immunity, stuff like that, it makes the game better. But I also think that magic classes should largely be built in two ways instead of being as versatile as they are. So, like for example,
Mm.
healers should be able to either um, heal really well, heal and resurrect really well, or be able to enchant and be like proactive in defense. I don't think they should be like the combat like in any way really. That's not like their stick. So they
But
should have
D and
like
D,
clerics aren't things.
they wear
That's what
medium armor and they go out
That's what
there.
paladins are.
No, paladins are different.
No, that's what
Is-
in our game in comparison to like D&D, paladins are more akin to a cleric wearing armor versus what
But
an actual
paladins don't
paladin.
matter.
Eh,
They do now, I guess, but they
Yeah.
didn't.
But
When
I
they were
think-
made, they didn't matter.
So in my opinion, how we should divide the classes is the support function of magic classes. Healers should be really good at healing and resurrect. They should get heal unlimited, which they already do. They should get per life greater heals, which I think should be changed to being a ranged heal, so that you can heal your martial classes. You can better support your martial classes without putting yourself in danger, because that's
Spell ball.
that could be fine too. A greater heal as a spell ball would be fine too, because how it functions right now is healing for one is a really long incant. It requires you to have an open hand, and it requires you to be close enough to a martial class to heal them. So either the martial class needs to survive an encounter in a point where they're only wounded and not dead, and then get back to their healer, or the healer needs to be into the front line where they're vulnerable and like.
Well, they didn't need to have a free hand before.
Yeah, well, they do now. And which
Yeah,
is,
they fucked it.
Yeah, and it's too long. The fucking healing can't like.
It's also half the size it used to be.
Yeah, no, before is like an entire
Yeah,
different
like
fucking thing.
I just know V7 better than V8, I guess.
Yeah. So like men functionally, if I was playing somebody who had like just say I had like 5 men's per life, right? And Ormus is playing a class with 1 point of armor everywhere. It'd be better for him to fight somebody, trade a point of armor, and then come back to me to get a mend than to get wounded and heal, because the heal incant is longer and it puts you more at risk for those like prolonged engages. So it just doesn't make sense. But just like mathematically, heal is awful. It's bad. It's a bad spell.
I consider it out of combat spell usually.
Yeah, it's like it, and that's kind of like how it is. But heal being an out of combat spell actually is worse for martial classes than it is for magic classes, because magic classes, like I probably would never swift heal my teammate, but I'll swift heal myself all the time. And that's like the swift heal is good, but heal is bad. But what I was saying before is, so like if you would divide, because there's 4 main support spells: heal, right? Mend, release, and dispel, right? And dispel is kind of an offensive spell, but it is a support spell because it gets rid of a threat to your team. And so if you break that up into the 4 magic classes, healer should be good at healing, druid should be good at mending, bard should be good at releasing, and wizard should be good at dispelling, which they kind of already have the best dispel. And then you have like all of these like greater versions of stuff. You have greater release, greater heal, greater mend, but the frequency of them is really bad, and so people don't take it, even though that would benefit martial classes more.
Clarification: I thought druids had the better dispel because they have naturalized magic.
That is, yes, that's why I said theoretically. So
okay.
Yeah, so wizards have it charge times 3, which is really low. It's like 10 seconds to get that back. But naturalized magic is 5 instant dispels as long as you protect yourself from getting killed or dispelled before you use it all. But I think that druids shouldn't have that, and wizards should have naturalized magic instead. That's like one of the changes. I would make the greater spells greater release. I would make like greater release per life at like a higher level for bards. I'd make greater mend per life higher level for druids, and I'd make greater heal per life and higher level for healers, and also change how it works. And then give wizards naturalized magic instead of druids.
We also talk about the fact that Monk is the new Raider class. Like, I don't hate Monk in general. I hate whenever a new player shows up to the park and they're like, "What class should I play?" And everyone's like, "Oh, play Monk because you don't have to take spells." It's like, yeah, it drives me nuts because it's like we got to set them up for success and get them involved early because those of us that come to it late don't do well.
Yeah, anytime I hear that kind of thing, I combat it. They're like, oh, play barbarian or play monk because you gotta ignore these things. You don't need to learn these things. And I'm like, no, like what kind of things would you like to do? Okay, play this class and then learn. People will be patient with you, and that's gonna help you up for success in the long run. Because what happens a lot of times, like they're like, oh, I'll play monk so I don't have to learn verbals. Then they get the level monk, and if they care about battle games at that point, they have to level an entire another class, right? That is going to be actually fun to play for them, or they just don't care at battle games at that point because they're like, oh, at this point I don't even want to learn the spells, so I'm just going to fight, and then it's back.
I started suggesting Assassin
Assassin's a good class
because like it allows you to remove yourself from combat if you're like overwhelmed or something.
Yeah, there's Assassin's a good class because it has defensive magic, it has an enchantment, and it has offensive magic. So you're learning a lot of different things, and you get to wear a little bit of armor, and you get to mess around with basically every type of equipment except for like shields and grates, which is fine, like which is cool. Assassin's a good class. Scout's a really good class for new people too if they want to learn. Warriors is cool if you have a lot of money to start out with. But yeah, there's a lot of things that are better to learn with than monk.
Yeah.
But monk's easier to explain.
Yeah, it definitely gets them on the field faster with less effort by the park.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's lazy though. It's lazy.
I'm lazy.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
So lazy. I remember it used to be Barbarian was the go-to class because he had all the immunities, and V8 just made it be Monk to be the lazy class.
My first class was Scout, and it was in version 7, like throughout version 7, Scout was a pretty powerful class. Had the most utility, I
Didn't they
think.
get greats or they get quarterstaffs in version 7? They got
I don't
something
remember.
weird. I don't know.
Yeah, they did get staffs. I think they could use pole arms too. So yeah, they must have gotten great.
Yeah.
And they could use like I want to say they could use all melee.
Mm.
They could use bows. They could use throwing weapons, and they could use small shields. They could wear chainmail, so they could have up to 3 points of armor. They had an ability that would take them out of game with camouflage. They had an ability that would trap other players with Earthbind.
They
had
could
an ability
heal.
like, what's that?
They could heal.
Yeah, they could heal.
Sort of.
Yeah, so it's pretty much like you had a natural ability to carry an extra enchantment. You could carry 2 without a stack. I can't remember what the one for that one was. But yeah, it was bonkers. Honestly, looking back at it, like it was pretty strong.
So
cause.
CAUSE.
Yeah.
So Count Messick has a hot take. Think of something to help buff Bard. Meta magic for Bard only, called My Cutting Words. Make the next Bard spell ignore immunities and resistances. Not sure level or frequency.
Is that to sort of counteract the increased number of immunity to control or command immunity?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually have thought about something. I was just typing out that, but now I can just talk about it. I've thought about this kind of thing because Bard is like very much in a bad spot now. I think functionally, it would be good because it would allow you to kind of bypass that kind of thing and would be like, oh, when can I use this? I have to like think about it. But I think it would add confusion to the game because all of a sudden, when you have an immunity to things, you would react in a way. So if somebody's like trying to like make me lost or something and I'm immune to command, I would always be like, oh, I don't have to listen to that. And then if you don't hear the first part of that meta magic, it could create confusion for that person, and it'd be like a lot of more backtracking. It's like, oh, you're actually lost it because I did this meta magic, so you shouldn't have even been fighting that person, kind of thing. I think a way that it could function much better is if you had a spell that disabled immunities for that life.
Hmm.
So if you cast a spell, maybe just like a one-liner, that disable their immunities, like like you said, my cutting words, like my cutting words make your command, like my cutting words bypass your command, my cutting words, uh like whatever flurb stuff, to make it like bypass command, so like it disables, and not even just for you, it just disables their immunity command for that life. I think that could be better functionally, and like less confusing uh, than just a meta magic.
It'd be weird though because like that would be the only that I know of that would. I guess be kind of like dispelling it.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say like because most spells have a duration of like 60 seconds or whatnot.
Yeah, so there's actually quite a few spells that don't have a duration, like Ravage, for example, which is not used a lot. It just makes you. I think it makes you. I have to look this up again because I haven't looked at it in a while, but I'm pretty sure it just makes you fragile. There's no duration to it.
Okay.
Brutal Strike is another example. It curses you. Yeah, it curses you like until you're like revived, but it also suppresses you for 30 seconds. So there are a few instances of stuff that just permanently do this thing to you,
Good.
which they can be released. Like if you made this spell that suppresses your immunity, it could be released and stuff still. But
Well, I guess it would depend. Like, does it suppress the immunity or does it remove the immunity? So is it like suppression or is it like dispel? Because you
I think it
can't
would,
release a dispel.
I think it'd have to
so
be a suppress.
it would be because the way that traits exist now, there's not really anything that interacts with them. So if we would just have to create verbiage for it. I was just saying suppress as like an English word, not like an Amtgard terminology.
Right.
So we'd have to create some verbiage for how things interact with traits, basically. And that would be fine. Another option would just be to make bards have spells that exist outside of command,
Give them
and
sorcery.
death. Yeah, like give them some more sorcery spells. We could give them some. I don't know what we could give them.
What? So one of the things, and I'm not sure. I don't, and this is a me personally thing. I don't like how often in our game you can do something to someone and just have it be very quickly overturned. I don't want there to be none of that, but I feel like there's a lot of it, like where you destroy a weapon, there's a mend, you like any like the amount of things that you can release, or greater release, or like stuff like that. I just feel like there's a lot of instances of that. And I'm not saying there should be none. I just feel like there might be too many.
Yeah, so that's actually one of the things that they talked about for B9 is making stuff like so heal, mend, release, stuff like that. You can't use meta magic if you're targeting yourself. So if I'm playing a magic class and you insult me, right? I
Yeah.
want to be able to swift release myself from that. But
Right.
technically you can't do that anyways unless you're being cheesy. But or like if you awed me, more to the point. If you awed me, I couldn't swift release myself from awe. I would have to full cast awe, which is at least it's like 10 seconds. It'd be there's counterplay that exists there, but it's not so much that it's like I'm a martial class who has this per life and no other spells, and I'm using this, and now you're using your per life to counteract this instantly as if I didn't even cast it, and you still have a bunch of other things you can do to me.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah. I think that martial classes largely should have more abilities that they can cast while fighting, while moving, quicker, but I think martial classes' abilities should be less effective. So, for example, a break con should be, I think that should be largely used by martial classes, not by spellcasters. It should be
That's a real short one, right?
yeah, it's just IQ suppressed.
That's like 10 seconds or something like that.
Yeah, 10 seconds. It's the effectiveness is really low, but the cast is really low. So it gives
Yeah.
you an opportunity if you are proactive, right, to disrupt a caster, and then you have 10 seconds to take advantage of that disruption. And
Yeah.
if the caster is playing right, and you're playing right, there it's going to be this cat and mouse of like, okay, you can't cast spells. I'm going to try to chase you down and fight you. If you can get away from me for 10 seconds, if you can run fast enough or block enough, then you can cast spells again. And so there's counterplay versus just like, you can't do this thing anymore, or like oh, you can only warriors have insult, which is like you can only attack me, which is like kind of like the idea is like it's like a taunt. It's like, oh, you have to fight me, but they don't have to fight you. It's just they can only fight you.
Right.
So like, they can just run away for 30 seconds.
Like there's been examples in the past of like when they try to force people to do something as opposed to like
Yeah.
stop them from doing something. It's been like played poorly. Like there used to be a spell, I can't remember what it was called, but it was essentially I cast a spell on you. Now you have to attack whoever's closest to you. For it was like it
And
was
so they're
100
just like,
seconds.
oh, I'm attacking you.
Yeah, exactly. And they would do it all slow.
Yeah.
Or like with charm, it was like I cast charm, I give you a task you have to complete, and they would find like whatever cheesiest way to manipulate the verbiage as they can to get out of it. So I think that's why they kind of got away from having anything like that.
I agree with that because there's always going to exist those people who are going to game that in a way that's still beneficial to them instead of
Yeah.
playing it as the rules want you to play it. So I think it'd be more beneficial to have things that are like honor duel. I think it is something that exists. I only experienced this in like a quest thing. I don't know if that is actually a thing, but it was
Yeah, that used to be. Yeah, it would remove you and somebody else off to the side until you guys sorted it out.
Yeah, so I think like stuff like that where it's like this thing happens until this thing happens. So it's like you can only fight this person until one of you is dead is fine because it forces compliance. Whereas things like charm or like so it's like people are just gonna game it until.
I personally never had that much of an issue with it because it was always like, like at its worst, you're still like with confusion, which was the one that was like you had to attack the person closest to you. At its worst, you're still forcing them to not attack you, even if they get easy about it. They might not kill any of their teammates, but it's still like forcing them to do something. And like I don't know, I was at plenty of parks where like you'd cast confusion on someone and they would like wreck the shit out of their own team because they would just be in the middle of it. You cast it, and like it was, I don't know. I felt like it was fun enough that like when they didn't do it, it was like fun. That's fine. Somebody else will later. You know what I mean? Like,
I've never experienced it, so I'm just talking based on like my experience and like extrapolating on what might happen. So I don't actually know, but yeah, I see how there could be issues with that. And I personally, if somebody casts that on me, I would wreck my team.
I was always so excited.
I would demolish my team because it's funny. Like that's funny, and I would do it. But some people like in a competitive like environment, they're not gonna want to destroy their team. They're gonna try to game it in a way that's like beneficial. But
can you imagine that in Phoenix League?
Dude, could you imagine that in Phoenix League? That'd be dope.
Yeah, no, there's no way. No, people would just be like, they're like, oh, look at me, I'm coming after you.
We used to start like at a certain point you'd like see your friend getting cast like confusion on them and you just kill them before the spell's about to be done. Oh, I'm just gonna kill you. Like you gotta go.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I think like the real problem with our rules right now isn't that any specific thing is so bad other than Ice Ball.
Yeah, Ice
Ball is problematic for our game and should be fixed in. There's a bunch of different ways you can change it. fix it. It's
What's wrong
ass.
with it?
It's unfun, for one. It's unfun to play against because if you get hit with an ice ball as a martial class, you are effectively dead, right? You're out of the game. You cannot participate in the game for 60 seconds, which is typically synonymous with death counts. So it's basically an engulfing kill spell. If you can get out of it, it's still an engulfing, hey, you have to get out of it. The frequency is really high for really low level magic. Druids get it at level 2, 1 point for 2 balls. So it's like it's just really easy. It's really easy to basically have this ball that you can throw at somebody, and if it hits their garb, their shield, their sword, right? It's all you're just done.
I don't
And
see a problem yet.
that's the problem. It's not fun.
we've had
Well,
entire fields.
neither are verbals, but we have those.
Verbal effects are either balanced around not being able to use them a lot or their frequency being shorter.
I just don't hear them or understand them, so Phoenix League. I've seen teams just ignore the other team because they don't hear what's going on.
Yeah, that's a problem with clarity, and the way that we solve that is by reducing the amount of verbals that there are. That doesn't mean there's not a place for them, or increasing the presence of our Reeves, which here, like NL and Blackspire, there is a lack of activity in the Reeves during situations like that. Which causes more problems. But it's the gameplay itself is not the problem. It's just the application of people. Um, if you go into a lot of things with like high end battle gamers and stuff, it's much more. It's a conversation. It's just like high end fighters. If you fight, me and Ormus are fighting, and I go, oh, blah blah blah, and we fight, and he goes, oh, like, so I felt this thing here, and I go, oh no, that was late because you actually caught me here beforehand. Right? It's a conversation that creates clarity. When you fight with high end battle gamers, the same thing happens. It's like, oh, hey, I actually cast this thing on you, despite whether or not you heard it or not. They trust me, right? To like be honest and say like, hey, I actually did this thing to you. I was casting it, like I followed all the rules. Just because you didn't hear it doesn't mean you shouldn't take it.
I haven't heard those conversations from those verbal casters.
How often do you play battle games?
I've reaved. I've participated.
Yeah. I don't know. Come up to NL. Come up to NL. You'll see. You'll see.
I'll be there next weekend.
Well, then I'll see you next weekend. You'll see. It does happen. It's less frequent and less
I've only
spread.
really reaved during tournament scenarios where people are very competitive. That could be different.
I think also your example of Phoenix League, I feel like Phoenix League is a battle game equivalent of jugging, where like the attitudes and the culture shifts for that little period of time.
100% agree. I agree with that.
I haven't watched much. I've watched a little bit of Phoenix League, but I can just imagine based on like the speed of it, the condensed nature of it, where it's on a much smaller field, the sort of notoriety you get from winning, stuff like that. It all plays into like really similar ideas, jugging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Sure.
going back to Ice Ball, wouldn't just be like saying all spell balls are 30 seconds instead of 60 seconds solve the issue?
That is a possible solution, but the problem is that, so for example, Entangable is a stop state for 60 seconds, and it functions the same as Ice Ball. So it's engulfing. You have 2 of them for 1 point. It's like a level lower normally. So it's weaker, right? But it functions the same. So why would you ever take like Entangle instead of Ice Ball when you can take somebody out of the game entirely versus just making it so they can't move?
Well,
Like,
you would never not take Ice Ball, but you can only have so many Ice Balls, so you would take Entangle as well.
But they're reusable is the thing. So if
But you can only carry X amount.
Yes, but if I ice so if I'm fighting a team of like 4 or 5 people, right? So it's like me and my 2 friends versus like 4 or 5 people. If I ice ball one, recast my next ice ball another one, right? I've already taken 2 of them out of the game,
Yeah.
right? I can go pick those ice balls back up and use them,
Yeah,
right?
you can.
So
Yeah, that was
theoretically,
I think
They
that was
used
a
to be
big
limited.
yeah
yeah,
when
it's
they
not
got rid of the
anymore.
limit on how many people you could have ice balled. I think that was a big
Yeah.
issue.
So there's a lot of ways you can balance that. You could bring back the limit, make it so that only you if you buy, X amount of if you have 4 ice balls, you can have 4 people frozen, and that's it. Only 4 people. You could reduce the count to make it lower, so it's only 30 seconds instead of 60, but that would make it not synonymous with the rest of
Yeah, that
the
wouldn't be an
spell
issue.
balls. You could make it not engulfing, which is, in my opinion, the best solve, so that people with shields could block it. You could hit it away with swords. Non-engulfing ignores armor is like the kind of like the reverse. So it's like, oh, if somebody has a lot of armor, you can ice ball them, so they're not dead, but they can still affect them, but they can still counterplay it. They can block it. They can strike it. Or you could increase the level to it and reduce the amount that you get. So, for an example, like ice ball is as powerful as a level 6 spell. So if you had 1 ice ball per 1 level 6 point, that would also be fine as if it functioned how it does now.
I wouldn't agree that it is as powerful as level 6 spell.
What level 6 spell do you think is more powerful than ice ball?
Fingerward Death or
Finger of Death is a per refresh ability. So this is again a question of frequency. So you target somebody and kill them. Uh, it requires you to not move your feet, to have an open hand, right? So both of those things. You can ambulate it, which is using another magic to augment it, which you can also do with spell balls, by the way. Ice Ball you can cast while you're away from combat, move into combat, and then use it, and it's unlimited. And the effect is the same. It removes you from
well,
combat for
one
60 seconds.
one requires you to just be in range. The other requires you to physically be able to target someone with a spell ball.
It's not hard to hit people with spell balls. It's really easy.
It's harder than just saying a word.
That is true. There is it
There's a
does bring in
physicality.
the extra like variable of skill of being able to be accurate enough when you're throwing a spell ball to hit them. The fact that they're engulfing helps that though.
Yeah,
It does.
if you're playing like a warrior with like a medium shield, a lot of people do this. A lot of people use sword and board. They fight with a medium shield, right? That's a big target to hit.
Yeah.
Well, they can drop their shield. There's a rule for that.
Yeah,
Yeah, the Captain America rule, yeah.
Yeah.
that's if you're using a punch shield. If you're using a strap shield, you're not going to be able to
Yeah.
get your shield off and move it in a way that's going to block that ice ball. So it's a
So
specific type of equipment for it, but
I was a little disingenuous. I guess the best example that I would want to compare it to would be Icy Blast.
Icy Blast is also
Oh,
so Icy Blast only exists twice in the rulebook. For druids and wizards, it's for wizards it's a per refresh ability. For druids it's per life, and it's 30 seconds. So the count is less. But it's only
yeah.
30 seconds. It's not as bad as death. That Icy Blast is not as bad as death versus Ice Ball, which is as bad as death because it's taking you out of the game for 60 seconds, which death would
I
do.
mean, except you can be released and you don't lose any of your armor or your enchantments.
Yes, this is theoretically if
It's
you
not as bad
kill
as
me,
death.
if you killed me with a Finger of Death, I could be resurrected and have all of my armor and stuff back too, which is
But that's another
just
high level spell because you have to do Greater Resurrected. Not
no,
just
because it doesn't curse you.
But you don't get your enchantments back.
No,
If you don't move, you do.
no,
Oh, okay.
no, you don't. No, you don't.
No?
Resurrect doesn't bring enchantments back.
Oh, okay.
Resurrect, but that's an instance that's specifically for enchantments now, not just the strength of the spell. Because I could ice ball somebody, they can't do anything. I could then dispel them, right? And they still can't do anything. I could wait until they're 98 seconds and then shatter them so they're dead for another 60 seconds, right? And they still have not been able to interact with the game in any way. So they don't have their enchantments. They've been out of the game for 2 minutes. And it's all because I landed a little ball from 7 feet away onto their shield. the function of ice ball is too powerful, too strong. I played at Pack War. I played like 3 games where I was playing a summoner druid with ice balls. I was playing a summoner druid with ice balls. I had 2 ice balls. I was doing massive damage, just hitting people's ice balls, them bouncing off their shield back to me so I could recast it, and then freezing somebody else. I didn't even have a sword that game.
Yeah, we've had I want to say like when we did our 5v5 or 10v10, I can't remember what it was. But there was definitely instances where Roe was able to come through and freeze like the whole field.
Yeah, the entire team. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was in Northreach, I was trying to teach my members of the same park that release was really important because nobody was taking release. They're like, oh, it's not that good. And so I made a point. I froze the entire enemy team, then I froze my team, and then I froze myself. All within the span of 60 seconds. So everybody on the field was frozen because nobody had releases. That's how powerful Ice Ball is. That's how easy it is to do. Is you can just hit people and freeze them. And even if you miss, right? If you miss half the time, you still have 2 spell balls for every point. So if you miss half the time, right? Or if you hit half the time, you're still trading like this for a death, basically. It's not fun.
There might be a cultural thing too, because I did notice that like, so in Northern Lights, every battle game you get into, it's a 60-second death count from death, pretty much.
Yeah.
I noticed that most of the games we played down in Blackspire was all 45-second death counts, like shorter death counts.
Yeah.
So Ice Ball is more powerful in Blackspire than it is in Northern Lights.
Well, generally speaking, at least on the local level, if we do a shorter death count, we do half spell balls.
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah.
See, we don't up here. We don't ever cut the counts of spell balls. We just increase the death count to counteract that.
Yeah.
I think it's just like I said, it's just a cultural thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
That makes sense though.
definitely.
I mean, you're right. I don't battle game very often, but like I knew
Shit.
Druid, but
Yeah.
I have crazy opinions here. I don't battle game that often, so like, it's,
I don't know. Medzik knows, dude.
Medzik knows.
he agrees with
Medzik,
you.
he
He
knows.
agrees.
Ice Ball sucks, dude. It's not fun.
I just missed the limit where it was like you could have 2 people frozen at a time was what it used to be.
So the thing is, though,
It's hard to track though.
no. It's easy to track. You fucking throw an ice ball at them, you hit them, pick up that fucking ice ball until you're done. Right? I can't pick it up because you have it. That's fine.
That's fair. We used to do that.
But here's the thing, right? So if we're playing a battle game, that's 6 people, 60v6. That's not a it's not a tiny. Well, it's small, but it's not a tiny day, right? 6v6, 12 people. You know, a lot of shires are going to be pulling those numbers. I can still take 2 ice balls or 4 ice balls for 2 points, right? And then freeze 2/3 of their team, right? Because the size is smaller. Even if we had that limitation, I can still freeze 2/3 of their team. So that's like, it doesn't counteract for small games. It would be better for big games. It would scale better the more people you have because it becomes less effective the more people you have. But for smaller games, it doesn't really change the effectiveness of it.
Right, that's fair.
At least it's not. What was it? Petrify.
Where it was permanent, there was no end to
The only
pain.
the way to get rid of permanent or petrify was a heal.
Yeah, so you get petrified, and it was permanent. There was no end. If you got healed, it changed to an entangle, which functioned exactly the same as Ice Ball, but it was 150 seconds.
How did you guys make it through V7?
Everything was similar.
A lot of
Everything
cigarettes,
was
apparently.
Yeah,
Jesus.
dude. Yeah, because like if you were playing a full count game, how we got through V7 was every day was half count. You take every count on everything, and everything was halved.
Yeah.
So you'd have 150-second death count. All your spell ball, most of your spell balls, and like any sort of like subdual type things would end up being 75. About. Yeah, and there was just like dude, there was literally, it was the funniest thing. They updated the rulebook by a 7.7. Entangle said for its description as per Ice Ball. It was literally the exact same effect. No, I don't know why. Like, cause you used to not like Entangle. You used to be just, but there was weird things where like fireballs and flame blades would free you from ice balls and entangles.
Very
Um,
very flirby interactions.
you could charge multiple spell balls at once. So like I could have like a shotgun effect of fireballs. But if they're frozen, I would charge two of them and throw both. The first one releases them, the second one kills them.
There you go.
And
Like
make
stuff
it
like that.
remain active for the hell of it.
Yeah, remain
Fireball.
active. Yeah.
So there's something really interesting. Talking to Heron, when they did like the surveys and stuff. The spell that was like, or it was either the first or second, most liked spell to be used against you or to use was Fireball, because it always like if you hit somebody, it always does something, but it's also not as punishing as like there's counterplay to it. It's like oh, I'm not gonna block this with my body, I'm gonna block it with my shield so I don't die, but my shield is broken. It's like
Right.
that's like the spell that people like the most.
So I was curious. Me and Veronica actually talked about this morning. Of
More
so
beer. Be back.
all right. Back in the day, the incantation for Fireball was Fireball 5 times. The incantation for Ice Ball was Ice Ball 5 times. It was all those like specific balls were like that's what their incantation was. In version 8, they got rid of that and included the School of Magic in it to make it more to make it make sense a little bit easier. Why the fuck is Force Bolt still Force Bolt 3 times? You know, like what happened there? Like, did they run out of ideas?
The power of Force Bolt is, no, this is actually a game feature. So because Force Bolt it's just an arrow.
Yeah,
It's it's just an
literally
arrow, yeah.
that you
So
throw.
the idea is that if I throw an ice ball and I miss, right, I can quickly charge Force Bolt and throw that, so I can still present a threat. It's like a backup plan.
Oh,
Um,
it's Plan
but
B.
yeah, it's basically I actually so the way that we do it in cans now, I actually really hate. For like enchantments, I think every enchantment should just be I enchant thee with enchantment name. I enchant thee with stone skin. I enchant thee with iron skin. I enchant thee with essence graft. Instead of like making up all of these things, because it doesn't matter for one.
Yeah,
Like because it's not like you're hearing me like if you were on a different team, it's not like you're hearing me enchant my teammates with stuff and then that's how you know. We announce our enchantments, so there's no reason
right.
for our like this weird complicated like enchantment stuff like lycanthropy like is like this weird like song quote thing that's like super long and like
Yeah.
people have to remember. It's like, oh, I could just I enchant it with lycanthropy 3 times and that'd be fine. And then spell balls, they can't just be like fireball, 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 fireball. Even like that's too short.
It was 5. It was
Yeah,
5.
it have to be like an actual like I like I don't even know like just like a sentence 3 times would be fine even for that. It would make it easier to learn for people, I think. And because spell balls again are like not this thing. It's like oh people are like casting that and I hear them casting it so I know what spell ball they have. They have a colored fucking ball in their hand that they're gonna throw at you. That's how you know what it is. So it's
Yeah,
fine
yeah,
if the incant is stuff. The only stuff that really matters for like the word is like verbals because like I command you. It's like I know that's a command spell. The
yeah,
flame, I know it's a fire spell. That kind of stuff makes sense. But for spell balls and enchantments, it just is not necessary at all.
yeah. I just thought it was funny that like they had the same sort of paradigm for all the spell balls,
Yeah.
except for Force Bolt. They just gave up. Like Force Bolt, Force Bolt. I can't fucking say it, but yeah, the
Something
stutter
that
gets in.
something that I also think is really funny. So in all of the spell balls, right? So you have ice ball, entangle ball, right? Which all have they have a very similar effect. So engulfing do this state for this long, right? So, but and they have bolts, which is an arrow that does this thing. So in the exception of abeyance and sphere, which are not in this naming scheme, and then suppression bolt and fireball, right? They all function like all bolts function like arrows, and all balls function like this entangling thing. But they switched it for those two. So suppression bolt is now an engulfing suppression, and fireball is a destruction arrow, basically a wound skill destruction arrow at that.
Yeah,
Which is really funny to me, but it peeves me a little bit. You're so close to something great that you can just be like, oh yeah, all bolts are arrows that do X thing. All balls are engulfing that do this thing, and you have 2 spells that are their own thing. But
I have another question too. So this is something, and this is not super related, but it was something that I heard, and I can't remember where I heard it. But when you're looking at someone for Battle Master, let's say you're the king.
yeah,
You're looking at someone for Battle Master. I can't remember the number, but I think four paragons gets you to qualify for Battle Master.
yeah.
If they don't have any of those paragons in a magic class, do you hold that against them for their Battle Master? Do you feel like they should have at least one uh, magic class in that group?
It is.
No.
It is
No.
suggested in the rules that yes,
Is it?
it is suggested they have at least
Suggested.
one. It's a suggestion. It's not a requirement.
Okay. I didn't know about that. I had seen, I couldn't remember where I'd heard it or seen it, but somebody was like, "Oh, like he was brought up for his Paragon, but none of his Paragons are in Magic classes." So
No, I think that that's silly, because at least so in VA, like if you can play one magic class, you can probably play most of them decently. And the martial classes are more different than the magic classes. So if you can play 4 different martial classes like really well, you're probably fine as a battle master, my opinion.
yeah,
Um, that being said, if they play like if their paragons are like all basically the same class, so if you have like oh, you play warrior, you play paladin, anti-paladin, barbarian, which are all like I have armor, I fight, I don't cast stuff, like maybe look into it a little bit, but like if they're
yeah,
like, oh, like I play assassin and warrior and I play monk and archer, it's like yeah, they're fine. They're doing a bunch of different
right,
things and they're obviously good enough at it that fine.
yeah. I didn't realize the rulebook suggested that. That's great.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
We have a current contender for Battlemaster Knighthood that people were saying that they need to have more a melee class and a magic class, but they have magic classes. I wasn't there for these discussions, but
Yeah.
Oh, they have all four. They have all four Magic classes and no melee classes. So it's like
no, they have a combination of just battlefield prowess and paragons.
Yeah.
Oh,
So it's not just 4 paragons. It's
Yeah.
like battlefield prowess plus some paragons.
gotcha.
So we've had to talk about this recently. I don't know battle games, but I know awards.
That might have been where I heard it too. I'm not sure. Like it was in my head and I couldn't remember where it came from.
It's been a confusing topic for the knights down here.
Yeah.
I mean, a new award and everything. It's a whole new award structure that
It
people are
is.
yeah, so I mean, that's definitely going to be hard.
In one that Paragon should probably never have been attached to, personally speaking.
How else would you have quantified it?
The same
I
way
don't
you do battle
disagree, but
or a sword. I mean, well, like Paragons are not at the same level as other awards. They're handed out a lot easier, which is fine. You can master a class in a summer, but that doesn't necessarily mean you should be a knight or
Sure.
8th or 9th level battle master in like 6 months.
Yeah.
oh, sorry.
It's just it's a false equivalency. I think it's just
Yeah.
like 8 doesn't Battlemaster or not Battlemaster. Paragon does not equal 8th battle award or whatever it's called.
Well,
It's just
so in my opinion, so Battlemaster is not strictly defined. It has a lot of suggestions. You could do this, you could do this, you could do this. But
Yeah.
looking at, because I think it's from like 7th to 10th, you could get for all paragons, which is meaning that you could get those awards are now the same difficulty to get because it's just a paragon, right? It's about consistency at that point, not about difficulty.
yeah.
I think that it needs to be looked at in a broader spectrum. Personal success is important, so if you are effective in your own right, that's important, but you also need to be able to work together with your team, organize your team, you know, and like have a greater focus on like strategy and personal success rather than it just being possible through just personal success through
Yeah.
paragons.
I mean, Paragon isn't defined.
No, it's just you're good at this class,
Yeah,
which it varies from kingdom to kingdom. Which I mean, awards do too. Like
they do.
even like crafting awards, like the standard is different for kingdom to kingdom, which is fine because the bar gets raised by the people that get those awards. Because then the monarchy looks at those people who already have the award, they see that standard, and then they're like, oh, is this at this or better? And like it, so right now it's in a weird spot. I think, a couple of years down the road when more people uh our battle knights, our battle masters exist, the standard will be set at that point, and then it's much easier to look at somebody who's a potential and award them based on like the bar that already exists rather than basically guessing at what the bar should be.
I hope
Yes,
so.
I think it's hard to compare it to, and this is just how I like for me, it's hard to compare it to, uh, like Orders of the Warrior, just because since Orders of the Warrior are based on tournament wins, it's very clear like who won, like
Yeah.
whether or not there's cheating or whether or not like you're looking at like the quality of opponent and stuff. But at the end of the day, I won by my own merits. But like if you're looking at a person in battle games, like they could be an expert in their class, but because of the fact that they're restricted based on who their teammates are and stuff like that, it's harder to be as objective.
It
Uh,
Yes.
is.
the only like if they were to start giving out Orders of the Warrior, like higher level Orders of the Warrior for like team tournaments and stuff like that, that would be I think that would definitely be more in the same vein. But as it is now, with it's all one on one, it's a little more cut and dry.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
sure.
this is where I think consistency comes into play. Um, for example, like like at any given day, right? Some noob could come up and wax your ass.
Yeah,
It will just happen. You fight so often that eventually you're gonna mess up, and they're gonna not mess up, and you're gonna die. Um, and it's the same thing for battle games. Like if you're consistently winning, and then every once in a while you get a team that's like not as experienced, they're not communicating well for like whatever reason, right? That's like that should be held against you, but it's about like it's about consistency. If you're constantly on the winning side of things, if people are constantly saying like, oh, this guy's a problem, oh, this guy gave me advice, this like i
yeah,
think i think it's more, it's less cut and dry, but not so much that it's like detached completely from like a standard. There's still a standard there. It's just
yeah.
more about consistency than individual fighting. Yes, fighting in 20v11. Nick says, yeah.
the
Uh,
the other problem is that like outside of the stuff like that where it's the 10v10, uh battle masters are showing their skill a lot of times, the vast majority of the time in battle games, like either at kingdom level events or at the park. And like I have a detailed, as far as compared to sword, I have a detailed record of who did what and how they performed that we have to save. But like there's no record of how you did in that battle game. It's all based on people noticing and watching and remembering.
yeah,
You know,
no, for sure.
it's a little bit
Um,
a little bit odd.
I mean, I think that uh, that's not out of the ordinary for Amtgard. Like
No.
the path of warrior is actually the most out of the ordinary because of how cut and dry it is. Whereas basically every other ladder award is much more up to interpretation. So like all of your crafting and leadership, it's like basically if the person in charge believes that you deserve that, then they're gonna give you that.
Yeah.
And I think the difference right now is that all of the other paths have existed, at least in the eyes of awards, for so long that there's people, so like you as a warlord look out for newer people, right, that are doing well, you see somebody who's a newer person because this is your field of expertise, and you go, "Hey, Monarch, I recommend this person for their first or their third order of the warrior
Yeah.
because in my expertise, this person is demonstrating what I believe to be a first or third level warrior." Which and the same is true for like crafting. If Unum sees somebody make like a nice leather belt, he's gonna be like, "Oh, that's like fifth level work. That's good. You engraved, you did tooling, all this leatherworking stuff, you know."
Yeah.
And I just think that it just doesn't exist for Battlemaster yet,
Because you
because
need the time, yeah.
yeah, there hasn't been enough time for that, and I think as we go forward, it will be less um detached as it is currently because it's just this weird new thing right now.
God, I hope so.
Do you think that other kingdoms who sort of, I don't want to say rush because it has a negative connotation, but sort of like established like several Knights of Battle all at once or very quickly after the rules changed, do you think that's beneficial to establishing that standard earlier? Or do you think it's better like how Northern Lights and Blackspire have been a little bit more slow to sort of appoint it? Do you think that's because I mean, like, I feel like I always felt like us going a little bit slower was better, but also that does sort of stop the progress that you were talking about, where like it's something that more that we're going to need multiple Knights of Battle to sort of set that standard, and we don't have that when other kingdoms do already. But at what cost of just sort of running people through real fast?
Yeah, well, so it's I think either way is fine. Because in the long run, it doesn't really matter. It's eventually going to balance itself out. It's the
Sure.
same. It's the same with like warlords. Like, eventually, a kingdom needs to have a warlord. If you don't have a warlord, whoever is dominating your kingdom should be the warlord. Even if they don't match up nationally, you need that bar so that you can start, overcoming that bar. And the same thing will happen. So even if you belt 10 battle knights who were not really that good in like national scheme, it's fine in the long run because people are going to eventually overcome that bar.
As long as it's the top 10 in your kingdom, yeah.
Yeah, and so I think the way that Northern Lights is doing it right now is also fine because it's basically making sure that the bar is already at a place where we feel the bar should be, right?
With
And
the first one, yeah.
right, so we're taking the time to make that bar in the right place. But eventually, people are still going to overcome that bar. They're still going to surpass that bar. So the bar is going to get moved no matter what. It's
Yeah.
just about time.
Right.
So I think either one is fine, really.
Sure.
But
That makes sense.
I mean, Black Spire. Well, we only have one knight of the battle, who I emphatically agree should have been our first knight of the battle. So I'm very happy that he was. We have three other battle masters, I think, that have
yeah,
qualified.
Then
So
you have Doviel.
Doviel, Moose, and Critias. In Spud,
Okay.
we have four. We have four battle masters that have not been knighted.
Okay.
So I don't know if if what you say the my God, I can't think of the word. The scrutiny is the same level as Northern Lights.
yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah. Because we have two. If I remember right, we have two battle masters,
Yeah,
right? Yeah, and there's no Knights of Battle yet.
Yeah.
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 I think also because you guys don't, your Charlotte Knights doesn't have the 6 month limitation either.
No.
Yeah, so I think that I think that Northern Lights and Blackspire are kind of on the same train of thinking. It's just that you guys are not limited to that kind of thing. That's why it's taken longer for us to get a Knight of Battle. Like we're
That's
restricted by our
makes
Circle of
sense.
Knights. Yeah.
Yeah. Because we're actually, it's on the docket for the next Night Circle meeting to remove that requirement.
I always thought that we had it, but we didn't.
Ooh.
I don't mind it as a policy, like, or tradition, or like general standard, depending on how you look at it. I tend to have a problem with like hard, fast rules because there's
Yeah.
always going to be exceptions. There's going to be people who deserve it. Like, whether or not he would have wanted it, I always felt like Unum, like, you're not going to miss with Unum. So, like, why make him wait 6 months for his. It's like, it's not. And the thing is, when people look at it, getting approved by the Knight Circle is not the same as getting knighted. It's just getting approval from the circle. So, like, it still takes a monarch who wants to knight you.
So
And if the
this,
monarch decides that you haven't had it long enough, they can still wait.
so it's a. I'm gonna pull up my old card here for a second,
Yeah.
and so before Northern Lights of the Kingdom, before I was a knight, just to be clear, there were problems with people like getting their masterhood and thinking, "Oh, I'm the shit. I can do what the fuck I want because I'm going to get knighted because I got my masterhood, right?"
Yeah.
So their personality in the game would change after getting knighthood, or I mean after getting masterhood, and or after if they didn't wait long enough to get the knighthood. So at one point that came into play where you'd wait a period after they get their masterhood to see how they would act.
See how they handled it.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily fair, or it's just a small club overreacting on small instances.
Yeah, see, like,
So
I could see, like, going to a Knight Circle meeting and being like, having them be like, hey, like, this person, blah, 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 and being like, hey, look, I have concerns about how they're going to act or how they're going to take this, how it's going to go to their head. So I think we should wait. So I'm voting no for now. Because, like, a no vote shouldn't be devastating, in my opinion. Like, especially if it, look, it's rough now because our current rules have a 6 month waiting period after you get voted. If they vote no, you have to wait 6 months before you can revote.
yeah,
So, like, but it'll, uh, if you have a just like a, hey, like, let's wait 6 months and see, like, I'm voting no for now, and like, we'll see how they do. But then if people come up who you have no concern, you can't reward that. You know what I mean?
yeah, it's
I
put
don't
it
think
in
there's
the rules is
a
a
yeah.
problem.
What's that?
Put it into the rules is that you have to wait for everyone. It is an issue.
Yeah, because if we can be like, hey, like, we tend to wait 6 months, you know what I mean? But, like, then somebody else comes up like, dude, this guy's not a problem. This guy's what we're looking for. Why should we wait? But I don't think like I don't think waiting 6 months is that bad. But I just like the idea of getting rid of the requirement.
Yeah, like just hearing people and talking to people, there's a thirst for knighthood
Yeah,
where it's like it's gone. Like it took me 15 years. That's ridiculous. It's absurd. Shouldn't take 15 years for anyone to be a knight.
yeah,
Um, but there's like there's the other end where it shouldn't necessarily be too quick.
yeah,
It shouldn't just be like I've been in the game for a year and bam, you're a knight. I mean, a
right,
year is. I mean, maybe it could be fine given a certain person here and there, but the knights aren't just being rewarded for their contributions to the game. They're also being part of the culture of the game. They become the culture of the game, and
yeah,
it's regardless if you agree with it or not. And maybe this will change. The knights are kind of the people that keep the continuity in the game more than other people because they stay in the game longer.
yeah. I had that same conversation with Dog Boy, where at one point we had talked about, like, because the changing rules for Orders of the Warrior, you could argue that it made getting your warlord easier. And I mean, it's like that's not even argument. You have to win one less kingdom level tournament. Like, it's not
It's easier.
massively easier, but it's one less thing you have to do. Um, and my biggest argument with him was, I was like, hey, like, he's like, oh, they're making it easy. Like, you're taking the easy way out, and I was like, so I mean, like, I've been playing for 17 years. Like, do you feel like that's a reasonable amount of time for someone to have to wait to achieve knighthood? Do you think, like, everyone should wait 17 years before they achieve it? And it was like, or is that like, or is that too long? Like a year is definitely way too short, but 17, 15 years is probably too long
Hmm.
for a hobby, like to be able to do that. But so I mean, like, I definitely see what you're saying on that. Um,
I think a good path is like 4 or 5 years, and even that is kind of a long time.
I don't know. I think 5 years is. I would never want to put a minimum on it, but I think 5 years is a reasonable amount of time to have to wait.
I
Like,
agree.
because it's not just because you're right. It's not just doing the thing. It's being in entrenched in the culture of Amtgard and having experience in the game and knowing how the game functions. Because as a knight, to me, you represent the kingdom more than anything else as a whole. So like in order to do that, you can't just have been at your land. You can't just have been like experienced a small part of it. You should experience to some extent the entire game.
I agree. There's someone that was they haven't been voted on, but they came up to knighthood. Then the pandemic happened, and
Yeah.
they didn't understand the award system that they went through because they were so fast tracked. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
they deserve the awards that they got, but they didn't understand the awards they got. So they didn't
Yeah.
understand the culture or the the process behind them. And so I was like on the fence about if they should be a knight yet or not
Right.
because they didn't understand the culture that they're going to be a cultural pillar of.
Right.
And I don't know if that's fair. Talis, do you think that's fair? You're newer.
Um, in my opinion, knighthood is an award that you get because you have put equally back into the game that you have gotten from it. So if somebody has existed in the game for even 20 years, I don't give a shit. If they haven't added back to the game in the way that they've gotten from it, I don't think that they should be a knight. So even if you are a master of something, even if you were a prestigious painter before you came into Amtgard and you painted a bunch of stuff and you got your master, that doesn't mean you should just be a knight because you haven't added to the game um, in a way that's beneficial, like long term.
All right.
That definitely speaks deeply to the differentiation between masterhood and knighthood.
Yeah.
Because like, and that's what I always tell people when they talk about warlord. Like, I was at the park today, and someone mentioned like, oh, like look at that guy giving fighting advice. Like that's a warlord. I was like, that's not a warlord. A warlord's a killer.
Yeah.
Like a sword knight is. I mean, like people who are primed to be sword knights are doing that. I'm not saying warlords don't do it, but I'm saying the what makes you a warlord is not the teaching; it's the killing. What
Yeah.
makes you a sword knight is the teaching. So like, because some people aren't gonna be that teacher, some people aren't. But that doesn't mean they don't deserve to be a warlord. So
Yeah.
like, I think yeah, what Talius is speaking to the most is the differentiation there between what makes a knight and what makes a master.
It's pretty valid.
Yeah.
I mean, like I've always said, like teaching is probably the easiest way to become a knight because you're giving back to the community and you're showing your expertise in the area that you're um known for, and so you're giving back to the community. And it's the easiest way to do it, I think, is just through
Yeah.
teaching.
I've never seen a knight that I respected who didn't give back to his community by teaching and in some way. I don't even need like you don't have to teach at SKBC. You don't have to hold big classes, but like you, a sword knight's always going to be pulling people off to the side, giving them little advice here and there, and that's like if you're a warlord, your job is to win. That's
Yeah.
it. And you don't even necessarily like teaching someone your tricks is a detriment. Like this is how I do this is a detriment for a warlord. But if you want to be a warlord, then be a sword knight. It takes a different mentality. Yeah, teaching is definitely something I think I've seen in every knight that I ever respected.
It comes up a lot on the night circle. Like, how do
Yeah,
they give back? How do they teach? Or are they mentoring people?
yeah, that's
Yeah.
good. We talk about that. Our knight circle talks about that too.
Yeah, I've never been on a night circle outside of the Northwest.
You never went out?
I've never been on a night circle outside of the Northwest. Now I'm curious.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I
I
don't
went
know.
down. I went down to
Yeah.
California, but I don't think they had a night circle when I was there.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, the Black Spire one was actually the first in-person night circle I've ever been to.
Mm-hmm. That was a little chaotic.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely like a good. It showed to me that it's funny because Black Spire and Northern Lights are not that far apart, but culturally very different in a lot of ways. Just like the things that the Night Circle chose to focus on, as far as what they were talking about for each candidate, was very different from what the Northern Lights tends to talk about now. I've been told it's a recent change, but like the Northern Lights, when we're talking about a candidate, we purposely don't focus on what earned them their masterhood. Like, if someone's coming up for, like, if Unum's coming up for his master owl for his serpent belt, we don't sit there and talk about the quality of his work necessarily, because that was already decided was master quality when he was given his masterhood. Most of the discussion is centered around the teaching, the character, the knightly values that we're looking for instead.
Hmm.
And I felt like in the Black Spire one, it was a lot more of the nitty gritty of like, hey, like this is a crown candidate. What exactly did he do in his crown terms and stuff like that? And that's something we've like tried to make a conscious effort to get away from.
That's
It was yeah.
well. I mean, there is a divergence, and I wasn't on the night circle when the kingdoms split, but there is different opinions about how we should progress, and maybe that's just the evolution of the Northern Lights going to the way that they wanted to go to, or opposed to the way that Black Spire wanted to go to.
Oh, 100%. I'm not even saying one way or the other is right. It's just
Oh
a
no,
different.
I don't. I don't think you were.
Yeah, and from what I hear, like, because I made that comment to one of the other knights, and they commented to me like that's a very new thing, like
Hmm.
the change. It's all I've experienced, but I've only been in one Northern Lights Night circle meeting. But they said like that's like a in the last year type of thing. So
Hmm.
it's really new.
I've definitely been on some Northern Lights where they talked about the old stuff.
Yeah,
So
no, I'm sure. Yeah, for sure.
Tass is like, "What the fuck?"
I'm on night. I don't know.
Well, hurry up, figure it out,
Yeah.
be better.
I mean, I've had my battle master for like 3 months, so I like.
Oh well, you're screwed because you need at least 6 months in.
Yeah, I know. I can't make time go faster.
Now you're up for
Join
your
Black Spire will knight you apparently.
you
I don't know about that.
you're up for your vote conditionally. As long
Conditionally.
as the other motion to remove the 6 month requirement passes. We're holding that vote first.
There you go.
Hey,
And
do
then
you
we
want a real Squires belt? I'll give you a real Squires belt.
Oh my god.
You gotta make it in a couple weeks.
Uno will fast track for me.
Dude, Unum, that guy is.
Oh my
They
god.
work that poor dude like a dog with belts, dude.
Dude.
Yeah.
Uh
My brothers go to
Darius.
bed.
Oh, good night. Darius gave me this belt link like five years ago. I still haven't done anything with it. I showed belt link. I'm like, I can make this into something later.
In Dogboy's family, you're not supposed to make your own until he's given you one.
Oh no, I know. I haven't. That's not gonna be a Squire's belt for me. I'm telling you that much.
Jesus.
When that belt gets made, it won't be red. Unless it's for somebody else. Maybe that's what I'll use for my first Squire's belt.
Yeah.
I'll have to Squire somebody.
The
Yeah.
Squire belt that you get after you're knighted.
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to get the timetable right.
Yeah.
It's hard going into like a knighthood thinking about having a squire when you don't already have like a man at arms or something. Like when you're not
Yeah,
just noting when you're looking for like brand new.
yeah,
It's like so many people are belted.
yeah.
Like it's not like it's a vast ocean of like possible people.
There are some people that I would definitely consider, but some of them don't play anymore really, and some of them uh, is like for an example like Heron, right? Like Heron is somebody who like they joined after me and we had like a good connection. Like I like taught them stuff like early, but they far precede me in like other aspects of the game. So even if I was like better than them at battle gaming to like
Yeah.
squire them, and then there's like, oh yeah, well like I'm already like they're like ninth or eighth in like all like across the board of like everything. So it's like it makes no sense. And it's like so it's
Yeah.
like yeah.
The trick is you have to find a squire who makes you look good but doesn't outshine you.
Oh, let me hit up Imogen
Yeah.
real quick.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. But why don't I squire Imogen? But whatever.
There you go. Yeah.
He's taken.
I got seniority.
I'll swear Thompson.
Yeah, dude, he would take that too, I bet.
I know. He probably would, but it doesn't matter.
He would probably take it just because he finds it hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking for Squire Tullius, but whatever.
Oh, me? Dude, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with me. It would be really funny if Dogboy kicked me out and then I just picked some random person to be like my knight. Like if I was just like, yo, Duke, me and you, we've known each other for a little while now.
I'd
Give me a
speak on.
dog.
I'd make the trip up to NLCC spring. I'd talk
There
on
you
your
go.
behalf. I'd do it.
I wouldn't make you wait for a belt.
Just this is what I would do. If I were a knight in this circumstance, I tangled myself up some.
Jesus.
I don't even know how that happened. If I were a knight in the circumstance and I seen somebody like me, what I would do, if I knew all the facts and stuff, I would make a red belt out of paper.
Paper.
Or red duct tape. Oh my god, that's
Duct
so
tape squire?
genius. I'm gonna make myself a red duct tape belt. I'm gonna tell everybody that Matthew Ward is like, yeah, this is what he gives the squires.
Jesus.
Oh, and a
That's
zip
what-
tie. It'll be red duct tape and a zip tie.
Yeah,
That's on
what-
point.
that's what Monkey Man did. He went to SKBC
I gotta
with
get
a
more
belt
beer.
favor with a belt favor of Dogboy, and told all the big time warlords that Dogboy is like all of his peers. They're like, he makes us wear these. Like,
Yeah. I thought when Monkey Man gave me the belt favor that's a picture of me when I got my Paragon, dude, that shit is so funny.
yeah, dude.
I want so bad to have somebody wear that.
Yeah.
So bad.
I'm bummed because he was supposed to give me a picture of a belt favor with a picture of Dogboy on it because I was in the family and he never made it.
I should make Imogen one with you on it. Yeah, I'm gonna find. Do I want to make you look heroic or do I want to find your fight face? Is the question now, though.
Dude, everyone wants to fight face.
Everyone wants the fight face.
It would take you a lot longer to find a picture where I look heroic as opposed to one with the fight face.
I'm really good at Photoshop.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. If you can doctor it, you might have a better time.
I don't know. I think a lot of the pictures where you're like shooting a bow or something, you look really like stoic in. You're like
That's true. The bow photos have turned out pretty good.
yeah, but like you're sword fighting, you're like it's so funny.
I wonder if it's because no one's ever in my face when I'm using the bow because I take a death if they run at me.
Yeah.
So like it's very stress free when I'm using the bow because I'm just like shooting at people. Oh, someone's coming at me. Ah, I'm dead. Like
I know exactly why like the pictures of me turn out the way they do. Is because for one, my eyes don't like light. So when we're out in like the sun,
squinting.
I'm like squinting like this, and also I wear glasses, right? But
Yeah.
I'm not wearing them. So I'm squinting to see, but I'm also squinting to block the light. And then this like lip comes from me thinking. I'm like,
Hmm.
or it comes from me getting fucking stabbed. I'm like, ugh.
Dude, the whole time during the tournament today, there was, I won't say who, but there's one particular fighter where everyone who fought them, I was like, please just stab them. Please just stab them. And there's like no one stabbing him. And I was like, ugh. Brother, son, Locke is back.
Look, we have to game sometime.
Dude, Locke's probably rolling in here like, what are you guys still doing on here right now?
I don't know.
Oh
This
shit,
is
Locke's
like
back.
my like
Yeah.
last free weekend, so I'm like making the most of it, you know.
I was like, he's got that boot camp, right?
Game with me, yeah.
I was gonna like
yes, it's a Monday.
raid Locke and everything, but we went on forever.
Yeah. You can't get rid of me, Enormous. We'll talk forever. We'll
Dude.
talk until you're old and withered.
Well, I'm withered. Well, welcome to this back to the stream, Locke.
Talking about Amtgard, you know, as we do.
Yeah, rewriting the rule book.
Mm-hmm.
Ormus, Talius, and Locke. That's quite the trio.
Yeah,
Speedo brothers.
Every
dude, yeah.
time I like, 'cause I do that like thing where I'm like talking and I'll explain that to people and they're like, I'm not really sure. I'll show this picture of me and Locke where it just looks like I'm showing him the most bullshit ever. I'm just like, like in this picture and they're just like, it's so fun. I love it. I love the picture so much. So good.
Oh man.
It has been never ending talk time. It's been great.
Yeah.
I'm reasonably sloshed.
Yeah, I was pretty drunk for a while. I mean,
Why
wise.
aren't you more
I
drunk?
was really wise for a while.
Very
Yeah,
wise.
it works through it.
Yeah, I worked through it. I got over it though.
You still have Tito's, don't you?
Just straight Tito's at this point.
You got some water? Do some tonic Tito's.
Tito's and water, there we go.
Don't give me that face,
No.
just try it.
No,
You might like
so-
it.
At the there was a party after my knighting, they did like a bonfire. And they had bought this like it's like a variety of different alcohols. Like the brand was like Warrior or something like that. Or it was like Order the Warrior. And so the Iolos, the Torch, and Raph had written like 10th Order of the Warrior or like 6th Order of the Warrior and stuff like that on each of the bottles. And in order to drink out of the bottle, you had to have that Order of the Warrior. It was super awesome because the 10th Order of the Warrior was the best one. That was such good. Like to say, I was like, oh, 6th Order of the Warrior. I tried. I was like, this is disgusting. I don't miss having 6th Order of the
Is that
Warrior.
the chocolate one?
Yeah, it literally is a chocolate one. It's
Chocolate-
disgusting.
Dude, chocolate was bad. Dude, pineapple. The pineapple, I think it was like the 7th. Was
I don't
it
think
was
I did that
gross.
one.
It was
Yeah.
No, you made Nora take it. I remember.
Oh, that's right. No,
Yeah.
okay. I told them I didn't want it. They poured it anyway. And
Nora
Nora
took it
was
for
like,
you.
I'll do it for you. I was like, all right,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
So
Dude,
I'm all
when
for
are you
this.
gonna belt Nora, dude?
I'm not.
I
Come
will.
on, dude. She needs you.
I don't. I got. So I belted Zancha.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah. She's my. She didn't want like woman at arms or anything, so she's going with aspirant. But
That's cool.
yeah, so she's my woman at arms or whatever. But
I was gonna belt her, dude. Come on.
was that
I said I was gonna belt her. Come on.
you were gonna
dude.
belt Zancha?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Nah, I was just kidding.
Oh.
I mean, she's cool. She's cool. She's cool. She battle games, but
Yeah.
that's nah. I don't have any plans. Shit.
No, yeah. I don't know. I don't. First of all, I worry optically that everyone in my family except for the Karen.
No, I
It's-
know you're worried about belting all women.
It's weird. I don't want people to be like, oh, like that guy's a creep. He's collecting women.
Here's the thing. you are not reaching out to women fighters because they're women. They feel comfortable being belted under you and like learning from you because of who you are. Yeah. It helps that you're not a creep. Like
Yeah,
they're okay
Locke
with
has
being belted
emphatically
under
said you're
you.
not a creep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's because you're not a creep. It's not because you are a creep like being predatory over new women in the game, so you're like, yeah, no.
Right.
I think you're fine, dude. I think you're fine.
Right.
You
And
know?
with Nora, like she's my plebe,
Yeah.
and that's kind of where the relationship stands. As far, I mean, like we're friends, like nothing, like it's
Yeah.
not like, but like
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know about belting. Yeah.
No, I don't know. I was giving you shit. It was just funny. No, I also think I don't know. I personally don't really like the idea of taking really new members into belt lines.
Yeah.
Because their scope of the game is really narrow, and I also feel like it kind of stunts growth initially. Because they're less willing to reach out to just anybody and like learn from them versus like, oh, like I have to learn from like my belted line, stuff like that.
Yeah. I've definitely seen some really problematic ones, especially like Saren. I remember talking to Saren and having her be like, "Oh, like I don't like being in this belted line." I'm like, "Why don't you leave?" She's like, "Oh, you can do that," and she had no idea that she could just leave the
Damn.
line.
Exactly. That's kind of yeah.
Yeah, but like, I know for me, like whenever I belt anyone, I have a whole spiel, especially newer players. That I
Yeah.
go through and I'm like, "Hey, like this is what the family's about. This is what like I explain like." I make sure they understand like what the belting system is, what it's for, and like because me and Zasha talked for a while because I was like, I'm never like, hey, do you want to be my woman at arms? Be like, hey, like, are you interested in this? We can talk about what it means,
Yeah,
and then like
exactly.
go from there. Yeah.
I think you're a really good example of what to do, and
Oh,
like
thanks, man.
how to operate.
I try.
So
That's the goal, right? Like,
that is the goal. Yeah.
yeah,
Locke says too many bad nights grab people who are new because they have potential and ruin their perspective of the game.
yeah,
That's
That's very accurate.
100% true.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
just like they're trophies. Like,
Yeah,
oh, like this person's
exactly.
doing good things. Like now they're mine, and they do good things, and that reflects good on me.
That's kind of how I feel
Right.
about a certain night with a certain now serpent night. You know, there's a certain situation that happened like that. I kind of feel like that kind of thing was going on, but you
Oh,
know.
don't just backpedal. Call it
Wait,
out.
what now?
What?
No, I feel like do you remember when like Show kind of like belted Unum?
Yeah.
I feel like that was exactly like the circumstance of like it's like, oh, I see you as like having potential and
He
like
wanted that to reflect
I
on him.
want that, yeah, I want that recognition and less of like I want to mentor you kind of thing.
100%.
Yeah.
I didn't know that happened.
Yeah.
It was short. It was very short lived.
Yeah.
Okay, because I gave
It
Una my
was.
spiel. I asked him to be my squire at one point,
There's a
but it wasn't
chance.
about mentorship. It was about recognition. I was honest with him,
Yeah, so
but
I can't teach you anything. I just want you on my tree because it looks good for me.
well,
Well,
it was more like I could be an advocate for his where he's going,
No,
yeah,
for sure, for sure.
not just a leaf on my tree, a branch on
Yeah.
my tree. It
yeah.
wasn't just that. He's
Well,
also my friend, so
Yeah.
that's what I told Zancha too. I told her that I was like, most of the lessons you'll get from me are about the game itself. I was like, because she does a lot of crafting stuff, like a lot of it. I was like, I have nothing to offer you there. Like you're better at what you do than I am at what you do. But like the game itself, I can offer you mentorship there. I've spent these years making connections. I can like hook you up with people that you can learn from and stuff like that.
That's I get that. Because me and Matrix have been hanging out like a lot recently, and he's very much on the path of like, oh, I want to be a Serpent Knight. I want to get like my Master Isle and stuff like that. And like I have to remind him, you know, often. I was like even if you are good at crafting, you need to show consistency. It's not going to happen like right away. Like I've been in this game for like a long time comparatively to a lot of people. Um, a short time comparatively to other people too, but I know how it operates, and it's like it's not like what you're trying to do is not realistic. So like just like understand like how it's actually going to play out and work based off of that. And if it works out faster, that's fine, but it's not likely to just happen because like you're a good crafter. You have to prove it over and over again.
Yeah.
So Locke is saying that's a lot of what he did for Calzar. I think he's talking about the game.
Yeah.
He knew what he was doing for Crown stuff, but Locke helped him meet people, make connections, and learn from the mistakes that they didn't want to repeat them more than how to do offices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly think like knighthood, like when you take like belt to people, realistically most knights are going to be at least somewhat experienced in all aspects of Amtgard. Even if
Yeah.
you're not, even if like Ormus is not like the best crafter, or even if he was a bad crafter, he would still be around enough to know good crafters, so he can create those
Right.
connections for people. And so it's more about seeing somebody who you get along with and who has interest in being better in the game, and that you want to build up, and like helping them succeed. And that's what
Yeah.
like About the Line is really about. It's not about, oh, I'm going to make you a warlord, I'm going to make you a serpent knight. It's, I'm going to help
Yeah.
you succeed.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
show off what my family has done or something like that for
Yeah.
people. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about bringing the best of the people under you to the forefront.
Yeah.
Yeah. Locke says it's about mentorship, exactly.
Yeah.
It's just giving them the chance to shine and give them the opportunities that you may have wished that, well, in my case, you may have wished that you had when you were starting.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I always try to do that, like when I'm looking at knights and stuff like that, we're like voting for knights. I'm always like, my bottom line is always like, if a new player showed up to the park, would I point to that player and be like, go talk to that guy or that girl? They'll help you, and like they'll get you introduced into the game. And if the answer is no, then they won't be. I won't vote yes for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Locke makes a good point. Something that turns into an equal peer, then helping them have confidence and advocating for them when they deserve a belt.
Duh.
Locke says they've been in that for 23 years. They feel like an old man. I get that. I haven't been in that long and I still feel old.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine what Locke feels. They're not even 40. I mean, like, we're the same age.
Young dust, new dust, fresh dust.
Oh, fresh dust, belt favor. Fresh dust.
Do it and make it a
Fresh
meme.
dust. Yeah.
That's so good. Oh, I spelled dust wrong.
You did.
So
Do
it.
us.
Doist.
That's the
And you
doist.
are doist.
You just made the French dust. Just
I know.
elevated it a little bit more.
I need a coffin. There was we had
Oh,
a
Locke,
guy.
that'd be awesome. I said I want to rise out of I want to rise out of it at events like the Crypt Keeper.
Yeah.
Oh, like Drake, just rising up to accept your new belt. And then we're like, yeah, dude, we used to make that joke about Drake all the time.
Yeah, but
Where
Locke's competent.
he just rise out of his coffin like Nosferatu to fucking get his brand new belt, and they just lay back down. Be gone for another 5 years.
Exactly.
That's a good point. Now, you gotta talk to Blackspire. Yeah, if you were
That-
up here with lights, you'd have a second one.
Just kidding, just kidding. Yeah,
Just kidding, just kidding.
but no, really.
No, yeah.
Two.
Oh, that's right. Third belt. Sorry.
Third belt. Yeah.
Yeah, lock his crown in flame.
Yeah. Dude.
Did he get a serpent? I believe in them.
Yeah.
They're crafty.
I'm the most powerful flame knight.
It's true. They have the most master hoods. Like, yeah, they're
That's right. They have master hoods in all three of the flame paths.
Rose, Lion, and
Ah.
Smith.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
the Night Circle in Northern Lights is considering taking away the requirement for voting on second, third, fourth, or fifth belts. As far as like needing a Night Circle approval.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, the argument is that we've already voted to decide that you're part of the circle, so it's up to the monarch so the monarch would want to knight you.
But so Locke has thoughts to this, and I had to get their thoughts because they're pretty knowledgeable about this. Let's see.
Yeah,
They have thoughts on this. You should do it if, big if, you start stripping bad knights. If you strip bad knights, then yes.
I was gonna say the same thing.
yeah, I don't think that'll ever happen.
Yeah.
The big issue, I think, the way I see it with stripping knights is that none of the knights want to vote to strip a knight because they're worried they might be next. It makes them feel vulnerable.
Yeah.
So they shouldn't
I'm
be
fine with
knights.
stripping knights because there's some scumbags there, but yeah.
Yeah, Locke changed it. The BS Corpore used to be 4/3 the strip. Now it's only 2/3. And there is no knight say because before you had to get the knight's approval beforehand. So now it's a lot
Good.
easier to strip knights.
We don't need the knight's approval to strip knights. It's
That's good.
up to the monarch and all thing vote.
Well, good.
I just had a thought about how I could make no friends. start putting people on the open docket.
Just knights.
Oh
Just
yeah,
to
just
strip them.
start putting.
Yeah, I'd like to put this person onto the docket to get their belt removed.
No,
Well, we're doing that
unfortunately-
down here. We start with Moonshine.
Unfortunately, here I think it has to be initiated by the monarch.
Oh, does it have to be?
I think so.
This is what I'll do. I'll put an Althing forward to bypass that ruling, and then for the next Althing, I will then put it in.
Yeah, you could put in a Kapora change, just remove that line.
There you go.
Half the kingdom
Do
is
it.
supposed to get on all thing changes. They don't even fucking read them. It's the worst.
I'm half the kingdom. Not kidding. There's definitely some that I read, and I was like, yeah, this is a really good change. This makes sense. And then I read the Corpora, I was like, that makes sense if it was written into the book anywhere else.
Yeah, yeah.
Fresh start.
Yeah, Locke calls it the nuclear option. I call all knights, including me, fresh start. Just vote on them all. Vote on every single one.
That would be kind of interesting because, like, theoretically, there would be knights that made it through
Yeah.
the process.
Oh shit, Locke's calling you out. With Matt full SCA, it's your time now, Ormus, to be the guy to yell at all things and make sure bad stuff doesn't happen.
So, yeah, so I've only been involved in one Knights meeting, but I think I made an impression for sure. Because there was. I'm trying to figure out what I'm. Technically, the stuff I'm not supposed to talk about. They can take my boat though. There was talk about like because we have like confidentiality stuff, like where it's supposed to be confidential what happens on the circle. I
Yeah.
prefer operating above board. And the discussion was like they were trying to talk about like, oh, if we're gonna have confidentiality, it should have teeth. So like we should have punishments for people who violate the confidentiality of the night circle. Blah blah blah. And I was like, I don't know, like why don't we just not have confidentiality at all? And they were like, well, what if somebody starts like telling people who voted no and blah blah blah? And I was like, well, if you feel strongly enough someone to vote no on someone, shouldn't you be talking to them and letting them know you vote no and why? And they were like, no, we disagree with that. I was like, that's insane to me.
Yeah.
I was like, and so like everyone, there was 4 votes in my first circle. I voted no on 2, and I was like, I need you to tell them to come talk. Like, I'll reach out to them, but like tell them how I voted and that I'm willing to talk if they want to talk, and all that stuff. I was like, dude, like that's dumb to me. Like it's
I
cowardly.
Yeah, I believe in operating in as much transparency as possible. I think the only circumstances in which we shouldn't be transparent as Amtgard is when there are like actual negative connotations to making like knowledge public. Like if somebody was for example like being like charged for something, right? They haven't been proven guilty or anything, but they're being charged for something. So we're like, oh, they're on probation. They can't come back until this case is like something. Because if we were to be like, oh, like this is like what's going on, and then people start like assuming that they're already guilty rather than letting it like process and getting all of the facts, and it's like problematic. But if so,
Yeah.
like if we ban somebody for something that we know that they've done, I don't think that like that needs to be like a secret. Like just tell people.
Yeah. If if litigation wasn't so readily accessible, I think definitely like it would be fine. I still like I hate how like we don't give like reasons a lot of time when people are suspended, but like I understand it. Like after going through the whole process of being monarch, I'm like this really sucks, but I get it. It could be handled better, but uh, I definitely like I wholeheartedly like there was a sentiment at one point during the Black Spire Circle of Knights meeting where it was talked about we can't do anything until they've been proven guilty. I wholeheartedly disagree with that because it's like we our first and foremost job is to protect the populace. So like if someone's like, oh, they're brought up on these charges, I'll be, all right, you're fucking gone until your court case is done. If they come back and it's proven that they didn't do it, fine, you can come back.
Yeah,
But then, like,
that's no,
yeah,
I agree with that. That's not what I'm saying, but it like
sorry, I know it was like a little part of what you said led me down that kind of like
oh
that.
okay
I know that was a tangent. Sorry.
no yeah.
Yeah,
I think there's definitely times to be careful about like what we blast over the internet about people. But
yeah,
largely like if somebody is doing something that's enclosed into our game that's really shitty, then it should be public.
Yeah.
yeah,
If somebody is doing something theoretically, if somebody is getting in trouble for something that they might have done shitty outside of our game, more caution is probably a better idea, just because
yeah,
there's mundane law that actually tracks into that kind of stuff, and it just is safer for us to not do that.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
Log has a lot to say, and I don't blame them on that one bit. More transparency in night circles means more people know when knights are being biased, puts social pressure on knights to be objective. Knights should have social pressure to serve the populace, and no, you do something first. This is referring to like, um,
Waiting for charges like to be
yeah.
fine. Yeah,
no,
And if it turns
100%.
out wrong, you let them back.
Yeah.
You protect the club first. I
yeah,
wholeheartedly agree with those sentiments and your sentiments, Ormus and
yeah.
Talius.
Definitely, it's kind of a wild thing. Like it's definitely like one thing about like being a knight or like being sort of on the path to becoming a knight, like before you become a knight, is it definitely makes you realize the stark difference between like how you are now and what the game is for you now compared to like when you first started and all you had to do was show up with your sword. We could still wrestle.
I
Let's
got
do it in the confines of our
I
camp.
got
Whoa.
Rip the arrow when we wrestled each other.
I
Yeah.
gotta do a little sparring with DeVry. He came up and he was like, we were like messing around. He like got behind me and like put me into like I think it's like a BJJ position where like when they reset you, but you were in advantage. So he's like tied up behind me, and so
Yeah.
he's like okay, start. And so I slipped out of him and we're like moving around. I almost got him in a reverse armbar.
Nice.
Yeah, I was like sitting there and I have his like arm like tied up and I'm trying to get my leg over his head, like pushing his head like I'm like get down there.
Damn.
Yeah. There was what was it? There was one pack war where we got sort of obsessed with crawling up behind people's legs and like your other friend would push them over you. And we did it to Bryn. And I think Locke was involved in this one, but we did it to Bryn. And Bryn was so drunk that he had no idea who did it. And he stood up, he just dove, and he tackled two people who had no like idea of what was going on.
Polarized.
Yeah,
Apparently, Game Face started that at Boulderized. I miss
Yeah.
Game Face as well.
yeah. But I just remember like me and someone else, I can't remember who it was, knocking Bryn over. And he just stands up and he just tackles Skull and his wife. Like just we're
Jesus.
just sitting there having a conversation.
Oh man, Locke, you missed it. We have Dr. Juice. We're gonna introduce Dr. Juice.
Yeah.
Talius is.
Yeah, I was just drinking. I had Tito's. I have this bottle of Tito's, and the only like mixer that we have in this house, the only mixer we have is either some sort of like energy mixture or Dr. Pepper. And when I was drinking it, it like neutralizes everything, so it just tastes like cherry juice, kind of like it doesn't even taste carbonated. And so we were talking about getting big plastic syringes, like comically large ones, filling it up with Tito's and Mormon cocktails. we're filling them up with like the plastic syringes with it, and just like giving people shots, like doctor's orders.
What the doctor ordered.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh shit.
There you go.
Locke says that's what we drink at Salt War since alcohol's not allowed. So everyone puts it in Dr. Pepper cans. There we go.
Man.
I remember when I was messing with Turtle. I call it messing with. Someone might argue it was bullying, but he was walking along, and I was like a co-autocrat of the 1,000 stars, but I had like whiskey in my hand, and he comes walking up, and he was like, he had to have been like 17 at the time, was holding a can of Coke. And I was like, you can't have that. He's like, why? It's just Coke. And it's like poured my whiskey into it. I was like, no, it's a whiskey and Coke. I'm confiscating this. Like,
Jesus. Locke says Sacchetti.
The caddy.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is either.
That might be the person. Oh, spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
Oh, I'm hungry.
Oh,
I'm hungry
shit.
too. I was just thinking about that. I'm like, about for the last probably half hour, I've been trying to think about what I'm going to make in the microwave once we get done.
There you go.
I feel that. I feel that so much.
I've been eating pizza when I go out to get my beer.
Oh, I see.
You gotta be careful of waking your brother up, though.
Whatever.
You know what I remember a lot is when I was over at your place and you made me fucking eggs at like 4 a.m.
Locke says, Turtle reminds me of the time I was drunk. I threw cold noodles at him 13 times
13
one night and threatened to dump sauce on him because Templar stole all my Jello shots. Yeah, drunk eggs. I'm a good host. They are a good host.
It's true.
Dude, there was, man, I ended up with so many good stories. There was a party at Locke's house, I think, for his birthday or their birthday when they lived in Kelso or Kelso or the other one. I can't remember which one. But I have so many good stories from it. I don't feel like I could tell them on a live stream. But
Do it.
There's so many good. That was one of the best. Like there was two specific really good stories. I'll tell you one.
All right.
Oh, okay, yeah, actually they're talking about another one. But I'll tell you what, we were when I got to the house, they had WEC on. It was like UFC, but like a different company. And throughout the night, there would just be random times where Locke would just come up and just like tangle up with me, like do like just clinch or whatever, and we get like these very short wrestling things where I just like sort of like I was still kind of sober, Locke was a little bit gone, and I would just like flip into like a little guillotine choke and be like, okay, we're good, and then wander off, and then like an hour later he'd come back and just or they'd come back and just start again. It was like it hadn't happened yet. It just be the same thing. It probably happened 3 or 4 times. It was super funny. It was such a good party.
Nice.
The Rose from the Dead part was probably one of the better ones. Well, so yeah, I mean, it's not even bad. So like, we crashed out in the living room. So I was in like a recliner, just like the next morning. It was like it had to have been like 6 a.m. or something like that. I was just super hungover, and I just look up, and Locke just comes out of the bedroom, goes straight into the bathroom, and jumps in the shower. Talius is asleep.
Oh,
He's
shit.
fading. Gotcha.
No, I'm just blurring myself out.
Jesus.
Well, like it jumps in the shower, and it sounded like Locke was throwing up in the shower. So I was like, dude, we were supposed to go to Amtgard that day, and I was like, dude, there's no way Locke is gonna be able to come to Amtgard, and then just like exits the shower, and just goes straight back to bed. I was like, dude, they're done, man. So we like me and Robin and Sammy like got up and we like went to like Denny's or something, and came back, and Locke was dressed all in garb, just super cheery, just like, hey guys, you ready to go? Like, I was like, what the fuck just happened?
Locke confirms they threw up in the
Locke
shower.
is a
They say
champion.
clean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus. He does look like he's passed out.
I'm not.
Don't tell lies.
Hello,
Hello.
Fizzgilg. Hello.
Fizzlegig?
Welcome to the stream.
Sup, Fizzle Gig?
You've all been drinking a little bit, so I apologize if I said your name wrong. Fizzilgig. Fizzilgig.
Fizzlegig.
I like that. Fizz is fine. Alright, cool.
Fair enough.
That's even easier. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Make it easy for us, Fizz.
Oh, whatever you want.
We don't do well with too much freedom, Fizz. Just
No, we gotta be confined to the right to the
Don't
words.
call me late for dinner.
Oh my god.
He's got jokes.
God.
I get the feeling that Fizzlegig wears like cargo
Oh no.
He's dripped out.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought I would-
New Balances.
How do they slay their enemies?
Yeah, I keep like my internet has been shitty all night. Sorry about that.
They slash them.
Oh, that's the worst.
I actually know that joke too. I forgot about it.
That's alright. I get that.
Oh man.
I hate it.
You hate it?
You love it. You love it.
I do.
You're gonna be telling that joke in 2 weeks. Good night, Medzik.
Night,
Good night,
Medzek.
He's a champ. Stay here forever.
Medzek's been here since like 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock, yeah.
Yeah, jeez. I've been here since 8 o'clock.
We all been it. Yeah. Why do you say that, Fizz? We're waiting on bated breath. Because right after he told me the samurai joke, he said,
He said fizzle gig.
How do you know it's a dad joke?
it's
I love that joke.
pretty good. Oh, nice. Because it becomes apparent. Might be a little
That's
drunk for this.
good. That's good.
Orbis, what are you at?
Shit. 10.
I think I'm at
This
15.
yeah. Damn.
Yay! I'm at 40.
I'm at 13. 13.
I'm on 10 now. I think I had 2 before the stream, so depending on how I'm
Oh, well, you guys talked a lot, so I had to drink more, so.
Yeah, I sobered up a little bit. Like I haven't had one for about an hour.
Oh, damn.
I was noticing the sober up.
I have not
Excuse me.
sobered up.
Yeah.
It's great.
You're the most low key drunk that I know, I think.
Me?
Me,
Yeah.
thank you.
No, not you. Never you.
I'm super low key when I'm drunk. Think about all the times I've been drunk. Low key.
Never.
No.
Never one. It
Just-
just makes me feel like you don't know what low key means.
No. I know what it means. Trust me. I'm the definition of a low key drunk.
Fizz is at 29.9. Locke is what is Locke at? They asked me plus me question mark.
Were they drinking on their stream?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I probably did read that in the wrong voice. I'm sorry.
I was so lost, dude.
That's okay. I'm a little bit lost too.
I just realized I have breakfast hot pockets in my fridge.
Oh, I'm coming over, dude. I'm coming over right now.
Dude, yeah.
I imagine you just see me leave the door in like 10 minutes from now. I'm just like walking through.
You guys live close enough.
No, I live like 40 minutes away from him.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh okay.
I live close to Dog Boys, what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. My voice should have been 29. 95.
29.95.
You gotta get the high pitched nasal. 95.
95. I
Don't
should
know
make
you-
commercials. I don't know what for, but I want to make commercials now.
Do it. Make Amtgard commercials where you follow someone around for 30 seconds and then give them a shout out.
There you go.
Well, thank you, Fizz. I appreciate that. Well played. Thank you. You should drink some more Tito's. They're
Dude, no. I am a lightweight. I will die.
Just take a shot. It'll be fine. Don't even worry about pouring. Don't put the stress on yourself. Just straight out of the bottle. Just take a swig.
No.
do it. I don't advocate abhorrent behavior, but I think you should do this.
Guys, I have to be a responsible, well-respected adult. Okay.
When?
You go to the park tomorrow? Today?
You
You
want-
go to the park today?
No, I'm not going to the park today.
What?
What kind of games you been playing, Baelnorn? What do you play these days?
I don't play games anymore. I haven't played a game in like 2 months.
It's a
What?
I'm not really a gamer anymore. I fake it. I watch gaming news and that's about it.
No.
Just so I can talk about it, but I don't play the games.
You want to feel invested, but you don't want to actually commit. Yeah,
Yeah, I have a terrible life.
makes sense.
Terrible
No.
life. I don't play games, but I watch videos about them.
I'm like the opposite. People all the time, they're like, "Oh, have you seen like this streamer, this streamer?" I'm like, I don't really watch streamers. I just play games.
I don't even watch streamers. I just watch the news.
You watch game news?
Yeah, like Baelnorn and Riker and
I
Who the
thought those
fuck-
guys were streamers, to be honest.
oh no, they stream, but their main content is
YouTube?
YouTube's.
Yeah. I don't really watch YouTubers either.
Oh, I don't walk them too much either. I mostly watch like Chris Abroad or Sea Dog or Joey the Anime Man. Just like Japanese Japanese English speaking YouTubers.
Are you a weeb, Baelnorn?
According to my brother, I am an otaku because I don't weeb, but I've got really into the Japanese history and culture.
Sounds like a fucking weeb to me.
I'll take weeb over otaku. That's fine.
I feel like the type of person who would differentiate is definitely a weeb.
So I'm a weeb. Got it.
That is the law.
I'll take that.
Oh, I'm a big weeb too.
Are
Don't
you?
worry about it. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this cool thing. Let me show you this. This is my volume 1 of Berserk, the manga.
You see,
$50.
I don't watch anime.
That's fine.
I can still be a weeb without watching anime.
Oh, for sure.
No idea.
Being a weeb, all it means is just that you're really into like Japanese culture without being from Japan or like Japanese. Like
I have a degree.
you're a weeb with a degree, dude.
All right,
You're educated. You're an educated
You're a
weeb.
well-educated weeb.
Yeah.
I'll take that. I spent way too much money on that. I do like Princess Mononoke, but who doesn't?
What?
Who doesn't?
Maisie. Oh my God, what's his name?
Miyazaki.
Miyazaki. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've watched
Roberts
most of
doesn't
his
watch
show.
anime.
No. I've watched Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Which is an anime technically.
I watched early generations of Dragon Ball Z.
Which is anime.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even those are, I don't know.
No,
But-
that's straight up anime. Don't kid yourself.
Fair enough. I tried very hard because my wife likes anime.
Hmm.
All she did was ruin my Netflix algorithm, really.
Oh shit.
By watching a bunch of anime, just like crazy shit started popping up. But I tried to watch Naruto with her.
Oof.
I kept falling asleep.
See, the thing is, you're trying to watch anime that's made for like teenage boys when you weren't exposed to it when you were a teenage boy, so now it's not like it follows like weird. You gotta
I tried
watch like a
Naruto when I was 34. Yeah, so
Yeah, you gotta watch watch Berserk. Berserk is good.
yeah.
I've heard good things.
Yeah, it's good. It's brutal. It's super realistic. It's like, well, not super realistic in the sense of like
I have to use
this
the
makes
restroom.
sense. It's just like it's good.
Talk all
Watch
the
it.
anime.
Talk
I think
all
the most anime I've ever watched was Gundam Wing.
that's still like shonen, but it's more like, or it's like older shonen, not like for like 10-year-old boys, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another thing you could probably watch is I would just had it in my mind.
I think I was about 10 when I watched Gundam Wing though.
Yeah.
Like there's like
Yeah.
a 1995 version. I think it was that one that I watched.
That might be right. I don't know that much about Gundam. There's a lot of Gundam, so I'm not sure that the
Yeah.
timeline I know a lot about it, but yeah.
It bums me out because I've always wanted to go back and watch it again, but every time I load up a Gundam Wing series, it's always not the one I remember watching.
Yeah. Here, let me see.
I just remember the main character was Hiro Yui, and there was one of the Gundams had a scythe that was dope as shit.
Oh my god, let me tell you this story. I was hanging out with Dane, uh, and we went to this party that was like for it was like a friend of his birthday party, and they're all in the fighting game, so like do like Smash and stuff like that. And so we go there, and there was like a tournament, and it was like 5 rounds of different fighting games, and it was it was like just random, like no, like you didn't get to know ahead of time or anything. So the first round, it was this car fighting game, which I fucking demolished my opponent in. Like it was, I figured out the controls like immediately, and just like perfect them like 3 times. And then the next game was a fucking Gundam fighting game where I was playing Death Scythe, the character that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And the first round, I win against Nora. I demolished her the first round. The second round, she has some character with a gun, and she just shoots me with the gun. And it's like, so the stage is like this big, right? And the Gundams are like the size of my thumb. The bullet is like this, right? So you can't just jump over it because you don't jump high enough. You have to jump and then boost over it. And so she was just spamming it when I'm trying to figure out the boost controls. And if it hits your feet, it knocks you all the way back to the other side of the map. So anytime it hits you, you just so I have to, and you only have limited boost too. So you have to jump and boost over it. But if you get hit, you're like, that was the entire time. I would try to boost over it. I'd hit her one time, and then it launched all the way back, and I died to just her
Dude,
spamming the gun.
I think I remember that game. Like
Yeah.
that was peak Gundam for me.
Yeah.
That's actually the only Gundam series I ever watched, but
Yeah. Yeah. I watched a little bit of Gundam when I was younger, but it was before I even knew like the difference between anime and cartoons.
right.
The first,
That's where I was at. I didn't know what anime was when I watched
yeah,
it.
the first like anime that I watched that I knew was anime was Inuyasha.
Dude,
And
Veronica is obsessed with that. I wouldn't say obsessed because she doesn't watch anymore, but she has all like the DVDs of all of them.
It was
yeah,
good.
So one of my cousins, she was like 16 when I was like 9, I think. And she had a boyfriend, and he was like super into anime, and he was watching like a Highlander anime, I think.
Oh, there's a good,
Uh,
there's a good Highlander anime.
yeah, I'm
I
pretty sure it
digress.
was pretty cool. But then she was like, "Oh, like you're into like this anime that we were watching, like you should watch this." And she gave me like all the box sets to Inuyasha, so I just spent every like night. I would come home from school and just watch Inuyasha for like 9 hours every night.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I tried to rewatch it like a couple months, like 6 months ago, and I got like 80 episodes in. But man, that anime is boring. It's
Is
it's
it?
it's so slow, and like the fight scenes in it are like basically they'll make an attack, and then like the screen will just go white, and then like the demon or whatever will just be like cut in half instead of like actually like fighting.
Uh,
I'm like oh the budget on this. But it's fine. It was never like really meant to be like that kind of like shonen thing. It was more like catered for like girls. It was like a kind of like a romance like slice of life with like a little bit of action. But yeah.
Like my first anime was Dragon Ball. I thought it was dumb when I watched it, but when I got into Dragon Ball Z, it was pretty awesome. I was just a little bit older.
Yeah. I didn't like Dragon Ball that much.
Dragon
Ball
Ball's
Z,
hard to watch.
it's definitely dated. And
No.
people who like defend it now are like definitely like living the nostalgia high, but
Oh yeah, because the only reason in my opinion, the only reason anyone would defend like a super dated Dragon Ball series because they were invested in the characters that they
yeah,
got, but they got invested later.
yeah, exactly.
Like for me, like it's the same thing, and it's different, but it's the same with The Office. The first season of The Office is terrible,
Yeah,
but once I watched later seasons, got really invested in the characters, I can go back and watch the first season now, and I love it,
yeah.
even though it's terrible.
Th- I had to Google it, but the first anime that I really threw or fell in love with outside of the Dragon Ball Z was Tenchi Moyo.
I've heard of that one.
It was big on
Tsunami
Nickel.
or
What?
Tenchi.
Tenchi Moyo. It was big on Toonami or whatever it was
Yeah.
Oh
in
yeah,
the late early 2000s. They did a couple different anime series with it. It's a harem anime if I remember correctly.
That tracks. That was
There
definitely
was they had a cabin. It was a cat slash rabbit, but it would turn into a ship. It was fucking awesome. We just called it a
interesting.
cabin.
that's funny.
Yeah.
I want to say Toonami is where I watched Dragon Ball Z too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do remember trying to watch Dragon Ball, and when I was watching Dragon Ball Z as new episodes came out, Dragon Ball already felt dated.
Yeah.
It was for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Like now, to go back and watch it now would be
Torture.
like going back and watching the original Rangers.
I
It's just
think
not.
I think the original Dragon Ball would be better than the original Dragon Ball Z. Now Dragon Ball Z Kai, where they cut out a lot of the filler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, like the 5 episodes of Goku powering up to
5, more like 14.
Yeah, no, it's bad, and that's why I don't really watch a lot of like shonen, like or like mainstream shonen, because they have to have that like totally not filler episodes, but it's just like basically them talking a little bit, and it's just like panning back and forth between two glowing people. I was like, not for me.
Dude, I'm just learning just now that there's multiple types of anime.
Oh shit. Locky
I,
is
I mean, I understand there's genres of like
Yeah,
television or whatever, but like shonen versus is Baki, is that a specific anime or is that a style?
that's a specific anime.
specific
Okay.
anime.
Yeah, you might like it. It's
Yeah.
it's
Is
really
it
heavily fighting based,
is a
but
tournament base, isn't it?
yeah,
Mm.
some of them. So there's the premise is basically there's this guy named Baki Hanma who is like the strongest high schooler in one of them. I don't know how it progresses like after that, but he's like super strong. And his dad is like basically a fucking demon, but he's like human, but he's like a demon. He like killed like a giant elephant, and like he's like the
Hmm.
strongest guy in the world, and just like super lethal. And it's like they have this one on Netflix where he like Baki goes like to prison so he can beat the shit out of one of the people in prison basically. It's good. It's good. You might like it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's
I'll
on
have to try.
Netflix, isn't it?
it's on Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think my brother watched it. I didn't get into it, but my brother
yeah,
likes anime a lot more than I do.
Mm.
yeah.
It's because he's young, or like Talius. So
I
he's
hope
part of
Veronica.
the.
Oh,
Hmm?
sorry. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying he's young, like he's a newer millennial compared to this older millennials.
I don't think technically we're millennials.
You're at the very edge, very edge.
It's like it
you're not.
it it depends on like what you're reading.
Yeah, but
'Cause,
you're not Generation Z.
largely, yeah, it's like an in between gap because largely what people consider a millennials is whether or not you remember 9/11, and I
Really?
don't. Yeah, that's what the breaking point is like whether or not you can remember 9/11.
I
I
thought
thought
it
it
was
was.
more like whether or not you can remember like Y2K.
What? No.
That'd definitely be the towers
like-
more than Y2K.
That's definitely like older millennials would remember that. No, I was 2 when Y2K happened.
I remember Y2K.
I definitely. How old?
How old are you?
24.
Not you.
Oh,
Me?
Yeah,
I'm 34.
34. All right.
Yeah.
yeah.
Like-
9/11 happened when I was 4. I don't remember that shit. You know?
Right. Like 97, 98 is on the edge. I'm not
Yeah.
saying it's the like. Yeah.
I think.
I was 12 when Y2K happened.
Did you turn off all your electronics to save the world?
No, we didn't have any fucking electronics. I was poor as shit. We didn't have to turn anything off. I had a Windows 95 computer where we used MS DOS, and I played the Top View Grand Theft Auto.
Better than some people.
There's a lot in all that.
Oh shit. Locke says, "Remember the NLCC when you and Robin thought I was almost 50, and he was
Yeah,
like
so
36." Tell it.
Here's the thing. I have this thing about when I started playing, Locke had been playing for much longer than I had.
Yeah.
So for some reason, I instantly made that Locke is much older than me. So like it kind of it just sort of like snowballed from there. Of me thinking Locke was like 40 years old when they were like, yeah, they were 30. They were,
Yeah,
it was
13 when they started.
really bad.
Admittedly, because they were older than the people that I also hung out with, I just thought that they were old. I thought they were like 52 because
Jesus.
I was like, well, you're a knight, and Ormus has been in here for a while, and
How old did you think I was? Jesus Christ.
I don't know, old.
That's true.
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't really think about your age that much. You were just like when I like first moved out here, I just met you through like Kai, and I was like, oh yeah, this guy is just somebody who serves soup.
That's fair.
Soup night.
I'm Soup Knight. Okay.
No. It was just that's just how I met you. You were like you were serving food, and Kai was like, oh yeah, this is this guy, and he does like this thing. I was like, oh, this is cool. Yeah, like this is a cool thing. And then
Well,
yeah,
I like that. Thank you.
yeah. By the time that I got to know you, I realized that you guys weren't that old.
Locke
Like, there
says,
was no-
yeah, you were like, you look much older than like Drake and stuff. And I was like, he's way
but
older than me.
much better than Drake and stuff.
Oh, yeah, much better. Oh, I read that completely wrong. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah, you were
I
full
would
of
never
shit.
accuse Locke of being older than Drake. I wouldn't accuse anyone of being older than Drake.
He's his
Drake's
own
old as
age.
fuck.
I thought I was going to open a new beer, but this beer has beer in it.
I just remember Murchez went to visit IO one time,
Who?
and I don't know if you ever met Murchez. He was a close friend of mine.
Hmm.
Went to visit IO and from Spokane, and Drake had like grown his hair out. He was going through this phase where he had like long, like just straight, like white and gray hair. And like Drake goes up to Murchez and like is all like dapping him up and stuff, and Murchez is like, "Who the fuck is this homeless guy?" Trying to say. He thought he was just like he's like, dude. Someone's like, "That's Drake." He's like, "Oh my god, he's so old." Dude, he just. It wasn't even that he was that old. He's you know, it was just the appearance, like with the gray hair. It didn't, yeah.
Locke, you're not 40 yet. I'm not 40 yet. We have to do a night out before one of us is 40 and just fucking ball out when we can afford it. I'm just saying.
Is there like there's like Dirty 30 and stuff like that? Is there something for 40?
A grave.
Yeah,
Yeah.
A grave, a funeral.
I mean, I'd love to celebrate my wake, get drunk at it, call it good.
Yeah.
When I turned 20. I kept telling Locke, I was like, I'm half expired, dude. When I'm 40, I'm out. I'm done. Expired.
Damn. Fucking youngins.
I don't know, like being 34 and feeling close to 40 definitely
You're
changed.
34. You don't know the fucking. What the
This
fuck you
is-
talking about?
This is like the like how my brain works with like numbers. I round a lot, so
That's what I'm
is
saying.
this is literally how I was like okay, like I'm like 18, which is basically 20, and I need to be successful by like 25, so it's basically like I only have 2 years, and then when I'm 25, I'm like basically 30, and when I'm 30, I'm basically 40, so I'm almost dead already, and like ramping up, and I'm like, this makes no sense now that I think about it.
that same mentality is what I have. That's why I'm like, oh, I'm 34. That means I'm almost 40.
Yeah, exactly. I had to break myself of that mentality because I was like, I am still really young. Like I used to think when I was like littler, I was like, oh, like 25, like that's old. But now I'm like, holy shit! Actually, like in the scheme
I,
of things, that's like when your actual life is starting. Is like when you're 20.
yeah, I think a lot of people go through that just because your perspective
Yeah,
changes.
for sure.
I mean, Talis, you're in my fuck around find out phase.
Oh, I am.
Yeah,
People
just saying.
people don't fuck around, I guess, though. Nobody's found out yet.
Well, that's what you got until your 30s. You find out and then you go from there.
There you go.
So I
Jesus
decided,
Christ.
Talius, I'm gonna go onto your wiki on the Hybris wiki. I'm gonna change your name in the wiki to a famous baseball player. I'm trying to figure out one that everyone would recognize. I was gonna say Willie Mays, but people are gonna be like,
Ichiro, dude.
Babe Ruth?
Ichiro, really? Like that's your choice? I mean, I guess he was famous up here, but
Dude, no, he's like famous in baseball.
Who?
no, of course, yeah. I mean, he was a great player, but like universally known by people who don't like sports.
That's like, oh, Jesus Christ.
If I was gonna go with Mariners from that period, I'd go with Griffey, bro.
He was a Mariner? No wonder no one knows who the fuck they are.
But dude, our team's doing good this year, I thought.
This year? What the fuck about the other years?
I don't know. I
Dude,
don't think they've had like points where they might have had the best team. I don't think they've ever gone to the World Series.
I got nothing but heckle, so.
No, the Mariners suck. They've sucked since their existence. Honestly, they've had really good teams, but they never did anything with them.
I'll heckle
Mariners
every
are-
baseball team. It's baseball.
Mariners are one of the 6 major league teams who have never won a World Series.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's rough.
Are they doing good this year? Because I thought for a while in the beginning, like the first half of the year, I think they were the worst team in baseball. Like maybe the first quarter of the year.
Really?
Yeah, they started out really bad.
They're it's
Defend them, go.
I don't know that much about baseball.
What's their record? What's their record?
I'm trying to 7-3.
No,
They can't be better than everyone else. What are you talking about?
they've probably played close to 100 games at this point. They can't be 7-3.
American League.
Are you Googling this?
It's the last 10 games, I guess. Maybe is that what that means? Yeah, I'm fucking. What do you think I'm working on? Dude, I'm on baseball. I watch baseball to get drunk, not to watch baseball. In the last 10 games, there was 7-3 though. They've been doing good.
I mean, what's the point of baseball if you're not getting drunk?
Yeah, I go to the baseball games because like it's a fun experience for like Leon for the most part, and then I have crappy like nachos and hot dogs, which is always nice.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I want crappy nachos now.
I mean,
There's
the fucking
78
nacho
there's 78
sauce.
61.
What'd you say?
There's 78 and 61.
78 and 61. That's
That's not as
more
bad
than
as I
half.
thought.
It puts them second in their division.
Yeah, that's. I don't know. Baseball is weird because I feel like when I was younger, I feel like people swung a lot more and like we're getting home runs and stuff. And now I like the game that I watched recently. Everybody was just so patient; they would just ball out because like pitchers are so good now. They're like, oh, I'm just gonna like you can't hit anything because it's gonna come this close and it's gonna dive down or like oh go all this like stuff and it's just like they just don't swing and then they ball out and they just walk a lot of the time.
It's a lot
That's
of
weird.
it's a lack of steroids.
Yeah. The metrics show that you should essentially just like they've changed what they look for in baseball players, like on base percentage and stuff like that isn't really like a thing that's important anymore. It's all about home runs, and they're willing to sacrifice someone who strikes if they're willing to take someone who strikes out a lot but also gets a lot of home runs versus someone who always gets on base. So it ends up with a lot of strikeouts and a lot of like stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean this is just the game that I watched. Like the game that I watched, it went to the ninth inning, and it was like 2-1, I think.
Yeah.
No, was it 1-0? I forget now. It was no, yeah, it was 2-1. Because the it was like Angels, I think, maybe.
Oh,
They
yeah.
have Angels in the outfield.
No, it wasn't that. Who's I think they're a Canadian team. What's the Canadian? Blue Jays. It was the Blue Jays.
The Toronto Blue Jays, yeah.
Yeah. So the Blue Jays of like on like the bottom of the sixth, I think, finally got a point, or to the top of the sixth, finally got a point, and then they didn't get another point, and then we got 2 points on like the bottom of the seventh, and then on the top of the ninth we struck them out, and so we just won. And
Dude,
it was so boring.
it hurts me in my soul listening to you refer to them as points. They're called runs.
They're points.
They're not points. They
They're
don't call
points. They're
they're not
points. They're points. They're
Wow.
points.
No.
Their runs where they scored points.
Po-
Points. Dude, football is starting this week. I'm so jacked for it.
Oh yeah, me too. I can't wait for us to get into the Super Bowl.
Are you
There's
talking about Seattle? That'll
Punts
never
and
happen.
stuff.
What do you mean?
Seattle's terrible this year.
Is it? Did we lose
Yeah.
our guys? Do we have Lynch still?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have Wilson?
No. We traded Wilson for Lynch. Oh, different Lynch. Wait a minute. No, we don't have Lynch still. That's been years. Different. We have I was thinking of Paxton Lynch. Sorry, no, we have Locke, Drew Locke, and Geno Smith as our quarterbacks.
Are they good?
No, they're terrible.
Not
They'd be bad
good.
backups. Yeah.
Dude, Seattle needs to get it together with our. It makes no sense that our sport teams are so bad with how much money we have in this state. Like with all the tech giants and stuff, it makes no sense.
Yeah, market-wise, we're actually one of the smaller markets, but
Yeah.
It's a bunch of nerds that don't care about sports.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, they traded Wilson to the Broncos this year.
For who?
Drew Lock. They traded for they swapped quarterbacks when their own quarterback. So Drew Lock played for the Broncos. He was drafted first round, but like he was terrible. So the Broncos didn't want him anymore, so they traded him for Russell Wilson.
How was that a
like,
trade? How does that get accepted?
It was also a bunch of like first round draft picks and stuff, but Wilson and like the front office and stuff like that weren't getting along anymore. Which I think is
okay.
I don't give a fuck. Like you don't like the coaches. I don't give a shit. Go out there and play. You're on a contract.
You're on a contract.
But that's not really
funny.
I guess.
Yeah. Whatever, dude. I'm still gonna root for them. even though I don't. I catch like 2 games a year just through happenstance, and I'm just like, okay, football.
I have a problem. I would
I'm
say
aware.
I listen to football podcasts all year round. I probably listen to about 3 or 4 different ones. It's like
Gross.
all day at work. I'll listen to podcasts about football. Yeah.
Why?
So I get invested mostly like I kind of because I listen to so much information about football. I don't in the traditional sense have like a favorite team anymore. I get invested in like players and coaches and stuff. Like I have like people I root for, and so I'm always interested in like what's going on with their story, I guess. Uh, but beyond that, it's because I don't have anything better to do with my brain space, I guess.
Do you get into the fantasy leagues?
No, I have not done fantasy. I would do it if I had the right group of friends to do it with, but that's a lot of math, and math I hate math, so it's not super appealing. And like because I'd be the only one of my friends who plays, I'd have to play with strangers, and that just doesn't sound like fun at all.
Hmm.
You don't like playing with strangers?
No,
How to explain Amtgard?
yeah, I don't know. Even then, I'd rather play with my friends.
That's true. I get that.
Yeah. All right, guys, but I gotta call it.
I got more
I gotta
beer.
It's
What's
2
that?
a.m.
I have more
I
beer.
know.
It's only 2.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed too. I've been trying to hang in there, but I'm dozing pretty bad.
I've
Alright,
seen it
that's cool.
a little bit.
Well, thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for everyone that was chatting and Baelnorn and Friends. I hope that you'll find us next month.
Yeah, it's good to have me on. Good to be on. I
Good.
don't
Yeah,
know.
it's good to have me.
It's good to have me on. Later.